Yo, what is up, guys? We are back. Good to be back. The last 2 weeks were some of the most fun weeks I've had in a long time. But you know, the unfortunate part of having so much fun is that you got to go back to your dry and old routine afterwards, and that's the position I'm in right now. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Today's May 7th, 2024. My conception of time is still kind of jammed. I don't quite know what day I'm in, but we'll figure it out, I guess, this work week. I don't have work today, thankfully, so we don't have to worry about it for now, but pretty soon we will have to worry about it. Hey, Robbo, yeah, thanks for the welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I saw that you got a new personal best in the normal 90%. It's like super exciting. Rushi, hey, what's up? Yeah, thanks. I did have a great trip. The trip was like, it's one of those things where you have like so much fun. You did so many cool things that it's hard to process everything that took place. I guess this stream will kind of be for that. Part of why I wanted to do like a recap stream in the first place is because I know like in a few days I'm gonna forget everything that I did pretty much, right? That's just the nature of it. So I did want to do this stream to help for myself, I guess. That's like mostly the reason for it. And also before we get like started and stuff, I hope you guys see that we have the tier list prepared already for the arcades that I visited, but we're not gonna do that first. Before that, we're gonna go over the photos that I took, because I think that's the easiest way to describe the trip. But you guys might notice that the microphone sounds a little different. I'm using the same microphone, but I'm using a slightly different audio setup for it. The configuration is not really familiar for me right now, so if it does sound like it's popping, or if I'm cutting off like occasionally, do let me know. I can adjust the configuration for it a little bit just to make sure that we're good. But I did want to try this out because I need to get more quality out of this mic than I've been getting. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, okay, so just give me a second, guys. There we go. All right. I think everything's set right now. So where do we start? So the trip was 2 weeks. I went to both Tokyo and Osaka. Tokyo is huge, obviously, so that's not really descriptive, is it? But summarize, I was from Monday through what Monday am I talking about? Monday the 22nd of April through Friday the 3rd of May. I was in Akihabara, specifically. That's where I was staying, and I have a photo for this. Should be visible on the stream. This is the hotel room I stayed at for. Oh, oops, 2 of them were open. But this is the hotel room I stayed at for the duration of that time period. It's called JR East Hotel Metz Akihabara. It's a really nice hotel. But anyway, I stayed in Akihabara for 2 weeks, or almost 2 weeks, and then from the 3rd of May through the 6th of May, I stayed in Osaka, specifically Namba. The main reason like I didn't distribute them evenly was because I wasn't sure how many things there would be to do in Tokyo, and I think the instinct was correct, but it still felt like I should have spent a little more time in Osaka, because I ended up liking that a lot more than I expected. Although in terms of like the Golden Week rush and the timing around that, I could have done a little better. I left for Osaka on the 3rd, the Friday, and I didn't know, silly me, I didn't realize that like basically everyone and their mother, like their family, their children, hop on the bullet train during this exact day. So as you guys can imagine, the Tokyo Shinkansen station was ridiculous on that day. It was nightmarish. But fortunately for the ride back, it wasn't so bad. The ride back was early in the morning on Monday, and it was a lot smoother that day. But on the Friday, it was kind of stressful. I also didn't have... maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. We can talk about this more when I get to that day, but there's a couple of things I needed to do as well before actually getting on the bullet train, and that made it a bit more, I guess, disconcerting. I don't know. Like it wasn't like a bad ride or anything, but I made it more stressful for myself than I needed to. So that's part of that. But yeah, so what did I do in these 2 weeks, right? So you could see this photo. This is of Tokyo Leisureland Akihabara. This is one of the first places I went to. I think the exact night I landed, because I left for Tokyo on Sunday, California time. Arrived in Tokyo Monday night, Monday evening rather, the 22nd. And basically as soon as I got settled into the hotel, I went straight to Tokyo Leisureland Akihabara. This was one of the arcades, like one of many arcades that I had on my list that I planned on visiting. This arcade in particular was one of the hotspots for Guilty Gear and Under Night in Birth way back. Like, it feels weird to say way back, but like the mid 2010s. Can't believe it's almost been like 10 years since the mid 2010s, but that's the year we're in right now. This is where a lot of great fighting game like tournaments and players made the name for themselves at the arcades. And I had to make sure to visit, right? Well, it was a little bit of a disappointment, admittedly. I didn't take photos inside for this arcade, but it's basically, as you guys would expect, arcades ever since COVID in Japan have kind of dramatically changed, and this arcade in particular is like full of claw machines now. I think the first floor is all claw machines, as well as the second floor. Can't remember what's on the third floor. The third floor I think had rhythm games or something, and then... But anyway, like, all that's to say, like, there's not really much as far as fighting games that are left. And yeah, there's like, for each photo, there's also a live, like, MOV version, because my phone took live photos during this trip, so that's why you'll see, like, the same photo twice. But yeah, I didn't take photos inside for that. We'll talk more about the arcades when we get to the tier list. I need to pace myself well for this, because I took, I think, 686 photos or something. So we'll be here for a while if I spend a minute per photo, right? You guys can do the math. So we're gonna speed through these. But this photo, right? So Cardfight Vanguard, like, I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with this game, but this game was like one of my favorite card games during my formative years. I still play it to this day, although I don't have the same level of like appreciation for it that I used to, mostly because it's been so blatantly mismanaged, but that's for another stream or another day. But seeing this advertisement in Akihabara was like, that was like my first, I guess, impression of like, okay, I know what I'm getting into in Japan, because I see now that this game gets a lot more like favorable treatment. Yeah, favorite card game. Yeah, that's awesome to hear. Also, hey Ruby Within, what's up? Yeah, this card game I like really enjoy playing still, but like seeing, like, just going in Japan and seeing like how many times this game was advertised there. On one hand, it's like, whoa, this is really cool, right? But on the other hand, it like makes me kind of disappointed that it doesn't get the same level of like good advertisement in the US. Alas, right? But it's still like really cool to have seen this, and this is just one among many. Like, this was a small advertisement in the Akihabara JR station, which is like pretty much in the central area of Akihabara Electric Town, which is where all like the otaku nerd stuff is in Tokyo, pretty much. I mean, not all of Tokyo, but like at least that's like a hub for it, right? So you would see this as soon as you exit from the JR trains that are on the right side from this image. And yeah, these advertisements, it wasn't just like a one-off moment. These are advertisements that are consistently there. Like if you were to go there like right now, you'd probably see an advertisement for Vanguard as you leave the Akihabara station. This is like the train platform for, it's blue, so it's probably the JK line. I imagine. I don't remember exactly the context around this photo, but I think I was just taking a picture while I was initially there. And then this is green. So if you guys have been to Tokyo before, the green will be familiar. The Yamanote line is the goat. It carries really hard. It'll get you throughout a lot of Tokyo special awards in pretty quick time because it loops around. But yeah, I think this was also like this. I think this was the second day that I was in Tokyo, like second or first full day. This photo was from. Oh, okay, I know now. So I think during this, I was on the way to Shibuya, because after I arrived, some friends that also went for EVO Japan were also there, and we decided to meet up in Shibuya. And this is like near the famous Shibuya crossing. So this is what I did on the first full day. And this was also like kind of my first proper impression of the city of Tokyo, because I wasn't fully aware of what I was getting into, right? Like, this is such like a modernized, bustling city. You know, everywhere around you, skyscrapers, buildings, city, basically just city all around you. It's kind of overwhelming, but it's really nice that you're able to get across the city like really quickly because of the goated public transportation, which I do want to gush over it so much, but we don't have forever. So I'm just going to say that this is probably, I mean, dare I say this is like the best public transportation I've ever experienced in my life. It's that good. And for a city like this, that's massive, serves so many people, it's amazing. It's great. I mean, like, you know, I'm not even a local here, right? I'm not like, I'm a foreigner, right? So the fact that foreigners can also get around without too much relative trouble. I mean, it's still like a learning curve, the public transit, but it's still doable. It's like very, very doable, even if you don't know Japanese. And the fact that they have like, you know, the important train information in Japanese than in English, like that was really helpful too. Because boy, oh boy, did I get lost in the first night. Like not like super lost in like a bad way, but I was definitely not knowing where I was going, and we made some mistakes. But you know, the theme of this trip overall was you're only like a newbie once, so the first times you make those mistakes are gonna be hopefully the only time, and after that you learn from it, and you're forever gonna have that knowledge baked in your mind. So any future trips that I do, I'm gonna be a pro, basically, you know. Like I won't have the same unfamiliarity with like where I need to go or how to get around that I did when I first arrived here. But yeah, this is Shibuya crossing. A lot of people were here, camped like right beside the Hachiko statue. You can see all the people here. This was a pretty cloudy morning, but honestly, I still think the city looks nice even when it's cloudy. Although it was nice to like get a decent range of weather conditions while I was there. Obviously I hope to have been there for 2 weeks, but it was nice to have gotten a decent range of weather conditions to see like what the city looks like. But yeah, a lot of tourists, a lot of locals that were just roaming around. This is Shibuya. And then there's the JR station that you usually arrive from. You can see the JR Shibuya station. All right, and then while I was in Shibuya this day, I went to the, like, as every, you know, video game anime nerd goes, right? Like, they always go to the Capcom, the Nintendo store, the blah blah blahs that are in Parco, which is, I think, a mall. But anyway, this is like one floor within the mall. It has like a Capcom store, it has a Nintendo store, it has a Jump store. I was disappointed with the Shonen Jump store because they didn't have Bleach, right? Like, that one was a great disappointment. I'm like, Bleach is like bustling right now, you know? Like, it's got the 1000 Year Blood War airing, it's got a number of people that are excited for the next core coming up. Like, I don't know why we didn't get much more than what we got at this Jump store, but you know, I guess being a Bleach fan in 2024 is like that. I don't know. But yeah, there's a Nintendo store. I didn't take too many photos here. One of my friends, I don't have the photo on hand right now, but one of my friends took a photo like of trying to jump over a reused fireball. It was pretty nice moment. And then another friend was like trying to parry, like, you know, like again the parry stance, third strike style. Yeah, they had all the Street Fighter 6 footage there. Dragon's Dogma, Ace Attorney, Monster Hunter, stuff like that. They had, and of course, Devil May Cry. I took a lot of photos here. Wow, surprised, but yeah, you can see the Devil May Cry stuff. Okay, there's the jump store. I was disappointed with it. I think this is the only photo I took there, or like the only spot I took the photos at. Oh no, I took one more apparently. But yeah, some Naruto keychains. There was a lot of Naruto stuff there, so if you're a Naruto fan, this is like the haven for you, but Bleach on the other hand, not the case. Okay, I guess I took way more photos than I thought. But yeah, and then One Piece, of course. If you're a One Piece fan, they had some stuff too. Yeah, overall, a decent store. And then this is the Nintendo store. I didn't take many photos here either, but I saw some Zelda stuff, and I actually picked up for myself a Kirby plush. Oh, it actually looks pretty nice in the camera. Surprised. But yeah, this is what I picked up from the Nintendo store. Looks really nice. It's hard to see like the color properly on my camera because I'm using filters right now, but it's a lot like how to say it. The pink is a lot deeper than it looks on the camera. It's not like this light, but yeah, I really like this Ice Kirby. My favorite Kirby ability, at least in Superstar Ultra. I think Ice kind of got shafted in later Kirby versions, but yeah, it was a nice plush. I got some more stuff. I got way more stuff than I'm willing to admit, but this was like one of the highlights for sure. Super nice. They had Zelda stuff. They had Kirby, Mario, of course. What other Nintendo? Oh, Splatoon. They had a lot of Splatoon stuff. I was pretty surprised. But I guess it makes sense. Splatoon is pretty popular in Japan. They had some Switch games. I did buy some games. I'll tell you that. I didn't buy like new games. I got mostly retro games, but the retro games I picked up, pretty excited to show them if I can. They're not in reach right now, but I can pull them out later. Did you bring an empty suitcase to Japan? Okay, so I packed very small. I brought like a very small roller bag for my clothes, and then I brought 2 backpacks. One of them was empty. But I ended up buying a suitcase while there too, because I needed a new one anyway. And the suitcase wasn't that expensive, so I had that suitcase basically exclusively for souvenirs. And that encouraged me to buy more. You guys know how it goes. Consumerism. But yeah, I did effectively have an empty suitcase ready. I had to buy it though. Which, you know, that means I was able to dodge the check-in fee for bringing it for the trip on the way there, rather than having to pay for it both ways. But yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe they don't charge because it doesn't have anything in it. I don't know. But regardless, these are some nice towels. I didn't get any of them, but the Kirby gear in general is really nice at the Nintendo store. Yeah, some more Mario stuff. This is the stuff I bought. Not stuff, but like this is what I bought. The Ice Kirby, 2,200 yen. I was gonna get another one of these for another friend, but it was too big, and I wanted to give them something like smaller, so that would be easier for them to take it, and like, you know, because they like Kirby a lot. But you know, if it's too big, then it might be harder to, like, I don't know, keep with you or something. But for me, I need to decorate my desk anyway, so yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, this was nice too. I didn't get it, but the beam helper, I don't know how it's called, but it definitely has a name, and I don't remember it. But the beam helper looked cool. Oh yeah. Okay, so there's also the Pokemon store here, right? Do I have the photo? Oh, okay, let's go. I do have the photo. So, I don't like. I'm sure most of you guys know Low Tier God, the streamer. My friend saw this and is like, "Oh, we gotta do the Low Tier God pose next to it," and I'm like, "Okay, I'll take the picture." And you can see like they're figuring it out right there. I think this was during a live photo. I didn't even like record this on purpose, but I'm kind of glad that we get to see this because. Yeah, that is a huge Mewtwo statue. I know, right? Yeah. It's like the opportunity could not have been missed. So he did the low and then tier and then god, right? So yeah, this was great. Let me get the live photo there with the bubbles. Yeah. So that was a fun moment. And then this is the Pokemon store. The Pokemon store is pretty big, but also I realized that I am definitely not a Pokemon fan, and that's okay, because I did not know most of these Pokemon, except for like the ones from, I think Gen 4 it's called. Like basically the ones from Sinnoh region and the ones from Hoenn region. Some of them at least from Hoenn region. And then the ones from Unova, like Black and White. And I still couldn't name all of them, but like at least those are the ones I recognized. So I felt like a scrub, but I think my two other friends felt like scrubs too, so it didn't feel that bad. But yeah, they had some nice gear for Pokemon fans. This was my first proper exposure to the wide array of card games that Japan has, and you know, this is just at the Pokemon store, right? So they're only gonna have Pokemon gear, but this was like the first moment I realized, like, man, Japan has tons of great stuff for card games, and it's great. So I was about to nerd out, not even like here, but like later on, you know, I guess the thought was planted, and I went exploring, and there's gonna be a lot of photos just taken of various card shops that I went to. I went to way too many. I didn't even list most of the card shops that I went to, but I listed the arcades that I went to, and it's probably, I think the number of card shops I went to definitely outnumbered the number of arcades I went to. And I went to a lot of arcades, mind you, so yeah, but this is more Pokemon gear stuff. Oh, okay, yes, so yes, all right. So after we went through those stores, we were kind of needing to kill time because my friends had a booking that they wanted to go to afterwards. And it was relatively close to where this mall was. So we decided to sit down at this esports bar called GG Shibuya. They had some Valorant on the TVs at that time. It was sad because Japan loves their fighting games. Let me tell you that. Let me tell that to you guys. Fighting games are like mainstream in Japan, which is not surprising, obviously, right? Like it's basically the birthplace of fighting games. Japan is, but it's very jarring, honestly. Like seeing like how mainstream fighting games are. You'll see like arcade sticks being sold at the most random electronic stores, even at just like street shops. You'll see arcade sticks sometimes. It's really cool, actually. Like, but anyway, this esports bar had Valorant on the TVs, and we're like, hey, you know, for the memes, for the eat sports, let's sit down and eat here. We had to buy something though. We couldn't just sit down, so I ended up getting like, I think just water, and then sharing French fries, and there was some drink that like there's some dessert that I shared with a friend. Let me see if it's here. Okay, it's not on this menu. There's another menu to the left that had some stuff I think I shared. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I shared. I think it was gâteau chocolat, something like that. It's hard to see, obviously, but anyway, yeah. Eat sports. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that was the esports bar. This was outside of Parco. We were walking from there to where they were gonna do their booking thing. Some more of Shibuya. Yup. This is Don Quixote. Little did I know that this was gonna be the GOAT, like supermarket. I did not even know what this was until my two other buddies told me about it, and yeah, I started going to the store quite often. They have a lot of stuff. I mean, you can see at the map here, the guide. It's got 8 floors, if I can do math. 9 floors. Some of those floors definitely off limits for various reasons that, you know, I'm sure you guys can read between the lines. And it's Japan, so that's completely normal there, I guess. I don't know. But regardless, they had some good stuff in there. They had some nice groceries. A lot of Kit Kat, by the way. Like, I'm not sure if I got photos of it, but the number of Kit Kat products was insane. Like, yeah, the number of Kit Kat products is ridiculous, honestly. Like, I think they had like a whole shelf or two just full of Kit Kat candy, like different flavors of it. It's really nice. Oh, okay, I got some photos of it. Kit Kat cereal. If I had known about this when I was younger, I don't know if I would have grown up to be the person I am today. Who knows? I would have probably been a Marvel 3 player. You guys get what I mean? So, but Kit Kat cereal. Nice to see that Japan considers it candy, because this is honestly just complete junk. I did not want to look at how much sugar this had, but it was amusing. Some more Kit Kat. I bought this, like various flavors of Kit Kat. Don't ask me how long it took me to finish it, because I did finish it before leaving. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, Kit Kat was all abound in Don Quixote. Okay, so where's this? Oh, okay, this is still Shibuya. I forgot, but yeah. Okay, so the first, well, no, this is not really the first arcade I went into. This is the, I guess, technically second arcade I went into, but the first one that I stayed at for a bit of time proper. This is Taito Station, Shibuya, right outside of the train station for JR. They had a pretty decent selection. I didn't take too much notice of what they had, but I can tell you guys for sure they had a ton of Gundam. If you guys have never been to Japan, never been to arcades in Japan, especially nowadays, Gundam Extreme Versus is at every single arcade you go to, pretty much. Like, it's almost guaranteed. I think there was only one arcade that I went to that didn't have it, and that arcade, we're gonna rank it really low. Like, that arcade is just so bad. It's such a fall from grace it encountered, but we'll get there when we get there. Regardless, this was a Street Fighter 6 type arcade, which they had plenty of there. They also had a lot of rhythm games. They didn't have pop-up music, but they had Gitadora. They had 2DX. They had Dance Rush, I believe. They had some like piano sliding rhythm game. I don't know what it's called. I played a lot of Gundam here. I think I played Gundam for like an hour or two with the friend that was there with me. This is not my first time using Sega EVO for card data storage, but this is my first time using it for Extreme Versus. So I have some of the card. Let me actually pull out the card if I can find it. Yeah, okay. So I do have the cards. This is the EVO card. This is what is, oh dear, the background is removing it. Okay, it makes sense that it's removing it, honestly, because it's not me, but anyway, that's the card. You use that for like just saving your data, and it allows you to have your play persist, right? There's also one for all the rhythm games. It uses what's it called? Konami e-amusement, something like that. And then there's one for Nessica cabinets, which is fighting games for the most part. Okay. Oh, this is probably a different day, I think. So, okay. The next video here, this is, I believe, I think this is Taito Station Akihabara, if I remember correctly. This is one of the lowest reviewed arcades in Akihabara, at least on Google. And I can understand why. A lot of people, when they go to arcades in Japan, they play the crane games. They play the claw machines, you know. I'm not a claw machine person. I didn't play a single claw machine while there. So when I evaluate the arcades after we're done with the photos here, it's going to be based on mostly the video games. That is the rhythm games and the fighting games, right? But anyway, this is like riding up the escalator in Taito Station Akihabara. And mind you guys, the two biggest arcade chains in Japan right now are Taito Station, and GiGO. Not in that order necessarily, but that's just like the general overview of arcades in Japan right now. This is a view of Electric Town in Akihabara. A pretty cloudy day, as you can see, so it's not the best looking outside, but it's still obviously like the town is very alive. A lot of people walking, a lot of stuff going on in Electric Town, and you can see the GiGO arcade buildings. I think let me try to see here. I don't remember what angle this is from, because I don't remember. This is most likely building 1, and this is probably building 3 or 5. But basically in Akihabara, GiGO has, I think they have 4 buildings. They have building 1, 2, 3, and 5. I don't know why they don't have 4. I didn't see 4. Maybe they did have 4, and I just didn't go there. But building 1 is really the only important one, and the other ones are like claw machines for the most part. So I didn't bother with those. But yeah. This is Electric Town, Akihabara. You have to go. If you guys go to Japan, and I mean, if you're watching this stream for that matter, I know you guys are going to be fans of this area, so you definitely got to go if you haven't gone. All right, so this is skipping forward a bit. What day was this? This was a different day, I think, but this is at Play Spot Big 1 Second in Saitama. So this is not in Tokyo. This is in a neighboring prefecture and city. Saitama is a relatively big city in Japan, but it's like still like relatively suburban. It's like in between suburban and urban. But this arcade is legendary, especially for Third Strike. And my friend here is playing some Third Strike there. I had gone there a bit before them, but then, you know, it's the classic, like, you know, we miss each other just barely. So when I got back, they were already playing. But yeah, some good Third Strike. I love the live photos because you get to see like a little bit of the action from the moment. And then this is my other friend who's playing against the guy we just saw in the other picture, Zenryoku. The Hugo legend. I played some BlazBlue Central Fiction at Play Spot Big 1 Second. This was, I think this is against the CPU right now, but I did play against Zenryoku shortly afterwards. Unfortunately, I didn't get to play against anyone else. No, I think I did. Wait, I might be misremembering. I forgot already. Shame on me. But yeah, there's the Nesca card that I brought. Funny enough, I actually did lose this Nesca card. I'll talk about the story later on, but I lost this Nesca card, and I'm a little sad about it, but I didn't have too much data on it to begin with, so it's not a big deal. And I did manage to get a replacement one. It's just sad, though, because it's not the same color, and I'm very, like, particular about it. But the one I have right now is red, and it's from Osaka instead of, like, because this Nesca card I actually already had before going to Japan. I got it from round 1 in the US. But, and I've had it for like 2 years, I think. But yeah, you know, what can you do about it? Thought about going back, but it's like definitely not worth it. You can always transfer the data, worst case, but it's just, you know, the physical card is just where it's at, you know? This must have been at a different place. I don't think this was at Play Spot Big 1 anymore. Oh no, you know what? This was at there. So, okay, so I remember now. So yeah, Play Spot Big 1 Second, it's a mostly retro arcade. They have like Vampire Savior, Third Strike, of course, as you saw, Nesca cabinets for BlazBlue, and etc. But then most arcades, even if they're retro, they usually have a couple of AllNet PROS multi cabinets, or APM cabinets, as I'll refer to them from now on. And there are various games on them, similar to Nesca. This was the first time I saw Umihara Kawase, though, on the arcade. And I'm like, oh yeah, this has an arcade version, huh? We didn't end up playing it at this specific arcade, Play Spot Big 1, but we played it at another arcade in Akihabara. So that was interesting. When we played it, we were like, man, if someone does not really know anything about this game, playing the arcade version is going to be a complete, like, knowledge check for 100 yen. It's so sad, but it was amusing. But yeah, they also have a lot of other good stuff. Dengeki Bunko, Dead or Alive, BB Tag, Puyo Puyo Esports, Hilarious. Blade Strangers, Uni, let's go. But sadly, it's the older version of Uni that people don't play anymore. The newest version, Uni 2, didn't get an arcade port yet, so we'll see if it does. Rev 2 is there. Koihime and Boo. Cotton, which we did play, but not at this arcade. Virtua Fighter 3 TV recently got an arcade port. And then, of course, Strive. And other stuff, right? And then after PlaySpot Big One, we ate at this small, I guess, chain restaurant. I don't know how to call it. The food was fine. Like, it was pretty decent. For what it's worth, though, like, it's in Saitama, and it's kind of harder to find food. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that. It's still easy to find food because, you know, it's Japan. It's near the biggest metro area in the world, right? But we kind of just needed to settle for something so that we could get our gamer food. So we ate here. It was not bad. I think I got like the chicken thing right there with some rice. This is another photo from PlaySpot Big 1 Second. They have a lot of... Seeing some of the posters that these arcades have is just such a journey. It's so nice. I think this is what gives the arcades their personality, and this is what like allows for the memories to be more easily retained too. Because, you know, people come and go, but things like the posters allow for, you know, the memories to stay within the place that they were born. Another photo, you can see some of the cabinets that they have here. Vampire Savior being played here, Third Strike. And this is actually Real Bout Fatal Fury 2. I didn't know they had it, but I think it's a Neo Geo cab, so that makes sense. This is oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, but the reason why we came to this arcade in the first place is because Justin Wong was hosting, not really hosting, but like he was like, I'm gonna be at PlaySpot Big 1 Second. If anyone wants to play against me in Third Strike or anything else, then let me know. And the guys at PlaySpot Big 1 Second like got together with him to organize a stream for it. So they were streaming it on YouTube, which they always stream events on YouTube typically, but especially this one was like relatively high profile for this arcade. So they made sure to get their stream ready. This guy was emceeing here, and Justin Wong is right there. There was a couple of cool moments. I didn't capture them on video, but there's a couple of cool moments with Let's Go Justin Wong, and I think this is our like claim to fame for us three that went to PlaySpot Big 1 Second, because there was a tweet. Let me actually try to pull it up right now. I'm gonna pull it up on a different screen, but there was a tweet where one of the players there was playing USF4 while like browsing Twitter on his phone. It was great. I think even Dexerto like reported on it. It was really cool. But we were there. We were there during that. So that's like, yo, you know. Hold on. Twitter's so bad. Honestly, let me search it on Discord, because I think I can find it faster on Discord. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I found it. Let's go. But this was great. This was the best. Just Google Justin Wong. You probably found it, right? Like, just probably Googling Justin Wong, I bet. Yeah, oh yeah, he's an EVO legend. He's probably the most famous fighting game player in the US ever. But yeah, he used to be a lot less like of a celeb. Oh, you didn't realize? Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah. He's basically a celebrity now. It's not the first time I saw him. I saw him at a DreamHack Anaheim in 2020, and I actually got a photo with him there too. But I hadn't seen him. Of course, I hadn't been to Japan before, so it was the first time I saw him in Japan. But yeah, so this guy was playing USF4 at PlaySpot Big 1 Second while we were there, and this like popped off on Twitter. This got really viral because he was browsing Twitter while playing against the CPU in Street Fighter 4. It's so good. Like this is like peak performance right here. A lot of players in Japan and China as well learn how to play with one hand at the arcades because they I think the what's the word, like urban myth is that, I mean it's pretty much real too, but you know, I feel like the phrase is urban myth, is that they use the other hand to smoke, But no, this guy's not smoking. He's using the other hand to browse Twitter, which is legendary. Both Sarah the Hero, one of my buddies that went with me, as well as I, got to play against him, and we both got bodied, as you would expect. But it was a fun time. Sarah the Hero got, I think, like 10 games. He played 10 games against him. I played just one game because we were about to leave, and I didn't want to shame myself for too long. So, but that was fun. Yeah, that was a really nice moment. Some more third strike here. Okay, yeah, that's the last of the photos I got from PlaySpot Big 1 second. I should have taken a picture outside of the arcade, but yeah, this was a nice day. This was before EVO Japan as well, so people were still kind of relaxing and stuff. A rainy day in... where is this? Akihabara, I guess. This has to be Akihabara, surely. Yeah, but a rainy day nonetheless. Yeah, this is definitely Akihabara. Okay, this arcade, where are we? I don't know what that photo is. Oh, okay, I know what arcade this is. All right, yeah. This is GiGO Akihabara 1. GiGO Akihabara Building 1. We saw this, let me rewind the photos a ton. There we go. We saw this right here. I believe this is what I'm talking about. GiGO Akihabara Building 1. This arcade is really good. We'll talk more about it when we get to arcade tier list, but in this photo, in these photos, like again, sorry about that photo, but in this photo, so total chance encounter, but basically at Slashback, which was the event that I was part of organizing a couple weeks back, early in April, or not early in April, but late in April, whatever. Anyway, you guys get it. It was April. But basically, one of the bracket runners I was supervising, I actually ended up seeing like on the street of Akihabara, just outside of GiGO Akihabara 1, and I'm like, oh hey, yeah, I remember, you know, your ex, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, I remember seeing you at Slashback, and so yeah. Anyway, we chatted for a bit, and then we ended up, I know, doing the most despicable thing ever. We played Guilty Gear Strive. Nah, I mean, it wasn't that despicable, but I don't like this game, but I had a good time playing. The fellow I met at Slashback and now on the street outside of this arcade needed some practice for EVO Japan in this game, so decided to help get their, you know, cogs turning, however you want to call it. So yeah, we played some Strive for like an hour or so. I got completely bodied because I don't play this game, but I had a good time. These are the same APM cabinets that we saw at the other photo at PlaySpot Big 1 second. So these are all over the place in Japan. This is also Akihabara. This view is actually kind of just exiting from the hotel I was staying at in Akihabara. So it's nice to have this store right here. This store is the GOAT. It's basically an amalgamation of card shops, and I was in this place for a long time, several days. So not several days cumulatively, but like there were several individual days that I visited this this store. It's called Akihabara Radio Kaikon. Yep, and then there's Namco arcade, very small arcade, but it's got what else? It's got Gundam Arsenal Base and Gundam Extreme Versus. They also have a Gundam card shop in here. Or I said Gundam. They have a Bamco arcade shop in arcade shop. Oh my goodness, words. Bamco card shop. They have a Bamco card shop on like I think the second or third floor or something in here. People were playing I think Union Arena, Dragon Ball card game, One Piece trading card game, things like that. And then couple more floors up, you'd find a maid cafe. I didn't bother with maid cafes. I'll leave it at that. And then there's also a Gundam shop, which I did go to and took some pictures, but I didn't go to it at this point in the trip. It was a bit later. And then there's also a restaurant at the very top floor. I mean, the fact, like how these floors are arranged is a good representation of how they build it up in Japan, because Japan, or not Japan, like Tokyo specifically, is very landlocked. So a lot of stores are built up instead of like built side to side like they are in the US. So you'll find like completely different stores on different floors sometimes, for better or for worse. Yeah, this is Radio Kaikon. A lot of this is like the TCG heaven. It's really nice. And then this is across from Radio Kaikon. There's a couple of card shops here. There's a Bushy Road pop-up store for Dream Order, which seems to be like a baseball trading card game. There's a Gamers Lounge for also TCGs. Yeah, this little corner was really cool to have because it was literally right outside the hotel for me. And then there's gonna be a lot of photos of just cards. This is Vanguard. I think this was one of the first card shops you would see if you were to enter Radio Kaikon. So if you were to enter and then go to like the right towards the back, then you would find this shop. I forgot what it's called, but I think I took a picture of it. The title. Some more Vanguard, I guess. What is this? Oh no, not Vanguard. This is Zillions of Enemy. I never heard of this game before going to Japan, so I don't know, but yeah. Arsenal Base. We'll talk about Arsenal Base a bit later, but I played a ton of Arsenal Base. This was my first time playing it, and if you guys don't know about Arsenal Base, it's basically Clash Royale but with Gundam theming and it's the Gundam IP, right? Really cool game. Hey, what's up, Gale Man? Oh, Gale Man. Oh, I guess a name change, huh? But yeah, thanks for the welcome back. Yeah. So Arsenal Base. How much money did I spend on this game? I think it has to be in the ballpark of like, I don't know, like 70,000 yen maybe, 50,000 yen. I don't know, but like I spent a lot of money on this. It's kind of shameful. Next time I definitely won't need to though, because by now I have all the cards I wanted to bring back with me. But basically the way it works, it's really cool. I'll talk more about it later here soon. But basically you place the cards on like these slots of the arcade cabinet. Lol, you got me. You see you picked up some stuff. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I showed a bit of the things that I picked up. It's really cool Ice Kirby. This is one of my favorite things that I picked up. So some nice desk decoration. I picked up some other things too, but yeah, I really enjoyed the trip overall, as you can see. But yeah, you'd place these cards on the slots of the cabinet, and it would read the data of the card and like apply it in the game. It's really cool. Basically, I guess these cards have IC chips within them, so that it's able to do that. But also the foiling looks nice too, and you get your various cool mobile suits from different Gundam series. Of course, all I really care about is Gundam Seed, so that's what I went for. Kind of hard though, because the card pool for this season during the time I went to Japan wasn't the greatest according to people. So I tried to make do with what I ended up getting, but at the end I still had a lot of fun. But yeah, various card shops had some Arsenal Base stocked, and the only way to get cards from previous seasons is by buying these singles from these shops. And the way you get cards, by the way, you don't have to buy them from stores. You would insert credits into the Arsenal Base cabinet, and every credit, well, technically it's 200 yen per credit, so 200 yen, you put 2 100 yen coins in, and then you get a card guaranteed for that credit. And then after you play a match or after you do whatever, you have the chance of paying 100 yen for an additional card up to 4 more times. So basically you spend up to 400 more yen for 4 more cards. And that's good to do when you're starting out, or I shouldn't say good, that's fine to do when you're starting out, but then after a while you have a lot of cards, you get a lot of duplicates, it's not really worth doing. But yeah, really cool game. As it goes with Japan, they always had character figures. That's just how it goes. Some more Vanguard ads. When we get to the Osaka photos, there's gonna be so many. I don't know if I got photos of a lot of them, but there were so many Vanguard ads in Osaka. It's crazy, specifically in Nipponbashi Den Den Town. but I was absolutely absurd. Hey, it would be cool to pick up some video games over there, but you're not sure if it could be translated easy, especially the older stuff. Yeah, you know, I did pick up a few retro games, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, but mainly it's games that like either I already have and I just wanted like, you know, a physical copy of it, or it's a game that I would be fine with being able to play it in the Japanese version, or it's one that like you can literally only get from Japan. So examples of which being there's okay, give me 1 second. Let me try to grab it. So there's Hardpipe Vanguard EX. Again, it's really hard to see. Let me see if I can get. Okay, never mind. That's not gonna work. But Vanguard EX is a Switch game that was released only in Japan, and this is like what preceded what's it called? Deer Days. Deer Days is really pricey, and even though I liked the demo when it was first released, I didn't want to spend the money to buy it because it was like $60 or $70 or whatever. But Vanguard EX is great. This is basically like V series up to like I think EVO 9, so like midway through V series. And then I also got Ride to Victory. Kind of hard to see, but this is one of the first. I think this is actually the first Vanguard video game ever released. Japan only, 3DS, released in I think 2014. Very cheap. What I started noticing going to a lot of retro stores, a lot of retro games, unless they're like highly sought after, they're very, very cheap here. Ride to Victory was I think 480 yen, and then Vanguard EX was 2200 yen, which was actually the most expensive game that I picked up. Bleach Dark Souls, believe it or not, was under 500 yen as well. And then the other two 3DS Vanguard games that I got were pennies. They were like 200 yen and 100 yen. But no cases for them, unfortunately. But yeah, retro games are very, very cheap by comparison to the US. Now, I say that, but you'll find later on in the photos, stuff like Castlevania DS games or, you know, old Zelda games or old Pokemon games, those are going to be expensive in Japan. But if you're looking for like other stuff that's a bit more, I wouldn't call it niche, but like not necessarily as much sought after, it's going to be very, very cheap compared to the US. Okay, yeah, this is the name of the card. This is the card shop that had the previous photos here. It's just basically the first floor card shop that you see when you enter Radio Kaikon. Okay, you know the exclusive are super valid. If push comes to shove, it's probably translated online. Oh, definitely. Vanguard EX has some like online translation guides. And then for Ride to Victory, I'll be fine. Like it's like, since I know how to play Vanguard, and Vanguard honestly uses a lot of English, like in the phonetization, you know, it'll be fine. But for like other games, I can definitely see it, or it'd be a problem potentially. So yeah, card sleeves, deck boxes, Vanguard, yay! Divine Z is actively running both in Japan and in the US, so there's going to be a lot of ads for it as well. Like in Osaka, there was a ridiculous number of ads for Vanguard Divine Z, and I have a couple of booklets that I picked up too. Like, there's going to be a little event in Nipponbashi Den Den Town. Unfortunately, it was after I left, but there were like ads all over the place for that. It's crazy. And you definitely understand when you're looking at the prices for the DS version of Dragon Quest V, the Japanese version is always a fraction of the price of the US version. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like, anytime you see like retro games in the US, people are like quick to try to, you know, pump up the price, get as much out of it as they can. That's how it goes in the US, unfortunately. But in Japan, it's like the opposite. Like, they're like, we just want to sell this game, you know? So they sell it like really cheap. Like, a lot of these were like cheaper than my meals. Like, it's pretty crazy. So, and we'll get to that too, the meals being extremely cheap as well. But yeah, more character figures. Yeah, Akihabara Radio Kaikon is great. It's awesome. Bleach, let's go. I actually ended up picking up one of these Toshiro figures. I can't remember which one. It's definitely not. Yeah, I don't think it was any of these. I think it was a different photo. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it was this one. I picked up this Toshiro figure. I think it was less than 6,000 yen. They ended up getting a discount for it. But yeah, very cool. This is the first Bleach that I spotted anywhere during my time in Japan, so I'm like, okay, I gotta get the picture right. But I ended up seeing more later, so it wasn't like the only time. More card shops, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Some of these card shops actually had English edition cards, as you can see. And if I were like active in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which I'm definitely not anymore, absolutely not. But if I were active in Yu-Gi-Oh!, I would imagine like looking through some of these like bulk piles or just looking at whatever they have would be a good idea, because they might have stuff for cheaper than how you would buy it in the US. By Schwartz. Yeah, in terms of the card games, I'd say like how do we order like the popularity for this? So we can keep going through these photos while I think about it, but I think the most popular for sure is Yu-Gi-Oh! In Japan. Like that, undoubtedly Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the most popular. But it might surprise some of you, but I would say second is probably Pokemon. Pokemon right now in Japan is popping off so hard. I think that game has gone a resurgence in Japan, like unlike anything else. And it might sound like in some ways that's not a surprise, but if you really think about it, like Pokemon in the US doesn't really compare to Pokemon in Japan, because like it's Pokemon as an IP in Japan is popular, but then the trading card game, it doesn't really translate to that, right? But now it's like actually translating to that in Japan, so it's really interesting. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! Pokemon, I would say like probably the most popular. And then third, to my surprise personally, Duel Masters. Duel Masters seems to be doing extremely well in Japan. Like it's still holding its own. We haven't really seen Duel Masters in most of these photos, I don't think, but Duel Masters is definitely number 3 from what I've seen at card shops. English versions, that's so clean. They probably don't know what they have in those packs. They probably do, but still, yeah. This is like bulk, right? So they don't really care. I think they're like set prices. Yeah, like here's like 30 yen per card. So it's like, you know, who cares, right? But for these, they obviously price them because they're foils and stuff. Some Beyblade, really cool. Some card sleeves. Let's go through those. Some Weeb stuff. Oh, Melty Blood Type Lumina, I guess. Tsukihime, whatever. Same difference. Did they have any super rare stuff on display for like the card games? Not this shop, but there were some other shops that had some rare stuff. I think they might be in some of these photos, but I can't remember if I took a picture of them. There was one shop that had like some old Dark Magician stuff. It was really cool. And then some old Exodia rarities too. Battle Spirits on the radar. Oh yeah, Battle Spirits was there for sure. So I was talking about the order, right? So Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, Duel Masters. I would say fourth is probably One Piece TCG, based on what I saw. And then fifth, I don't know, fourth, I can't remember which one would be fourth actually, because it's kind of hard to tell after the first 3. Like the first 3 is like the really popular ones. Oh, you know what? No, it's not One Piece. Vi Schwartz. Vi Schwartz is fourth for sure. Vi Schwartz is everywhere in Japan. That's super popular. I think that's Bushiroad's most popular card game in Japan by far. But yeah, Vi Schwartz, then One Piece TCG is probably there at 5th, and then probably Battle Spirits. I'd say Battle Spirits is probably somewhere after those. MTG is surprisingly popular in Japan too. That one definitely I was not like expecting, but I guess maybe MTG picked up at some point in Japan. I don't know. Digimon, Digimon. I think Japan is kind of moving on from Digimon, unfortunately. In the US, it's still got some legs, but in Japan, I think I rarely saw Digimon, if at all. Unfortunately. Oh, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is doing okay, but I don't know if it's doing as popular as like One Piece. One Piece is doing really well, but I did see Dragon Ball a few times. The thing is, Dragon Ball has this like similar to Gundam Arsenal Base. It has this like hybrid arcade card game as well, which I think I have a few photos of, but we won't get to those until much later. But yeah, Duel Masters, some more. Oh, this was the retro game store in Akihabara Radio Kaikon. And then Vending machines. I didn't talk about them, but vending machines. Whew, what an awesome thing to have. Like just vending machines that you can willingly use and just get a bunch of great drinks for good prices. Because in the US, vending machines are way too expensive. In Japan, they're like reasonably priced. There's actually like definitely a meta for vending machines, which I'll go over maybe later. But this vending machine is obviously not for drinks. This is for cards. So you just play the gacha basically at a vending machine. I didn't use these, but they're amusing, I guess. Yeah, unfortunate, still cool though. Yeah. It's like, you know, I want to say the Digimon was popular at some point, but definitely not anymore right now. So yeah. But some retro games at the retro game store that I took a picture of. This is the retro game store. They also have cards, so it's really cool. But they had a decent selection. I didn't find Bleach Dark Souls at the store, but I ended up getting it at a different store. Actually, I can't. So the pictures of locals I actually shouldn't be showing because I wasn't supposed to have taken those photos, but I didn't realize until after. So I'll try to skip over those. But people play locals there. And then let's see. This is more card shops. Full Comp, which has a couple locations. They have a location in Nipponbashi Den Den Town in Osaka as well. Vanguard sleeves. So this was at Big Magic, which I know is ironic, but Big Magic had the most Vanguard sleeves I saw out of all of the TCG shops that I went to. So I ended up picking up a ton of sleeves from this. In fact, it was funny because like even before I picked them up, I went back the next day before I picked them up and I saw some of the sleeves were not there. So people are definitely like buying these like candy for sure. Great selection of old units. Like we can see like what's that guy's name? Oh my goodness, Gancelot or something. No, come on. I cannot believe I don't remember that. Anyway, Royal Paladin, Orbital Think Tank. I think it's Octagonal Magnus or something, or Hexagonal Magnus. I don't remember. Some Great Nature in there. More Great Nature, Big Belly. I think that's. I remember this is like Draconic Blade Master or something. Yeah, a lot of cool units on these sleeves. Alfred, yeah, sorry, yeah. Alfred, I don't know why I couldn't remember, but yeah, thanks, Rebirth, and yeah, Alfred. Some of the older units. The mats, maybe not the best. I mean, some of them were okay, but nothing that I saw that I was interested in. But the sleeves were great. They had a lot of awesome old units here. Look at that, even Dragobus Luard. So yeah, it was nice seeing some G-era stuff too, because these days in Japan, I'll tell you guys right now, no one plays Premium or V. Like everyone plays Overdress, which not called Overdress anymore. Everyone plays everyone plays Standard. You know, Divine Z, whatever it's called right now. But yeah, some more sleeves. Throwback with Aichi. These are some old Aichi sleeves because I remember my brother used to have these a long time ago. So they have the blackout sleeves. Much cheaper than they are in America, by the way. Oh my goodness. In America, these are like way overpriced, but here it's like a lot more reasonable. Still expensive, obviously, but a lot more reasonable. And then some more sleeves. These are among the ones that I got. So I think I got this one. I definitely got the Gabriel sleeves. Expensive, as you can see, 8,000 yen. But highly worth because you can't find that in many places anymore. I got the Dragstrider sleeves here. Dragstrider Luard. 4,500 yen for the Giera Luquier. This sleeves I already had, the Stark sleeves, but it was surprising that this is actually more expensive than the price I got them at in the US. The Xeroth Dragon sleeves. Asha sleeves for a reasonable price, I guess. Ogma sleeves, 6,000 yen for Ogma. I got those, I think, as well. Yeah, a lot of great. Lieta, yep, from Neo Nectar. I miss Giera. A lot of great sleeves here, anyway. Don't want to spend too much time on them, but yeah, they had a lot of good sleeves. And this is the name of the store, Big Magic. It's so funny because Big Magic ended up having the biggest Vanguard sleeve collection out of all the shops in Akihabara Radio Kaikon. So it was really funny. But they did have Magic there, of course, as well. Zillions of Enemy. This is like some double-digit ranking card game in Japan. It's not very popular, but it is at a couple spots in Akihabara. Bushi Road Base. Unfortunately, the time I went, they didn't have the Vanguard stuff. The theming was Dream Order, so I didn't really bother. But Bushi Road Base exists. If you guys aren't familiar, they... let me pull up the Twitter. They post a lot of stuff for... like promoting Bushido products, right? But this was recently opened and it's a really cool spot. Yeah, they have a lot of nice things there. Right now it's, again, the Dream Order theme, so it's like not really something that interests me, but it's a really cool space. Right, back to this. Okay, this is Game Panic Akihabara. We'll talk about it when we get to the arcades, but this is one of the most number of floors out of any arcade in Akihabara. However, the stuff... Oh yeah, good find on those sleeves. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. There was a lot of good stuff there. Sorry, I think I missed that one. But they had a ton of good stuff. I think that was definitely the best spot I found sleeves out of all the card shops I went to during my time there. But yeah, Game Panic Akihabara. This is like a... I think they have two stores. They have one here in Akihabara, and then they have another store that they recently opened in Toyama. Unfortunately, the Toyama one was like out of the way for me, so I didn't end up going to that one. But this is like a very good spot to go to if you're a rhythm game enthusiast. I think on the... Let's see. I think it's on these floors right here. The floors... Crane. Yeah, I think these are the rhythm game floors here. They have great rhythm game selections. Not like retro rhythm games, but like 2DX. What's it called? Oh my goodness. The washing machine. The taiko drums. They have a lot of good stuff in Game Panic. They don't have like retro rhythm games, really like pop music or something, but the selection is good. And then on the top floors, they have... so on the very top floor, they have Gundam. It's basically all Gundam. They have Extreme Versus, like 20 cabs or so. And they have Arsenal Base, which is like 6 cabs. I spent a lot of time on the 9th floor. Even though... so, sad part about this arcade is that there's only one elevator. And of course, 9 floors, only one elevator is a little rough. So the other option is to take the stairs, right? Those stairs are brutal. Like, my goodness. But it was worth it, because for a couple of my Gundam Arsenal Base expeditions, I was trying to hit these arcades a bit early, because the strat for Arsenal Base is, in order to get like the rarest cards, right after they, basically like every like evening and morning, they do maintenance on the Arsenal Base machines, because they need to fill the cards back up, right? So the strat is to go there as soon as these arcades open, so that you can have the higher chance of getting the rarest cards that they put into the machine. It's really silly, I guess, but it was amusing. But this is one of the arcades I went to for that, because not only is the Arsenal Base on the 9th floor, but also they have 6 of them. So it gives you a good chance to like fly through the machines and have hopefully a good shot at getting some rare cards. And because, again, it's like not really a well-known chain, there are fewer people usually at Game Panic than there are like a GiGO or a Taito Station. So that was cool. This is one of the alleyways in Akihabara. And then there's GiGO Building Number 1. GiGO Akihabara Building 1. One of the best spots for, what else? Gundam. You go to the basement floor, you find all the Gundam you ever like. At least Gundam Extreme Versus. I think they had like 30 something. No, it says there like 58 seats. That's the most number of seats for out of any arcade I think I've been to. Well, there might be another arcade that has more or comparable, because there was a round one I went to in Osaka that had a ton. It was crazy. But yeah, I didn't want to like, you know, film people, so anyway. This is another floor in GiGO Building 1. This is literally all FGO. It's so funny. And there was no one there. Like, at least this time I went, there was no one there. It's hilarious. Just FGO, no one playing it. Like, respect. And then this is the uppermost floor of GiGO Akihabara Building 1. They have... This is a good spot for Arsenal Base. It's probably the best spot to play Arsenal Base competitively in Akihabara, because they hold tournaments pretty often for it. The time I went, they had just finished a tournament up, and the bracket was on... Yeah, FGO the Gacha, exactly, yeah. Fate Grand Order, yep. For all those people that enjoy that stuff. I mean, you know, card games are gacha inherently too, but that's a whole separate matter. But yeah, this is some Arsenal Base. This is like a display case that they had at the arcade. Really cool. Some more Arsenal Base stuff. And I think I have footage we can watch for a bit of Arsenal Base, but this is going to be a long stream, right? So we're going to talk about it. But they held a tournament shortly before I went there. Really cool stuff. Life-size cards. And here's like a sneak peek at the cabinets. They also have the stream setup for Arsenal Base. They actually have 2 stream setups for Arsenal Base at this GiGO. So that's how you know, like, this is the spot, you know. But yeah, it's cool stuff. I played some Uniclair on the same floor as well, because this is where they also have the fighting games. Not very many fighting games if you don't play Gundam, but they had APM, and of course APM has Uniclair. They finally broke free. You remember FGO popping up like crazy? Yeah, I think people have moved on for once, which is interesting, because man, what did I see the most of? I mean, obviously the crane games people played a lot of at the arcades, but apart from that, I want to say it was just Gundam that people played the most of, if it was available, of course. Pretty funny. But yeah, I played some Uniclair on the AllNet brass multi cabinets. It's so awesome, you guys. The modern APM cabinets have a USB port for charging as well as a headphone port. And then I believe you can also plug in a pad. It's not pictured here, but you can plug in a pad if you want to use a controller instead of using the lever and buttons. Really nice. They really want you to stay at this arcade forever, which I certainly did. Oh, yes, lovely. Bleach Dark Souls. So this was actually before, chronologically, this is before all the photos I just took. But Bleach Dark Souls is... I don't know how to explain it, but it's like my favorite fighting game lately. So I was playing it a lot, random moments. This was before the plane ride to Japan, so I played a little bit at the airport. I don't know why this photo's positioned here, though. Yeah, you know what's up. This game is awesome. I actually wanted to write a few resources on it, because there's not enough documentation on stuff, but it takes too much time. For now, it's all in my head, and I hope to remember it. But yeah, more Gundam Arsenal Base. Oh yeah, this is the figure I bought, so I guess I don't need to show it on stream, but this is the figure I bought from Radio Kaikon for Toshiro. Okay, here we go. Peak time, guys. This is Shinjuku Sportsland. This is probably my favorite arcade that I went to out of all of them. Yep, high praise for this arcade. This is just an amazing arcade. For fighting games, for rhythm games, for a lot of other things too. A lot of history is at this arcade for Guilty Gear and for BlazBlue, and for good reason. Even Ultra Street Fighter 4 as well. And you can see the history, like in the posters and all of the signage. Some amazing posters from older versions of BlazBlue. I think some signatures were done by Toshimichi Mori himself. Can't remember which one I saw it at, but I mean, it's evident here that there's a lot of history at this arcade. You can see some of the Nesca cabinets as well. Summit of BlazBlue was a very important event early into BlazBlue's arcade history. This is like the national tournament, and they have qualifiers at each region in Japan, and basically the qualifiers are held at certain arcades, this being one of them. So yeah, some history there. This game, I guess this was Extreme Versus' predecessor. Seed Destiny Zaft 2, something like that. I don't know. I played this game a little bit. I don't know. I feel like Extreme Versus is just better. But this game, I can see where it laid the groundwork for Extreme Versus later on. But you know, I had to play it because I love Gundam Seed, so that was cool. I really like the aesthetic of this game actually, because there's like a lot of like in Gundam Seed, in just Gundam series in general, like the captain is doing a lot of commanding to the members of the crew, right? And in this game, like you hear a lot of like Muru like commanding you or like telling you stuff. So I guess it's cool. This is still at Shinjuku Sportsland. This is not like all their streams that are active, but this is like an example of archive streams that they've done before for various fighting games. Guilty Gear Rev 2, Plus R, BBCF. What game is this? Oh, this is Akatsuki Blitzcomp. That makes sense. I just didn't recognize the characters, but I guess they've changed the art style a little bit. But yeah, Akatsuki Blitzcomp. Of course, we've got... what game is this? I think this is... I want to say this is Wonderland Wars. I don't know. It's one of those like RTSs that you play at the arcade. I don't know what it's called. Virtua Fighter Esports, Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 6. And then was the live photo. Oh yeah, they had KOF 11 here. Can you believe that, guys? Blitzcomp has a sequel only in Japan. That might be it. Yes, that's right. N1 Anastasis. That's what this is. Or however you pronounce it, I don't know, but that's what this game is for sure. Yeah, KOF 11. 100 yen, you get 2 plays, which is great because it's a retro game. But yeah, they have Shinjuku Sportsland. You guys will see the arcade tier list. S tier arcade, free, easy. Zenryoku and I met up, like they were at Takadano Baba, I think, doing something else. The reason I actually came to Shinjuku Sportsland, it wasn't just random. They had a BBCF event scheduled for this day that I went, but unfortunately it was called off because not enough players show up. And then I eventually spoke to Nakao, who's the organizer for BlazBlue stuff and Gundam stuff at this arcade, and basically saying like, you know, the BlazBlue players don't really show up anymore because of Steam NetPlay, like rollback netcode. And that conversation was really pleasant. That day also had Shop Bar Lucy Locals for Uni 2 that I probably should have gone to prepare for EVO Japan. But honestly, nothing can replace like the conversation that I had with Nakao. It was like really pleasant. And I learned a lot of Japanese from that conversation because it was like hard communicating, right? But I still learned a lot from that. And we had a nice exchange. But yeah, what's this photo? Okay, this video. So this is some legendary stuff here. So Zenryoku and I played Virtua Fighter Esports at this arcade when he came over. And we were kind of goofing around a little bit. But what's going on here is we're waiting for the challenger comes. Like, you know, whenever someone puts in their credit and is about to play against you, it's like challenger comes, right? Like here comes a new challenger, right? So we were waiting for that in this one, but it didn't happen because Virtua Fighter Esports forces best of 3, and we didn't know it. But it's really good that it does that, right? Because like you get a lot more value for your credit, but we didn't know that it did that. So the next video is where I'm waiting in training mode, and he puts in his credit. It's like challenger comes. There's Zenryoku. So still waiting on him, but it was like, yo, actually I can unmute this briefly. You guys can hear it. Oh, come on. There we go.
So yeah, we're about to see the challenger comes.
Yo.
Challenger comes.
But yeah, anyway, I guess it's a little bit of a very, very inside joke for FGC Slick, because when someone joins FGC ECLA, the greeting message is challenger comes GIF, so from Virtua Fighter. So yeah, it's like that. But anyway, another day in Akihabara, another day in Radio Kaikon. Did I mute it back again? Anyway, this is a much nicer day, as you can see. No clouds, so I got to see what Akihabara looks like without, like, you know, the gloomy overcast. Poppin' music. I believe this... Where is this? This must have been at Taitohei Akihabara, I think. Must have been. I enjoyed playing this game. One of my friends loves poppin' music, so I had to play it and show him one of the songs I liked. And then I played some Gitadora and found out that Trico has a song in Gitsudora. I did not even know. The challenger indeed comes. These are some good photos. Was this from your phone camera or camera? This is all from my phone. iPhone SE. The newest iPhone SE, not the old one. But yeah, it's all from my phone. Yeah, this song, so I don't know if you guys know Trico, but they're like probably the most popular math rock band in Japan. And I did not know that they're so popular that they got a song in Gitsudora. Like, that's pretty crazy to me. But yeah, I enjoyed playing that one. Yeah, this is indeed Taitohei. Another S tier arcade we're going to be seeing an arcade tier list pretty soon. I know spoilers, but I assure you guys, this arcade is the must visit if you go to Japan. Look at this. They have some great selection. This is Dodonpachi Saidai Ojo, one of the most highly regarded STGs in Japan. Like, STG is like shooting game, like that's what Japan calls it, but like STG shmup, right? Side-scrolling shmup, basically. This is one of the most highly regarded ones. We played a little bit of it, Zenryoku and I. This is also Mushihime Sama Futari, I think. Whatever it's called. Another great game. Some Ultra Street Fighter 4, lovely on the Nesca cabs. This is Hokuto no Ken. Oh man, what a game. Gundam Zeta. What is this? I don't know. Anyway. It's a Gundam game. But I guess I took a photo because of that. This was a souvenir shop right outside of Taitohei. It's called Aki One International, I think. Something like that. I got a few souvenirs from my family from this store. Taitohei, the front view of it. Again, you guys gotta go. If you guys go to Japan, this is a must-go arcade. For sure. It's one of the best. I saw Afterimage. So anytime I saw Afterimage at a video game store, I took a picture. But I saw it only twice. But I still feel like seeing it twice was pretty surprising to me. I guess Afterimage is a little bit more popular in Japan than in the US. I don't know. I guess it makes sense because it's neighboring. It's a relatively neighboring country to the original residence of the developers, which is in China, right? So I guess it makes sense. Yeah, there it is. Yep, there it is. Yeah, yeah. So anytime I saw it, I had to take a picture. I didn't buy it. In hindsight, I probably should have just bought the physical copy because I don't have a physical copy of Afterimage right now. But you know, whatever. If I go back, I'll get it. It'll probably be cheaper anyway when I go back. Same store, different floor. They had some Gundam Seed products because obviously Gundam Seed Freedom released recently. So they had a lot of good stuff. I didn't buy any of these though. Another shot of... Where is this? I actually don't know where this is. I'm guessing this is Akihabara, but I have no clue. This could also be Shinjuku, because I did go there. Shinjuku is crazy. It's absolutely absurd. So many people. It's like one of the most crowded stations in Tokyo. Oh no, this is Akihabara still. Okay. The Machinations has a like a big store. They're like an, I guess, character figure, action figure chain store. So they have a big store for that. I went inside. Not much stuff I recognized because it wasn't entirely Gundam. They had a lot of like Kamen Rider stuff too, I guess. I don't know. This is outside of the Akihabara JR station. Akihabara Ichi and Akihabara UDX. Some decent places for eating some food. The places there aren't the most amazing though. I don't know if I recommend it over just getting some food from a random alley in the street, you know. Legitimately, like the food you find just randomly walking some street is probably going to be better. It's really good across my experience. An upper view of Akihabara, the train platforms. There's Taito Game Station, Akihabara. Big Camera, a relatively major store for electronics in Japan. The other big one is Yodobashi Camera. Galleria Esports Lounge. I didn't go inside, but they have that. There's also Maid Cafe. Oh, speaking of maid cafes, oh dear. If you ever walk like Akihabara, basically if you walk any of the like, I think they're called Otome roads or like Ota roads, something like that. You'll always see like people handing out flyers for the maid cafes. Oh my goodness. I guess they have a large appeal. I wouldn't know, so. But yeah, an upper view of Akihabara. Where's this? I actually don't remember where this view is from. Based on the... Okay, well, that's fine. We'll figure it out, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember where this view is from at all. I don't even remember... Where did I play this? Okay, given that... Was this Taito Station? This must have been Taito Station Akihabara, because... This must have been like some of the first times I was playing Arsenal Base, but yeah. Arsenal Base, again, it's like Clash Royale style Gundam game. You place your cards on the slots. I don't know if I got a photo of that. Oh, partially. But you place your cards physically on the slots, and then you also have like a data card for it. There's a special data card. This is like the special edition data card. They also have the other data card. You can just use the Bandai Namco Passport IC card, but they had special themed Gundam Arsenal Base one, so I decided to pick that one up instead. And you can use that to save your data. It's kind of mandatory for this game though, because it tracks your progress and your stats and stuff through the card, and then that's how it allows you to level up and stuff, where you get your card stronger and stuff. Yeah, it's like a sneak peek at the UI. This was early on when I was playing though. This is some of the cards that I had at the time. Oh boy, those were the early days, weren't they? But yeah, you get the cards dispensed. Oh, I took a lot of photos. Wow. You play, and then this is showing the tutorial like the first time you play. You play, you get some cards, you keep playing, you get more cards. And then as you're playing, you deploy the units you have based on the cards that you put in the slots. And they fight Clash Royale style, pretty much. Okay. This is a night photo of Akihabara. Surely. Oh, no. Okay, so, yeah, that is Akihabara, I believe. But, okay, so now we're on a different day. This is Shinjuku. So, I went to, so there's a famous arcade where, if you guys don't know the history of this channel, a lot of the videos I used to make had footage from this very arcade. Unfortunately, it's not the same anymore, because sometime, like, a couple years ago, Sega decided to sell all of their Club Sega and Sega World arcades to a company called Genda, and Genda rebranded those arcades to GiGO. So this arcade used to be called Club Sega Shinjuku West Exit. Now it's called GiGO Shinjuku West Exit, right? This is where a lot of high-level Uniplay in Tokyo used to take place, on the basement floor known as Battle Arena. And that's what I wanted to capture here. The basement floor here is where all the video games and rhythm games are. So we went down into the basement floor. This floor is known as Battle Arena. Yes, yeah, this is where all, like, a lot of that footage, not all of it, but a lot of the footage was footage from this very arcade. Unfortunately, it's not the same anymore. If you go into this arcade now, it's a lot of Gundam Extreme Versus. It's a lot of rhythm games. It's a lot of various other arcade games, and hardly any fighting games any longer. This arcade received such a makeover, and not a good way in my opinion. But thankfully they left here the relic of the past, the Battle Arena at the very top. If you look at like VODs of from that channel, let me just pull up the channel so that we get like a visual representation here. Oh dear. Okay, so let's go to YouTube. Let's get GiGO. So this is Battle Arena's channel, so you guys know I'm not kidding here. You go to the old videos, you get the footage. This is the footage from this arcade. We can find, let me see, what's the easiest one to refer to? They had a tournament towards the tail end of, like, you know, like the heyday of this arcade. Was it this? I don't think it was that. Can't remember the name of the tournament, unfortunately. But anyway, if you like look hard enough at the footage, you could find like yeah, it's not this tournament unfortunately, but anyway, you could find like where you can see like the view of the top. Oh, it was Nishisevo. There we go. Yeah, it was this here. So this is the same arcade, and man, has it changed? It's not the same. It's literally not the same. Battle Arena is not what it once was, and you can see like in the background it used to have a lot of like fighting game cabinets, but now we look at it now and it's all Gundam and rhythm games. Oops. It's all come on, it's all Gundam, rhythm games, various other arcade games, but hardly any fighting games. And that's just how it goes, right? At the end of the day, Gundam Extreme Versus makes money. You can't really say Gundam took over because it's always been big in Japan. Yeah, that's true, but I mean, it really did take over for this arcade, right? Because it didn't have this many Gundam cabinets prior. But yeah, not what it once was. It's a shame. But yeah, I played some Arsenal base here. This is when I didn't have as good cards. Like, I mean, of course, you're not gonna have good cards when you start out, but we were getting there eventually. Yeah. And then we played. I don't remember what we played. Oh, hold on. Is this a video? Oh, okay. I played some actual matches here. We don't have to watch the full thing, but I guess we can take a sneak peek at it so you guys can see the gameplay. But yeah, you put the cards in. It registers them in the game, and then you play the game like Clash Royale, pretty much. And there is obviously an element of strategy. I can't read Japanese very well, so I don't fully understand or know the strategies. But having a surface level knowledge of how the game works is good enough, really. You don't, because the game is very simple. If you played Clash Royale before, you'll understand this really quickly. So yeah, I didn't use my tripod for this one. I think I used my tripod for future recordings. So maybe we can just look at those later. But yeah, anyway. A lot of Gundam Arsenal base photos. There's another photo of showing the floors. Yeah, this arcade is not good anymore. The game reading physical cards is really cool. Yeah, it's so cool. And this is not the only game that does it. There's like a couple RTS arcade games that do it. There's other hybrid card game arcade games that do it that I saw at some Namco arcades. It's really cool. It's like you see these things only in Japan for sure. Some more photos of Shinjuku. Again, Shinjuku, if you ever go here, guys, like this station is ridiculous. It's busy like almost every time that I went. And the station itself is such a menagerie. Like it's just like it's so easy to get lost because it's massive. So many exits, so many pathways underground and all that. So yeah. Okay, so I went to a different spot in Shinjuku here. This is like kind of the southeast end of Shinjuku Station. A lot of people will walk here, tourists and locals alike. This arcade is Taito Station Shinjuku South Game World, I think. Shinjuku South Exit Game World. This is a decent arcade. They had some okay arcade games, but I think the main attraction here is that they had a rhythm game floor that had some of the best selections I've seen out of arcades that I went to. So, and cool posters as well. I didn't get a photo of the rhythm game floor, unfortunately, but you guys can take my word for it. And then Shinjuku Sportsland during the day, because I forgot to take a picture outside of the arcade when I had gone the earlier day. So I took a picture at this moment. This is Shinjuku Sportsland. Highly recommend going to this one. This is probably my favorite arcade that I went to. And they still play fighting games, so if you go here, check their schedule, try to land on a day where they have something going on, then you can probably catch some games. If you play Gundam Extreme Versus, these guys play Gundam Extreme Versus there literally all the time, so that'll be no problem either. Probably a great spot to go for that in general, because the competition there is pretty ferocious. Don Quixote. This is still in Shinjuku. Okay, so I think this is back at Akihabara, Radio Kaikon, but I saw Union Arena Bleach cards, and this is the first time I saw Bleach cards, so I was like, okay, this game's got my attention now. And apparently it's like a crossover game. It's very similar to Weiss Schwarz. where they have a bunch of licensed Shonen Jump properties, and it's just like those put into the game. I don't know anything about the gameplay, but they've got like Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, Tekken for some reason. Tekken 7, it's so funny, is one of the series in this game. One Piece is in here. Some other games. You guys can look it up, because actually it's going to get an English release not too long from now. So I might check it out and see if the game's any good, and if it is, then I'll probably pick it up. But you know, already it's got my interest with Bleach, so you guys already know. This is one of the spots I ate at in Akihabara. Food was fine, not bad. Definitely cheap, so I don't mind. And then this is like, I started getting like really good pools and made use of them right away. They didn't like optimize them fully at this point, but like I was like, okay, now we got good cards, you know. So now we can play the game pretty well. But it was at this point I started facing like much stronger people, because by this point my win rate was like, I think 60 something percent, like really high 60%. And I'm pretty sure this game uses like a hidden MMR. So I was fighting people that were much higher level and much higher rank, which obviously you can guess how that went. So eventually I received some MMR correction, and I finished my time there in Gold 5, but Gold 5 is a rank floor. It's similar to like Hearthstone and some other games where after you hit like the rank floor, then if you lose, you start actually losing points. So after I hit Gold 5, I was losing points, and like I see it. I don't think I'll be able to like grind to get higher than Gold 5, so I stopped there pretty much. Yes, okay, so I did play Umihara Kawase fresh on the APM cabinet. This was at Taitohei Akihabara, along with Zenryoku. We both played it. This game is not that bad actually. I think it hey, the Zenryoku. I think it does what it's supposed to do, which it's like a nice little how to call it, like extra game in the Umihara Kawase series. I think I'll pick it up if it goes on sale on Steam or some other platform. But the level design is definitely like babyified. Like it's a lot less stressful than earlier games. However, there's like a boss fight stage, and that boss fight is actually really interesting. I think a lot better than the boss fights that were done earlier in the series. So there's something cool there. That's where she's from. Yes. Kawase is from the Umihara Kawase series. Very, very awesome series. If you haven't played it before, I highly recommend. One of my favorites. There's a poster of Dodonpachi Saidai Ojo. Zenryoku took a picture next to it. And oh yeah, okay, so yeah, all you guys, during this trip, and as you guys already saw in the stream title, the GDQ first submission game list was announced, and we're gonna be going. Let's go. Like what's the way to describe this? Like, I was excited, but I'm like, man, EVO Japan is literally tomorrow. I'm gonna be thinking about this the whole time, and that was the case. But obviously, I'm happy for this. So, but this screenshot was when I first saw the news, and interestingly, like you can see the time. Obviously, I woke up, and the first way I found out about it was not from the email that they sent, but rather from Arcalena's Discord ping in the Afterimage speedrun Discord server. So I was like, oh, and then, you know, I saw it there, and then saw that they announced it on Twitter as well, and then saw the email. This is a picture of the I guess light rail, you can call it, on the way to EVO Japan's venue. EVO Japan, if you guys want to understand where it's situated, so let me pull up a map quickly. It's a map. Actually, hold up. Let me. I don't want to dox myself, so let me quickly get the switching here, because Google loves snapping to your location on the Google Maps. But 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. So, Koto is where the EVO Japan venue was, and specifically where in Koto? It's in where are we? Oh my goodness, my bearings are lost. Okay, it's fine. Let's search Ariake. Oh dear. Ariake Jimmy X. It's at this venue called ARPGME X, which is situated here. It's kind of far from all the festivities that are in mainland Tokyo, but it's a really nice ride to get there. Like the rail I took was from Yurakucho Station, and it was like taking this route along here, all the way to Ariake Tennis no Mori Station, and then it was a short walk to the venue from there. So really cool. That's where that photo's from. And if you want to see where that is in relation to Akihabara, it's not the closest. Akihabara is a little far. I think the total ride is like 50 minutes. But you know, I mean, that's the nature of it, right? But yeah, cool ride. This spot right here specifically is Diversity Plaza in Koto. It's a mall with a round one with the famous Gundam statue. Let's go. Got a picture in front of that. We'll see it later on in the pictures, but yeah, it's a nice spot. A lot of tourists go here. They also have like a little, I guess like, I don't know how to call it, but like you need like tickets to go in there anyway. It's like a Gundam themed place. I don't know if it's like a museum or an exhibit or something, but it's cool too. I didn't end up going though. Here's ARPGME X, the venue for EVO Japan. EVO Japan, okay, we're going to talk about this right now because I guess it's timely for it. But I did not enjoy EVO Japan. I'm going to say that, like, fully upfront. EVO Japan was the low light of my trip. Not just not a highlight, but it was a low light. It was probably the worst part about this trip. Where do we start? So yeah, this is the way to walk to the check-in place. For EVO Japan, you need if you're an international player, you need tickets. You have to buy online, and then they send you an email, which you use the email to put in the code and to start at GG, and then they tell you afterwards that you need to go to a 7-Eleven. I think it's the Wednesday before EVO Japan or later, up until the day of the event, to pick up your player ticket. Right? It's a really weird process, and this process is not the same for domestic players. And similarly, this process is not the same for domestic players that buy a non-3-day ticket. It's so weird. Like, they have different processes for every type of days of ticket, or whether you're an international player or not. And that already just made for like a confusing process. Yeah, it's really weird. You specifically had to pick it up from a 7-Eleven, your player ticket. And thankfully, the process of picking it up from a 7-Eleven is not hard. I haven't really mentioned this, but convenience stores in Japan, like, it's so good, guys. It's so good. They're all over the place. Like, you won't walk very far to find one. You know, they've got most of your food needs for, you know, if you're in a rush. It's great, and they're very efficient at serving you and getting you out the door, that kind of thing. But yeah, we had to pick them up at 7-Eleven, the player tickets, and afterwards we go through. We give them the player ticket. They give us the badge. I have the badge, but I don't feel like getting it. It's so funny. Yeah, why 7-Eleven? I don't know, but that's what they partnered with, I guess. I mean, 7-Eleven, to be fair, I think it's the biggest convenience store chain in Japan. So that part of it, I guess, is reasonable, but I don't know. It's still pretty strange. Why couldn't they have just done it entirely electronically? When, for that matter, domestic players, it's done entirely electronically. International players, for all international players, it's done through 7-Eleven. But then for domestic players that don't do, I think, like three days or 1 day or something like that, like the other way around it might be, but either way, for them, they have to also do it through 7-Eleven. It's just like, doesn't make any sense. Regardless, though, that was like that was just like the first mix-up, right? There wasn't anything too bad like about that. So after this, check-in was pretty smooth. I got there Saturday. That's the first day of the event. And then this is the map. After you enter, a lot of people were hanging out at the front. I didn't take a lot of pictures of EVO Japan. Again, like I didn't really enjoy it. So after I was done with the tournaments, I was out of there, to be honest. But this is the map of the event. You can see the floor plan, the venue. Super crowded on on day one, Saturday. Super crowded. And honestly, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that both my tournaments were on Saturday, because I would not have wanted to be there beyond the days I needed to. KOF was right here, which is why I entered, as well as Undernight and Birth 2, just right there. Very, very crowded. My problem with EVO Japan right now is that it feels like it's basically advertising for the corporations to have like their new games being tried out by players here, rather than focusing on a quality event for the competitors. On the side here was all booths for like 2XKO, Hunter x Hunter, Strive, I guess, for some reason. Oh, the new Garo City of the Wolves, or Fatal Fury, whatever the thing is called. Yeah, those are on the side here. And then there were some vendors selling their merch and stuff. I wanted to get something from Muteki Jikan, who is literally means like basically iframes, as far as I understand. They have great merch, Muteki Jikan has, but I didn't get a chance to get it because I was a little. I just wanted to be out of there after a certain point. There are also vendors for Hori, Hitbox. Hitbox is huge in Japan. Oh my goodness, you guys, like leverless controllers. For whatever reason, they just taken off now, even in Japan. It's pretty crazy. You saw the Garo stuff? Yeah. Like leverless controllers have taken off completely in Japan. You see a lot of people using them at locals and at these tournaments. But I did go to a few locals, and my goodness, like people love their leverless controllers now. But yeah, Hitbox was there, Hori, Sanwa was somewhere here or something. Muteki Jikan, some other vendors, I don't remember. And then here, the side event space looked like they were having a good time. They had a great time, right? We all the way over here, we did not have a good time. The main tournaments seemed to be run worse than the side tournaments, because the side tournaments were run by the community and the people for the respective games. Yeah, let's talk about it. So, all right, so I got there Saturday, right? Crowded, blah, 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 looking for wherever my pool was. I got there relatively early, which was unfortunate for me because there was a lot of waiting and standing. So crowded, nowhere to like rest and stuff, nowhere to sit, unless you wanted to sit outside, which unfortunately was also crowded. But just waiting, sitting around, so many people, right? Then it's time to go to the pool. Honestly, my KOF pool was run fine. I didn't think there was really any major issues. The one thing was like, you know, of course, my Japanese is very poor, and my bracket runner doesn't know English that much either, but it still worked out fine. I wasn't like DQ'd or anything. But there were a couple matches where I was waiting for quite a bit of time. Not like the worst amount of wait time, but still quite a bit of time in losers. But otherwise, it was a nicely run pool overall, all things considered. ET was in my pool for KOF 15, so that was cool. I got to see some of his matches. Very skilled player, obviously. The players I played personally, so my first match was against, I don't even remember the characters he played. I think it was like Kyo, Kula, and someone else, I don't remember. But basically, this is like my first interaction playing against someone in a tournament environment in Japan. So I had to like, from this match, I had to pick up on like what are the conversational nuances, right? To effectively communicate. This is where I like messed up a little bit, because basically he asked, hey, ET, he's never dropped that game since launch. Yeah, ET's the GOAT for sure. ET's definitely the GOAT. Definitely deserved that he won EVO Japan this year. Really big congrats to him, because beating Xiaohai is no joke. That guy's a monster. Even though he's like has his focus like kind of split between two games, like Xiaohai's still Xiaohai right now, so beating him was no small feat whatsoever. Okay, so I fought my opponent in KOF, right, the first round, and basically he asked button check, right? And I'm like, oh dear, all right, how do I respond, right? Because basically what I did, I set my buttons at character select like you're able to do, right? You're able to do this in KOF. You set your buttons at character select, you check your buttons at character select, and the guy's like, button check, and I'm like, button check, okay, that's like something along those lines is what I said. And he's like, okay. And we go in the match, and both of us are playing very passively to start out, like very, very passively. Like I was like kind of walking back and forth, because I started round start backdash and was walking back and forth, right? Like not even like pressing any face buttons. And then he was doing the same thing, and I'm like, are we button checking? Because like my response to him was like, that's fine, like button check is okay. But what I later learned in Japan, saying that's fine means like I'm okay, I don't want to do it. Like that's what I'm realizing now, right? Which is like, I guess in hindsight it's like so obvious, right? I should have known. But in that moment I was like confused. I'm like, are we button checking or what? Because like in like the US or like just in general, I guess I'm not sure if it's like everywhere else in the world, but in the US if you say like I'm okay, that can either mean let's do it, or that means like I'm good, I don't want to do it, right? Like it could mean both. It kind of just depends on how you say it. But what I meant was like, yeah, button check is fine, we can do it, right? I didn't want to say like yes, let's button check, you know, because I didn't want to make it complicated. But turns out saying that meant that like, no, I don't want to do button check. So anyway, I only learned I learned midway into the set that this guy was playing for real, even though like I was personally playing passively, right? Because I was trying to like cover for whether we're doing a button check or whether we're playing for real, right? And I didn't want there to be any like confusion or issues there. But then eventually he started doing forward hop JCD, and I'm like, okay, we're playing for real, right? So that's when I started playing less passively. But it was so funny because if there's like footage, probably there isn't footage, but if there were footage of us playing in the beginning, you probably would have been seeing like we were just like kind of standing around and, you know, moving very unintentfully. It was pretty funny. But I ended up losing. I probably could have won that one, but I was not warmed up whatsoever. Speaking of warm up, oh my goodness. Oh. Can you guys believe that no casuals or warm up were allowed ever during the event for any of the main games? Any of them, no matter what they were. None. Zero casuals. Zero warm up. Not even a way to test whether your controller worked, like other than like, you know, button check maybe, or how the delay feels. They were like because someone went to sit down and try to like, you know, button mash for a bit, and someone ran over to him and said, no, right? It's so bad. Like, I don't get how you can run an offline fighting game major of this size, of this scale, and not allow casuals whatsoever. That's what made it like kind of unbearable to want to stay in the venue, to be honest. And by the way, guys, I'm staying on this image because I literally don't have many photos at all. Like, you guys can see like the photos in right there. So sorry about that in advance. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, no casuals. But anyway, I lost that guy. I probably could have beaten him, but I wasn't really warmed up. And then in losers, I fought against an on-hell player. I don't even remember what the other people on his team were because I just got double OCV'd by the on-hell. And he was good. I think he was better than the opponent I played in round one. But the thing is, in losers, I got a couple of DQ wins that took a while to resolve. Not like the worst wait times, though. Given it was DQs, it wasn't the worst amount of waiting. And then I fought the on-hell player, lost. It was a good match, though. And he was really nice. He was really friendly. He also had some friends backing him up, so whenever he was hitting like the on-hell combos, they were like, hey, like, you know, and then he was like, hi. It was really cool. But yeah, that was a fun match. So effectively it was 0-2, but because of the DQ wins, I think it ended up being like 3-2 or 2-2, something like that. Regardless though, the KOF pool was run fine for what it was worth. The Uni 2 pool, oh my goodness. Disaster. So, check in, right? We checked in, that was fine. We got called to play our match. I'm like, okay. We called to play our match. They told us to sit down, and then they ran through like a quick run through of the rules. They didn't even do this for KOF. Like for Uni 2, they just went through a quick run through of the rules, and it's like you have to random select the stage, you get to random select the music unless you can agree upon them. You have to do Junken, like, you know, rock paper scissors for which side you want to sit on, player 1 or player 2, and then finally they remind us that it's Nisaki, right? Like first to 2, and if you lose, you can switch characters, but if you win, you can't. I'm like, okay, like everyone knows this, right? Like if they didn't know it, they're probably gonna, you know, the other players are probably gonna know, or you know, that means they didn't read the start of the GG rules, which people should read if they don't know. So I'm like, okay, they're running through this, right? This like, okay, all right, I get it. And then we played, or not, or wait, did we? So what happened? We got called to play. We got called to sit down. I just decided to sit down on player 2 side. I told my opponent I didn't really care what side, right? And then they told us, like, don't play yet. Don't play yet. We're playing an off-stream match. Our match was called. We were called to sit down. And then they're like, don't play yet. And then we're like, okay. Right? Like, oh, okay. Okay. All right. And then we waited for, like, you know, like 10 minutes or so. And then I asked them, like, are we allowed to play? Right? And then, like it's like, is it okay to play or something like that? And they're like, no, not yet. And then my opponent said, like, button check, right? So we ended up doing button check. And then I guess some guy, like, that was a bracket runner, heard us from behind and it was like, button check, like, do a button check has to be done in match. Like, we were trying to do it at the character select screen. Like, it was really hard to communicate because, again, my Japanese is not good and my opponent didn't know English. But basically, I was doing my button check at at character select, and I'm like, I'm good. Like I wasn't selecting my character, I'm good, right? So I was just waiting still. And then the guy came behind us and probably heard what we were saying and was like, no, do button check. And I'm like, okay. So we went into, like, the game proper, did our button check, and we were still waiting, mind you. This is like 15 minutes by this point. And then finally, we're told, okay, fine, you can start. Like I'm like, is it okay to start? And like, yes, okay, you can start. So, like, yeah. Then we do the, you know, good luck, that kind of thing. We played. By then, I was, like, completely, I guess, iced is the word to say here. I played extremely badly, like, so badly. It was such an embarrassment. I played Carmine, mind you, and basically after EVO Japan, I realized I should play Nanase here because these players are no joke. They don't mess around. So I decided to play Nanase for the majority of my time here. But I did play Carmine against this player who was a Merkava player, and I got completely bodied. Like, I think I got perfected twice, and I didn't get a single round. So it just felt like I, you know, made a joke out of myself. But it was still fine. Like, it was like GG's, right? And then the opponent I lost to in that round, first round, then played against the highest seeded player in my pool, Daniru. He's, like, probably the best Batista player that's active right now in Japan. And actually, the player that I lost to ended up beating Daniru. So that was interesting. Like, I guess that was a little bit validating for me. Validating is not the word. I guess it felt like, okay, like, relieving, I guess. Like, okay, I don't feel that bad for having lost to him because, like, he beat the best player in the pool. So, and obviously that was an upset, right? So, like, it's like, okay, we take those and move on. Still waited a long time. I think I waited like 20 minutes before my next match minimum. And by the way, there were no DQs at that point. The 20 minutes waited. And then they were about to call me to play on stream, but then realized that my opponent was not going to be there. So then they're like, okay, we're going to have you wait again. So waited like another 10 or 15 minutes or so. And then we get called to play our next match. It's against a player that, thank the Lord, he knew English. He's actually a guy that lives in Japan, but anyway, he's not from Japan originally. But anyway, we got called to play. He plays Akatsuki. Yeah, he plays Akatsuki, right? Anyway, we got called to play. They told us to wait. They didn't go through the rules again like the first time, right? But they told us to wait, and then they said do button check. And I told the guy, because again, he's like, he knows English, so it's very easy to say this, right? It's like, okay, I'm okay with doing button check a character select. And he was like, okay, yeah, me too. So we did button check a character select, and we just waited. And then they told us to, have you done button check? And we're like, yeah, we did. And it's like, no, button check, like button check. And I'm like, huh? All right. Because I guess they didn't know that you can do button check at character select because the bracket runners weren't familiar enough with Uni2 or whatever. I don't know. It's pretty shameful, to be honest. But regardless, they insisted that we do a button check. So, because we had to wait longer anyway. So, like, okay, fine. I guess we might as well do a button check, right? So we did a button check. Then afterwards, we still had to wait some more time. Then they finally told us you can play. At this point, I don't remember how much time we waited, but we waited for a good amount of time. Then we ended up playing. I lost again. I didn't think I played the worst, but also I did play Carmine for one of the games, and then I played Nanase. Not a good idea. I just should have played Nanase from the beginning. But anyway, whatever. Lessons learned. But anyway, I lost, and then I was like, okay, I'm out of there. I'm so done with this tournament, right? Interestingly, too, our pool was part of another pool that was part of the stream block of that event. So the stream was being done on the main stream here, the main stage. Maybe that was part of the holdup. I doubt it. I mean, I had one match that was about to be blocked to play on stream, but then it ended up being called off because of a DQ, which, I mean, whatever, right? Like, that's going to happen. But the wait times were obnoxious for Uni 2. It was ridiculous. And then just, like, the fine particularness was just so unnecessary. Like, I don't see why we should need to do the button check in the game when we can literally do it at character select, which saves time. Yeah, no warm-up, long wait times, and no casuals still. Uni 2 was even worse than KOF, where they say no casuals. At any given point during our pools, there were at least 3 setups open. And they're like, no, like no casuals. Like, no, you can't do it. No casuals whatsoever. And they weren't using those setups. They weren't using those setups. So it's like, I don't get it. You know, like, so you're just standing. You're just standing the whole time, just waiting for your match. And then when you get called, you can't play right away. For whatever reason. I don't know. Like, I guess they didn't want to get ahead of time for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't want to be ahead of time. Ahead of schedule. Especially given that fighting game tournaments almost always go behind schedule. But then as soon as Uni 2 pools were over, they took the setups away. So that's how I knew that, like, yeah, nah, this tournament's pretty bad. So yeah, it wasn't great overall. Now, I will say some highlights, because I know I was very negative there. Some positives. Got to meet Nihongo Gamer, and that was an excellent experience. That really saved EVO Japan for me. Nihongo Gamer is like a really chill and nice dude. I actually ended up seeing him near, I think the Grand Blue section. I'm not sure if he was playing in Grand Blue, but I think that's where I ended up spotting him. We had a nice cordial chat. We also briefly had a stop over at the SNK booth where I took this picture. And then he also took the picture as well, doing the Terry pose. So yeah, that was nice. I think overall that really helped, helped the experience be a lot more like manageable. I'd say like manageable is like underselling it, but like that was a positive for sure. And then so this screenshot, right? This looks like very irrelevant, but no, it is relevant. So one of my buddies, like we were of course both sporting the FGC UCLA shirts, right? So he got to play on stream in Tekken pools, right? And basically what happened was that the stream showed him as like winning, like botting the other guy, so much so that like I guess somehow, well, not somehow, because Eris was watching the stream too, right? But a bunch of like high profile streamers were watching, right? And they're like, FGC at UCLA? Yo, I used to go there. Like, you know, like they were all saying that kind of thing. They didn't realize at the time that the scores were wrong on the stream. And no, like Sarah the Hero got like destroyed, unfortunately. That's just how it goes. But no. This guy on Cappuccino, which I don't recommend seeing the subreddit, by the way. Like, it's definitely just don't go there. But this post got shared to us, and I took a screenshot because I'm like, this is probably gonna get deleted, right? But this was so funny. Some guy like really mad that someone comes from UCLA or like SoCal to get bodied at EVO Japan. I mean, dude, we're just going to have a good time. It doesn't really like, it's not that profound, you know. But this is hilarious. Like, some people commented saying like, we should like teach this guy a lesson, but I'm like, no, let this guy cook. You know, like let this guy have his opinion, man. This is such like a raw opinion. Like, it's crazy. Bro traveled from Japan to Cali to play at that level. Like, if this is what this guy thinks, then let him cook, you know? But this was funny. So, anyway. Okay, yeah. See, that's all my photos from EVO Japan. I didn't really take that much. I was in and out. I didn't even go back to the venue on Sunday or Monday. Although, I guess a little bit more about EVO Japan. The matches are great as usual. EVO Japan never misses for having good high-level play, but that's not the trouble. The trouble is the way the event is run itself. There's a lot of issues, and apparently this year was improved. I don't want to know how previous years were, if this year is improved. But KOF top 6, great. Uni 2 top 6, great as usual. Every other tournament I'm sure had great ones too. I didn't really catch those though. In fact, I didn't watch entirely most of the top 6s. It's silly that they even have top 6s in the first place. Like, this is just ridiculous. It's just more ad add time, I guess. I don't know. Doesn't make any sense otherwise. Another thing I was gonna mention. Oh yeah, KOF 15 didn't get very many matches on stream. There was some very poor mismanagement of the stream blocks in general, and it just was very disappointing. Okay, we can move on from EVO Japan. Overall, I did not like it. Yikes, he was mad. Someone went to have fun. Yeah. Let him cook by himself. Exactly. You know it. Exactly. Like, at the end of the day, we're just here to have some fun. We're going to Japan. We might as well go to EVO Japan, right? That's how I felt about it. It's like, I'm going to Japan at this time. Might as well go to EVO Japan. It's a nice excuse. But yeah, this is some more Gundam Arsenal-based gameplay. So this is like a better, like, I guess, way to see what it looks like. I have the tripod here, so it's a bit better. It's still like kind of jank, but you place the cards on the slots, and then it shows the unit that you place on the arcade cabinet. It's really, really cool. And there's data like associated with each unit that you use. Like you have a way of leveling up each respective series as well as each individual mobile suit, for example, which can give you like special bonuses as you get them higher levels. Which basically reads you got to play a lot. Obviously, if you don't live in Japan, there's not really a way to play this. So as for me, I just have these cards to keep them. I have my data card still. So the next time I go to Japan, I'll play some more. But yeah, we get all these units loaded in. There's also like series bonuses for using the same series within your formation. So if you use like multiple Sea Destiny pilots and mobile suits, then you get some bonuses for that. Similar thing for Gundam Wing for all the other series. So then we can see a little bit of the gameplay. Again, looks like Clash Royale. You place what are called the suppressors. These are the blue units. The suppressors basically only target enemy structures, if there are any. If there are no enemy structures nearby, then that's when they'll fight enemy mobile suits. What I placed down is something called a defender. That's the green right here. And defenders target suppressors or other mobile suits that are attacking a structure. But otherwise, if there's no mobile suit nearby, the defenders will just hug the structure that they're closest to, a friendly structure that they're closest to. And then the third type is annihilators, which are the red ones, or like orangish. And annihilators always try to seek out enemy mobile suits, whether that's other annihilators, whether that's suppressors, or whether that's defenders. And then there's like an RPS system. You can see at the side here, it's kind of showing that a little bit. But basically, annihilators beat defenders. Or not beat, but like they do bonus damage against defenders. Defenders do bonus damage against suppressors. Suppressors do bonus damage against structures. And then, unfortunately, I don't know if this is like an oversight or not. In my opinion, like just from playing it a little bit, I feel like annihilators should have some bonus damage dealt against them by some type of unit, but they don't at the moment. So the meta in this game is basically to pump your annihilators with the highest number of resources and stats as you can. That is, you give them like a high cost mobile suit with good amount of HP, attack, and mobility, as well as like, a good pilot that can control them. And you focus your resources on improving their ability to fight in the battle, because at the end of the day, there's nothing that's strong against annihilators. So if your annihilators are strong, then you're in good shape. But given that, the annihilators don't directly fight enemy structures, they're not the ones that are going to automatically win. So you have to have a way of winning. Speaking of which, of winning, what I did here was like a super move. It's called SP attack. And basically, I showed right there the button you have to press. You have to time the button press right there to get the max damage. And like basically, you have to hit the button when it hits here. It's not too hard to hit the timing, to be honest. I heard it used to be a lot harder, but maybe they made it easier or something. And that same button is also used for changing the view. If you want to zoom out or like focus on a specific portion of the field, then you can use that button to change the camera view. Otherwise, I mean, this game is very simple. You can see how it's playing. It's very, very much Clash Royale. And then time is not that much. I think you get like, I don't remember how much time. It's like 200 seconds or something. But if time runs out, then whoever has the most percentage wins. And then also, if you go below 50% health, or there's 60 seconds or less left, then both players enter climax boost, where like the cost recovery is increased, as well as the SP gauge recovery. The cost recovery is like the cost is like the resource that you need to deploy mobile suits as well as use their skills. And then SP gauge is what you use for super moves of the mobile suits. So anyway, I think that's a pretty good summary of the game, and then the rest of it, you guys get it. Let me see if there's anything else interesting that I did. Yeah, this is like a long form video. I'll put the link to this video in the description, because if you guys are interested, I did upload this to the channel unlisted. So if you're interested in just seeing like a closer look of how this game is, then please feel free to. I'll go ahead and put it in the description later. But yeah, this is Arsenal Base. Really, really fun game. Very simple. There is like depth for sure. I just haven't been able to go into that depth because it's like my Japanese is not good enough, and there's also like obviously I don't have the best cards, right? So there's a lot more strategy beyond what I was able to achieve, but it was still fun the time I played it. So here's just showing the card deployment after you play a match. You can get additional cards by placing some credits in, and you get them from like the bottom of the cabinet here. So then I showed what I got. I think, did I show what I got? There we go. I showed what I got. Like I already had this, so it's like, whatever. And whenever you're guaranteed to get, so there's 4 different types of rarities as far as I know, 4 or 5. Common, what is it? Common, rare, ultimate, master, perfect. I think something like that. So yeah, there are 5 rarities. But basically, if you get this like alert, the game will tell you like you're guaranteed to get master rare or above. So it's pretty cool. And the master rares, for reference, so the rares typically don't go for more than like, I would say 200 yen. If it's a really good rare, then it'll probably be like 200 yen or so at the card shops. The master rares can be like kind of up to, it depends on the card, but some of them can be like 2,000 yen, as much as that. And then the perfect and ultimate rares are a lot higher. Like those ones are, this is the ultimate rare, this is the perfect rare. And these ones can be like 2,000 yen minimum. Some of them even go for like 5,000 yen. But as you can hear, like the prices aren't too expensive for this game, and this is like a really rare card. Anyway, yeah. Gundam Arsenal Base. You can see some photos. Where did I play this? I don't remember. I'm thinking this was Game Panic Akihabara, but I've went to so many arcades and played different games, I don't remember. But okay, this is the Gundam statue at Diver City Plaza Mall in Koto. I showed on the map where Koto is. I can show again where Diver City Plaza is. It is out of the way of some of the other festivities we've been talking about. But it's right here. And you can see the life-size Unicorn Gundam statue. This thing is massive. It's as big as it looks in the picture. I think I have a photo of myself standing near it, although it might be on Discord, so I'll have to pull that up separately. But you can see where that is. It's pretty close to the EVO Japan venue, actually. Like, it's right there. This is the EVO Japan venue right here. Right there. And then this is the mall with the Unicorn Gundam, so really cool. Okay. And then I can see if I have the photo of because I think the photo, like, maybe not on purpose, but the photo angle was super sick. It's like a Dutch angle, and my friend was saying like, oh, you should use this as the album cover for your next math rock EP. And I'm like, oh, that would be sick. But yeah, here that is. Oh dear, I don't want to leak the DM, so let me try to open it in the browser actually. Okay, there we go. That's one of the photos. There's also the non-Dutch angle, but yeah, they're pretty cool. There we go. You can see how big it is. Person Gundam. But yeah, all right. And then let's see here. Yeah, Diver City Tokyo Plaza. They have a round one in there. The round one's all right. It's not terrible, but the mall itself is really cool. Malls in Japan are great. Malls in Japan are lovely. A lot of people go. There's the nice bridge walking across from Diversity Plaza. You can see the Tokyo main city from afar. Yeah. Oh yeah, okay, this is like a skip now. So this is after EVO Japan. This is on Monday evening. Sunday evening. So Sunday evening. What day was that? 26th of April. So after EVO Japan, the JP Uni community held like a little after party. I forgot the Japanese name for it, but there's a very specific name. But anyway, yeah, there's an after party after the EVO Japan tournament. They also had some casuals beforehand. But yeah, basically, these other two players, Kita and Rao, they also went to EVO Japan. And, well, actually, I don't know if Kita went to EVO Japan. Rao definitely went. But they're both, like, from the US, but they're living in Japan right now. So, you know, they're part of the uni scene here. And it was nice hanging out with them. Kita, I think, previously was part of, like, the NorCal scene, but isn't any longer. Because I had seen him at locals a few times, but we hadn't interacted directly. But during this, it's a drinking party, so people, you know, have their fun. But someone pulled out a PS4 with Uni 2 on it, and you guys know that Uni 2 players will play, or Uni players will play Uni 2 anywhere. So even on this very laggy projector, people were willing to play Uni 2. I think from what they were saying, it was like at least 10 frames of lag, which is crazy. To put that into perspective, that's like 160 ms or so. Like over 160, obviously. But like that's ridiculous. Like people complain about that kind of lag in League, for crying out loud. And in fighting games, that's horrendous. Like, I should tell you that. So but yeah, this was a good time. Met a lot of other of the JP players here. It was nice talking with them. This is Kamone. He's actually the director. He's the director of the Uni series at French Bread. Holy, call it online tournament. Yeah, basically online but offline. It's so funny. But yeah, this is Kamone. He's the director for the Internet Inbirth series, and he's one of the main people you'll see anywhere related to Uni at French Bread's company. But he was also at this after party, and he had a few words to say. Basically, like, you know, thanks everyone for playing and gathering here. Yeah, it was nice. It was really cool to see him there. Yeah, those are my only photos from that evening, I think. But I got to talk with a lot of people, so it was really nice. I got to meet Ripu and Crimson Crusader is now what he goes by. Ripu is like one of the main people that organizes events for the Tokyo uni scene. And I got to meet him for the first time, so that was really nice. And then Crimson Crusader, he's gone by a number of other names in the past. You guys have probably heard of Hua Hua, or like what was the other tag? He went by Ari-san, Ripo, what else? Fluffy Symphony. There we go, Fluffy Symphony. But anyway, he got second at EVO Japan, and he was really happy about it. But anyway, like, he had a good time this during this after party. Got to meet a lot of people, and yeah. Okay, so that was that. I went back to GiGO Akihabara 1 to take a bigger picture of the Arsenal base there. The Arsenal base goes crazy, by the way, guys. It's insane. There we go, the first food picture. Can't believe it. We've gotten, like, what, through 300 photos, and this is the first food picture. But yeah, this was some ramen. Or no, not ramen. This is I mean, this was ramen, but I'm trying to remember where specifically it was. But anyway, ramen. Ikebukuro Mikado, one of my favorite arcades. I played. So this was on Monday evening. I played Virtua Fighter. So basically, Ikebukuro Mikado. Most people are familiar with. Hey, what's up, Retro? Let's go. Yeah, we talked a great deal about a lot of things already, but to be honest, there's always the VOD, and we still got a lot to talk about before I get to the arcade tier list, Steven. So you haven't missed out on too much. But Ikebukuro Mikado, a lot of people know about Takadano Baba, but Ikebukuro is the second child of the Mikado arcades, and this arcade is amazing. This is one of my favorites. This is the Virtua Fighter spot in Tokyo, other than Game New Noyama. This one is like the other Virtua Fighter spot, specifically Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. Not even esports, but Final Showdown. That's how you know this place is legit. A lot of people play some games here. I didn't take photos inside really, but I ended up playing as part of their beginner intermediate competition. And there's actually the VOD for it. I can pull up the VOD right now, I think. Let me try to find it. But I had a great time. They were very receptive, and they were glad to have someone that was from California joining in their event, because they sent a tweet about it too. But yeah, this is Mikado's channel. Here we go. This should be it. So yes, that is me, Kurushi Drive, playing Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown at Ikebukuro Mikado. I got washed, but I mean, what do you expect? It's Virtua Fighter in Japan, at Ikebukuro Mikado, no less. But I still got some good moments. If you guys want to watch this, I'll put it in the description as well. But yeah, I got to play basically what the competition was. They run every so often throughout the week. They run what are called Taisenkai. I don't know how to translate that in English, but it's basically just like a local or a meetup. It's not a tournament proper, but it's like a chance to get some games in against people in a non-casual environment. So or just train or get better. But this was a first to 5, and there's just multiple first to 5s that are played on stream. I played this on stream against Baguio, and I got to chat with them for a bit. Again, Japanese, not up to snuff whatsoever, but it was still a cordial chat. And the guy that runs Ikebukuro Mikado as well as these events is super friendly as well. I definitely want to go back here and play in some more of their events, because I used to watch these a lot when I was in college. And they run them super consistently. It's great. So yeah. Again, I didn't really take much photos from here, but it's a great arcade. We'll talk about it more. I think this is still of Ikebukuro. This is like a small neighborhood in well, not small, it's kind of major, but it's a neighborhood in Toshima in Tokyo, kind of a little bit further northwest of Tokyo. Not super northwest, but in that general direction. Gitadora, as usual. I played a lot of Gitadora. Hey, you mess with VF? I do play a lot of VF. I shouldn't say play a lot, but VF is probably one of my favorite fighting games, yeah. You never got into it, but it'd be dope to know how to play it if there's an arcade that has a cabinet. If there's a round one in your area, well, I don't know, actually. I was going to say, because these days round one has been taking away the fighting games from arcades in the US, so I don't know. But regardless, VF is a great game. Unfortunately, Ultimate Showdown was kind of it didn't do enough. Let's put it that way. But it's still a good game. And it's not as intimidating as people say. There's a lot that can take you far with fundamentals in VF, unlike Tekken, where there's a lot of knowledge checks when you're starting out. In VF, you can just go raw fundamentals and move on. Speaking of raw, look at this, man. So good. This was at Akihabara, I believe. I had partially eaten it by then, but I think this camera angle does a great job of selling that savory deliciousness, Some good ramen, spinach and seaweed. Nice boiled egg. Oh, look at that steam. We get the live photo too. Steam curling from that ramen bowl. I don't know what this is from. I did buy this product, but I don't know why this is in the photo gallery. Oh yeah, so I went to the Bandai card game shop in Akihabara. It's like right next to where I was staying, and they had some obviously, you know, Banco games, right? Battle Spirits, Dragon Ball, Union Arena, Digimon was like that. That's like one of the few places I saw Digimon at. I really didn't see Digimon that much, unfortunately. One Piece TCG. Yeah, Battle Spirits is fairly popular in Japan, but probably not in the top 5. Probably like top 8 or top 9. Okay, and then this is the Gundam store. This is in the same building but different floor. The floor right above. Some cool things here. I was gonna get a shirt, but I didn't feel like it, so I'll go back and probably get a shirt for Gundam later. But yeah, this is where it is. The top floor of not top floor, the second to top floor is the Gundam store. Oh, what's this? I played some Ario Sour Randomizer. You guys know, it's you can't get enough of this game, so decided to play a little bit of it. I brought some seeds with me on the trip because I'm like, you know, I don't know if I'll ever want to play it. I did play it this instance, so it was pretty fun. I didn't finish the seed because it was going to take too long. I think by the time I found the first ancient book, it was like 40 minutes in, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you know, let me just go to bed. But this was fun. Okay, so this was on my last full day in Tokyo, because the day after this was going to be Friday, May 3rd, and that was the day that I headed to Osaka for KGP. But on this last full day, I did a ton of stuff, like not nerd related, like a lot of stuff just like sightseeing. So this is Tokyo Skytree. This thing is massive, my goodness. Like even in the photo, you can tell. But I think this photo captures it quite beautifully. It was a nice day outside as well, so it was perfect. But this is Tokyo Skytree. I think it's the better Tokyo Tower than Tokyo Tower itself, in my opinion at least. Tokyo, like having been to France and Eiffel Tower like beforehand already, Tokyo Tower was a bit underwhelming, but I think Tokyo Skytree is legit. This is the river right next to Tokyo Tower, or Tokyo Skytree. The neighborhood is called Oshiyange. I think it's in what city is that? It's in Taito City, I think. So a little bit more east of not really east, it's like central east of Tokyo. Yeah, some more photos. Beautiful area. It's the local area map. The station's right here, Oshiyange Station. Yeah, there's like an upper photo. It's not a photo from the Skytree, but it's like a photo from the platforms that are gonna take you there. So you get to see the city. Okay, we can fly through these. This is a very nice spot. So this is a river that takes you across to Asakusa, which is a neighborhood. Or did I say Taito earlier? I actually might have gotten mixed up on which one I said. Let me take a quick look at the map. Tree. We can just see what city it is. Just correct. Sumida. There we go. Sumida is where Tokyo Skytree is, and then Taito is where Asakusa is. So basically, I went to Skytree, and then I took a very short walk over here. Took this bridge, then took this other bridge. It's like a walking bridge, so it's really nice. And then crossed over to Asakusa neighborhood, which is a very beautiful tourist neighborhood in Taito. And it's very busy here. Like if you go like anytime, like this, mind you, this was during Golden Week, right? So if you guys don't know what Golden Week is, it's the longest string of holidays in Japan. I don't know exactly which days are holidays, but like basically most of the days of the week are holidays. And this particular day I went was not necessarily a holiday, but there's still tons of people there. The particular street, I think, was the one just south of Sensoji, which is like a temple. Really nice area. I have some photos of it, but there's like some nice walking markets and streets there. Yeah, we'll get to see them in the photos again. But I just wanted to make sure to convey where we were on the map. But yeah, this is the photos of that. This looks almost like a wallpaper photo, to be honest. It's really cool. Great. But yeah, some nice greenery. There's a park right there too. The other side of this bridge. Another shot. Then this is across the bridge. This is actually near the Sensoji. There it is, right there. A lot of people were here. Tried to get some photos of it. Didn't go inside directly, but really cool place. Some more shots. And then this is a gate. I don't know what it's called, but right here is where you can get some like matcha desserts. I got like the cream puff there. It was very delicious. I'm not like a huge fan of cream puffs, but I'll admit that one was tasty. And then there's like another part you can walk to towards Central Square. They have a Don Quixote there. Yeah. A lot of people. I went back to Sensoji for some more pictures and then walked towards the southern street. You can actually see Tokyo Skytree from here, and that's how you know that how big that thing is. This is the other side of the bridge, mind you. So a lot of people here, a lot of people on these like walking market streets. And actually they have some like souvenir shops that are, I think they're called stalls. I mean, they're like, they literally look like you're entering like a bathroom stall, but no, there's like very small souvenir shops along the street. Very cool. There's like a covered walkway, Market Street, as I was walking towards the station. Some more views of this part of Asakusa. This is near the station. And then, yeah. Okay, so... yeah, okay, this next picture is not in Asakusa anymore. This is in Minato. And I'll specifically, you can see the Tokyo Tower right there. That's the Tokyo Tower, by the way. And it's not that big. We're going to see it close up pretty soon. But this is like a nice temple entrance here on the way to Tokyo Tower. It's called, what is it called? Zojoji Temple. And then there's a view of the Tokyo Tower. In my opinion, the Skytree is a bit more impressive to me. But, you know, it's still a place that people go to. Yep, so... this is a nice park right next to the Tokyo Tower. I appreciated this park. Really short, small, but nice to walk through. And there's the Tokyo Tower itself. Not very big. If I can fit almost all of it in one photo like that, then that's how you know. Well, to be fair, Skytree was nearly that way too, but even then, when I was trying to get closer up to it, I couldn't get full view of it in one portrait photo. But this one was a bit easier to do so. But it was a nice day still. Okay. Yep. More of the park that's right next to Tokyo Tower. I didn't go up Tokyo Tower either, but, you know, I walked around the area. And there's also some nice architecture in Minato. Yeah, here's an example of that. Like, this here is really interesting. I was trying to understand what was going on with this building, like architecture-wise, but could not really fully grasp it. But it's cool. It's called Azabudai Hills. Interesting. But yeah, Minato this is. I think Konami is headquartered in Minato. Something like that. Some company. I don't know. Very chirpy. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's still cool. I agree. There are some people walking it, so it seems like it's possible to get a grasp on what's going on here, but this architecture definitely mesmerized me. There's a good shot. Oh, this is a really good shot of it. The live photo too. Okay, and then what is this? It's gotta be Shibuya, I think. Yeah, this is Shibuya. Okay. This Just wanted to make sure I remembered. So yeah, this is Shibuya, a different side of it, near like Miyashita Park, which is a nice mall over there in the central part of the city. And then I walked over to what's it called? Oh my goodness, Meiji Jingo, I think it's called Meiji Jingo. It's a temple park area. It's got very nice greenery for a good stretch, and it's really big walkways as well. A lot of people go here. Took a few photos. I think there's one, like the only selfie I took the whole time is actually at this area. None of these photos here, but like it's a photo coming up, I think. But yeah, it's a really nice spot. Yeah, there's the selfie, the one that I took the whole trip. Okay, and then there's Takadano Baba Mikado. This is a very famous arcade for fighting games. This is where a lot of great Guilty Gear and Third Strike took place way back. Guilty Gear still somewhat present, Third Strike not so much. But in terms of just being like a good retro arcade, it's still one of the best spots to go to. Yeah, I didn't really take pictures inside, but we can talk about it more when we get to the arcade tier list. Right next to it, not right next to it, but near the station as well, is GiGO Takadano Baba. It's an okay arcade. Played some Arsenal Base here. This was probably my last bit of Arsenal Base I played on the trip, to be honest. Or no, this wasn't, because I wasn't in Gold 5 yet, but regardless, I played some here. Had some new cards there. You can see Vinegar links. Played some Poppin' Music. Where was this? This must have been Taito Station Big Box Takadano Baba, probably. Has to have been. But yeah, oh yeah, the vending machines. I guess now that I have a photo, finally, like, we can talk about these a little bit. So the meta for the vending machines, I caught onto it when I went to Osaka specifically, because basically at first I was like, oh yeah, almost every vending machine where I see a drink I want, I'm going to use it right away, right? But later on, I started to understand what these vending machines were equipped with and what the prices were. And I was realizing that the prices at arcades were a bit slightly more expensive than the ones you'd find in the streets. And then yet again, there are a couple of vending machines on the streets you'd find that are specifically like 100 yen. Like it'll advertise as 100 yen, like one coin. It'll have one coin, question mark. But in reality, like you might find stuff that's like 110 yen or a little bit over. But anyway, like the ones at arcades are a little bit more expensive, and you can probably guess why, right? But I mean, these are still like fine prices. These aren't like the worst either. But it's just that you're paying like a little bit more, and it's non-trivial if you're a local or even if you're a tourist. Oh, lovely. We're at peak now. Nakano Broadway, so awesome. It is. I think this has got to be my favorite mall that I went to during my time in Japan. Nakano Broadway, excellent mall. They've got a nice like walking Market Street lead up to the mall itself, and the mall is great. They have a lot of fantastic spots there. The main reason I went here was for two arcades, Nakano TRF and Namco Nakano, but this was a good excuse to have gone there. I also had some good food here, so it was great. This is Nakano TRF, the formerly mentioned arcade. Very small space, but very intimate, very tight-knit. A lot of famous Guilty Gear matches take place here. They got some APM cabinets. They've got some older cabinets as well. Tetris, some other stuff. They have Nessica as well. Yes, there's the Nessica. Fatal Fury Special. We can go to their channel so that you guys know that I'm not kidding about Namco Nakano being legit. Or sorry, I said Namco Nakano. Nakano TRF is what I meant. But a lot of great Guilty Gear took place here. I think nowadays they upload from Twitch instead of streaming to YouTube, but you can see the Street Fighter 4, Akatsuki Blitz Comp, even Sam Show 5 Special. What else have we got? I don't know what game this is. Yeah. I don't know oh, it's the same game. Okay. Yeah, but they've got a lot of good stuff. Blaze of Central Fiction that they stream. It looks small, but they've got a lot of great stuff going on in this arcade. And some people were playing here, so I didn't get full shots of the arcade itself, but they're open pretty good hours, and they're at the 3rd floor, I believe, of Nakano Broadway Mall. So it's like a pretty fairly accessible spot to go to. Stream set up there. There's another side that they have as well that is operated by them. Yeah. And there's a schedule. The day I went, I believe had to have been, oh dear, nope. It had to have been Thursday. Yeah, they had nothing that day I went, of course. But then they had BBCF the next day, which is unfortunate because I missed that. Earlier they had Street Fighter 4 and Aquapazza, looks like. Aquapazza, however you pronounce it. Yeah. Oh, Battle Fantasia, they play that too. That's crazy. There's the food I had at Nakano. Is that Kamakura, which seems to be a chain for ramen? Delicious, delicious. Some good stuff. Ramen, fried rice, and gyoza. And then there's Namco Nakano, another arcade we'll talk about later. The Namco branded arcades, they basically have like some specific games, exclusive games, but it's mostly Gundam, as you guys would expect. They have some rhythm games too, but the rhythm game selection is not great, honestly. We go inside, we can see some of the like similar to Gundam Arsenal base, where they have like a card game integrated with the arcade game, and you know, you just place the cards on and you battle like that. I don't know how this game works. I didn't play it, but for Dragon Ball fans, I'm sure this is really cool. And then they have this equivalent one for Kamen Rider, I believe this is. Well, I don't know. Anyway, Gamba Legends. So, yeah. Similar to the other ones I mentioned. Then they have one for Pokemon too. I did actually see a few people playing this one. Not at this arcade, but there's another arcade I saw people playing it at. I think it was a round one. Then this is like a walk up to the second floor of Namco Nakano, where the Gundam Arsenal base and Gundam Extreme Versus is located. Basically like fighting games and other arcade games. Yep. Here's some Nesca cabs with 3x3 Third Strike. Some JoJo. I don't know what JoJo game this is. Last Survivor? Okay. It's JoJo Last Survivor. Yeah. Some people were playing this though. Extreme Versus 2 Overboost. This game is just absolutely massive in Japan. It's absurd. Arsenal base. And yeah, that was Nakano. This is still in Nakano actually, but I have a story. So I went to Tatakai Tuesday, which is a local in Nakano, and I needed to take the train from Akihabara, right? So I think I ended up taking I don't even remember the name of the line. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Point being, I took the train there and I heard Nakano from the train intercom. Oh, okay. So you need a card to put in to log in your account to the cabinet. How does your log your progress? It uses IC cards, passport cards like this. There's this. I'm actually pretty sure you can use the same card for those games I showed earlier, because this is a Bandai Namco passport card. It's just themed Arsenal base, but you can use it for other games that use the same thing. But that's how it logs the progress. You have to use this. You can also, I think there's an app you can also use, scan your phone with to do the same thing, but I'm not sure if that works for all the arcade games either. But yeah. But yeah, I went to Tatakai Tuesday, which is also in Nakano, and on the train intercom, I heard the station stop, right? It's like Nakano, right? I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta get off, because I wasn't really paying attention. Shame on me. I ended up stopping at, what was it called? I think it was Higashi Nakano instead of Nakano, which is like the east station of Nakano. And sadly, it's not walking distance from Nakano, or not close enough at least. So I got completely bodied. I was looking around, I'm like, where are all these landmarks that I'm looking for that lead to Red Bull Gaming Sphere? So I had to walk back to the station, and thankfully it was fine. Like, it wasn't bad. I didn't get lost. But that was almost really funny, because if I had not left super early to go to that local, then I probably would have missed it. But anyway, this is unrelated. This is called, wait, is this, I said all of that, and this is not even in Nakano. This is Oyama in Itabashi. This is on the way to Game Newton Oyama, because I wanted to check out that arcade. They have a nice walking market street. They have a lot of these in Japan. It's really cool. Love these. Walkability, thumbs up. Oh yeah, you did say that. No, you're all good. Yeah, you're wondering how or why they play gotchas in the cab. No, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, the data card is like integral to playing those games, especially. The fighting games not so much, but for like the card hybrid games, then those are kind of more vital. So yeah, this is Game Newton Oyama. Famous arcade for Third Strike, 100%. If you love Third Strike and you haven't gone to this arcade, you gotta go. 50 yen per game. Lovely. Really nice space. They've got other games too, not just Third Strike. They got Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown. They've got APM. They've got Nesca. They've got Street Fighter 6 type arcade. Very cozy space as well. They turned off the Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown cabs when I went there. I was really disappointed, but it's fine. I got to see the arcade. I played a little bit of Virtua Fighter Esports, just alone in training mode. But very nice space. You can see the history here with some of these brackets that they left on the wall. Third Strike mentioned, I know, right? Yeah, it's lovely. You got all this gear. Yep, and you can see some more of the cabinets that they've got. And yeah, that was Game Newton Oyama. Highly recommend going here if you love Third Strike. Don't remember this picture, to be honest. Oh, okay. This is the picture for my mom. She was asking about like what sort of stuff they have on TV here, and this was on, so I was like, yo, cooking competition. Retro Rage, what's with the sad face? Is it because you don't like Third Strike? You don't like fighting games? Why the sad face? So, where's this? Oh, this is the morning that I had to leave to go to Osaka, but I quickly made a stop at this card shop, take a photo of the Union Arena products that they had, and these are all starter decks for Blue Lock, for Code Geass, Dr. Stone, Tekken 7, Tales of Arise. A lot of great stuff. You can even see it says brand new card game. Card shops in Japan, they carry plentiful things. Like they've got just shelves and, you know, plenty of goodies for card enthusiasts, especially at Akihabara. Tales of Arise is a card game. Yeah, not quite, Robbo. Basically, Union Arena is like this crossover card game. It's similar to Weiss Schwarz, if you've heard of that, where they have all these anime series that are licensed, and they're given these cards as their own like set of cards you can play with, and then you play them in the deck in like a card game system. So for Union Arena, that exists. Oh, you see, they take care to import them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's pretty much like an amalgamation of IPs that, you know, are licensed to be a part of this game. So yeah, Tales of Arise is in here. Tekken 7 is so funny to me. Like the fact that this is in here is just hilarious. Were there any 3DS game finds? Yes. Oh yeah, I got I guess I should talk about that, sure. But I got Card Fight Vanguard. It's kind of hard to see because of the glare and the background removal. But Vanguard Ride to Victory. I got Card Fight Vanguard EX. I got Bleach Dark Souls JP edition, but no case for it. No case for the other two Vanguard 3DS games I got. That's about it, actually. I didn't get anything else. But there were some good finds. I have the pictures of the other things I saw. Most of those things were in Osaka, Nipponbashi. Speaking of Kansai, yeah, let's go. So we got the first photo in Kansai. This is of Acho Neo Amusement Space. This is the best arcade in Kansai, in my opinion. This arcade is just legendary. Ignore the other stuff. The other stuff is unrelated, but Acho is just amazing. It's so good. They got everything for video game enthusiasts, at least. The Crane games, they fund the arcades at this point, so it's like, you know, they're kind of mandatory to have if you want to stick around. But we can see Acho here going up the elevator. Such a beautiful spot. And this is located in Kyoto, guys. So basically, I can describe my trip to Osaka. So so again, I was staying in Akihabara, which is in Chiyoda. Let's find that. Where are we? Oh my goodness. There we are. So I was staying like around here. And I had to take the station to Tokyo, which is where the Shinkansen travels from. And then the Shinkansen all the way to Osaka. And then where I was staying in Osaka was a neighborhood called Namba, which is a pretty like booming neighborhood, I would say. Very popular. And it's right next to the nerd street / neighborhood called Nipponbashi Den Den. So it was convenient for that, plus the fact that the KGP venue, which is the whole reason I went to Osaka in the first place, KGP's venue was right here too. It's in Misono Universe, which is also in Namba. It's kind of hard to spot here precisely, but you guys get the point. It's here, somewhere here. But anyway, when I got there that same night, I decided, okay, I'm probably not gonna have time because KGP is gonna happen this weekend. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, exactly. I know, right? Yeah, KGP was the same weekend, so I had to, like, you know, the same night I arrived in Osaka, I decided, okay, I'm gonna take the train up to Kyoto to visit Acho, and that's literally all I did in Acho, and that was such a great time. Acho is somewhere here, like somewhere around this area, and I played Dodonpachi Saidai Ojo, which is a STG shmup. I played KOF 13 against real people, no joke, not kidding. And then I played BlazBlue Central Fiction against one real person, and those were great because it's so hard to find people to play fighting games with, even in Japan arcades. It's kind of incredible. Unless you go to like an organized event, it's pretty hard to play against random people, but happened to do so, and they were both pretty skilled. It was a fun time. BlazBlue player I even got to exchange Twitter accounts with, so if I come again to Japan, then I'll be excited to play against him. He played Hazama, really strong Hazama. He's from Taiwan, so he lives in Osaka right now, and it's really cool. But this is some of the stuff you see at Acho. They got the Neo Geo cabinets. They've got Third Strike. Can't see what that is, but they've got stuff. Really good selection. If you've watched Acho arcade VODs, then you already know that they've got a lot of good things. But seeing it for yourself is just a whole nother thing. Because I've been watching Acho for a long time. But yeah, they got all the good stuff. You guys already know. KOF, Garo, Melty Blood, Third Strike, Hokuto no Ken. Yeah, they got all the good stuff. This is their only store, by the way. So, but that's all they need. They got Ketsui, which is a pretty highly regarded STG shmup. This is Saidai Ojo, which I played for a little bit. Yep. These are all on the upper floor. The lower floor is fighting games and rhythm games. Fighting games and crane games. And then the upper floor is rhythm games and these retro games. Here are some of the rhythm games. And then some more of that same floor. Poppin' music. I played some Arsenal Base, so yeah, I already told you guys about the fighting games I played here, but I played some Arsenal Base before that, before I saw some people were playing KO 13 on the Nesca cab near this Arsenal Base cabinet. And this is a picture of my reaching gold 5, and I'm like, okay, I can retire. But the win rate was, so I like early on I was like getting 70% and then 68%, dropped to 62% because I kept getting matched against like higher level players than me. So I think they're trying to do like correction back down to 50. Obviously, if I play more, I'm going to be near a 50% win rate. That's just what they optimize for in the matchmaking. So that's the way it goes, right? KOF 13 against a real person. Lovely. I played Rio Mature Leona, but I selected Rio on accident. And you guys know how arcades go. If you select on accident, you got to hold that. I play Psyche Mature Leona normally, but Rio was selected on accident. But it was fine. Rio was doing actually pretty good work. Turns out fundamental Rio is very viable, but the guy I played against was playing like, I don't remember the characters he played, but his king was all right. And then his friend came after, because I beat this guy 3 times, and then his friend came on the cabinet and faced me with he was playing Kyo, what is it, Kyo, EX Yori, and Shen. Where's Shen? Shen. And I got bodied. I didn't get bodied. Like, I lost those 3 matches, but it wasn't a body. Like, I was doing pretty well against him, but his Shen and his Iori were a lot better than what I could manage against. His Shen was hitting every confirm, and then his Iori was like, I just couldn't close it out against him. Yeah, we ball with Rio. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, Rio is still fine in this game. He's not even that bad. He can. I was hitting a ton of JCDs, and I hit a few parries too. That felt good. He's a really cool character in this game. But what else was I gonna say? Yeah, like, he knew what he was doing. Obviously, he knows what he's doing if he's gonna pick that team, which is literally 3 top tiers. But I wasn't doing that badly. I didn't get that body, but I did lose all 3. And then after the 3rd one, he said he couldn't play anymore. So, you know, but thanks for the games. Like, he didn't say that in English because, you know, yeah. But anyway, that was fun. That was great. But during this, while I was playing KOF 13, I saw to my left, or it's going to be like that side for you guys. But anyway, I saw to my left, or no, the camera's showing it right. It's not flipped. Let's go. But yeah, I saw to my left, there was a guy labbing Blaze Blue Central Fiction for a while, actually. He was still labbing it even when I was playing Arsenal Base. But I decided to hop on the opposite cab to him, and we played like a good 9 or 10 matches, and that was a body. Like, I got bodied. However, those were some of the most fun Blaze Blue matches I've ever played. And I got 2 rounds on him, and both rounds were like convincing enough. There are a number of other close rounds that I had. Man, you don't ask for much, but you like to be randomly good at KOF O2UM. Oh, we're gonna talk about that one soon. We're gonna talk about that one. When we get to Athena Nipponbashi, we're gonna talk about KOF O2UM. That's a good place to play that. But yeah, Acho has some of those cabs as well, I think. But yeah, this was great. This was awesome. We got to talk a little bit afterwards. He spoke English, so that was comfortable. He took me to the station as well, just to see me off. We exchanged Twitters. But yeah, this was awesome. Such a great Hazama player. I actually had to use my brain a ton to get some hits on him. And again, there were a lot of close rounds that we had, but I wasn't the one to close them out. He was usually the one to close them out. This is a photo I didn't show earlier, but this is with me and Nihongo Gamer at EVO Japan. We got to talk a lot at EVO Japan, and then also we exchanged a few messages. But yeah, this is my hotel in Osaka. Yeah, Nihongo Gamer. I know, right? Yeah. I mean, Retro Rage, he plays Uni, so he's basically like, he's still pretty relatively known in the Uni community. So, and of course, he watches some of the Uni videos I put out as well. But yeah, we had some cordial chats and exchanges. Yeah, this is my hotel in Osaka. Very nice hotel. And then this is one of the, like, it's like the onlook of the river from one of the main streets in Nipponbashi, Osaka. I don't remember the name of the street, but this river is really nice. It's a nice walk, a nice view. In general, I loved Osaka because it was just so nice to walk. I think after a certain point, I got overwhelmed by the endless city that surrounded me in Tokyo, but then for Osaka, it was like nice and comfy. Lots of photos. Gita Dora, this has to have been at, where was this? This had to have been at Taito Station, Osaka, Nipponbashi. Or was it? No. This was at round 1 Sen Nichimaya. Okay, yeah. This is at round 1. Round 1 had a ton of... This round 1 was insanely huge. They had a ton of just games. Just in general, just games. They had these life-size cards as well. And then this arcade, I think round 1 Sen Nichimaya, I think had the most Gundam Extreme Versus cabinets that I'd ever seen out of any arcade I went to in Japan. I have the number. Let me get my phone. Let's see the number. Oh no! And by the way, for those of you that are wondering, like what I'm wearing, this is just like a silly Leo and a cosplay I picked up while I was there. But anyway, it's like decently well made, but it's cool. It's the classic costume, so that's the one I like the most. But let's find out about how many Gundam cabs I took down. Did I write it down? I thought I did. Oh yeah. 12 plus 10 plus 6 plus 16. What's the math there? 28, 44. 44 Gundam cabs. Absolutely crazy. And the picture I have here is the stream station. Basically, you're able to stream, and I think if you just plug in your laptop with the USB cable there, you can stream to whatever channel you want. No one had a laptop plugged in while I was there, but you're able to. Like, they give you the capture card's already integrated with this spectator live viewer, so you just plug it in and you're good to go. Gundam Arsenal Base, they had this like 4-screen TV. Namba Center, they had so many of these like covered walk markets in both Namba and Nipponbashi, so it's really nice to walk through those. Yeah, such a lively city during this time period too. It was Golden Week, so as you guys know. And then here is a vending machine. This is the 100 yen coin vending machine. This is the meta. If you go to Japan and you find these, use them, because otherwise you're paying a little more for the same drinks, basically. So yeah, this is the meta, and they're located in relatively like out of the way spots. Like, not super out of the way, but they're not like in the hub spots. So, you know, you gotta kind of just know where to find them. Athena Nipponbashi, very famous arcade, and probably the most famous arcade in Osaka, so not including Acho, because Acho's not in Osaka. But this arcade's amazing. They've done a good job of keeping themselves afloat with like crane games. As it's clear when you enter, it's like crane games galore. But then as you go further up, you start to find the fighting games and the retro games, and that's how you know they still got the spirit in them. Athena Nipponbashi. First look at Vanguard ads. Legit, like almost every corner that you walk in Nipponbashi Den Den, you find just random Vanguard flyers and booklets. Like, I can get the ones that I saw. So there was this, which is the one you guys see in the picture, and actually no, this is the one you see in the picture. This is the right one. There we go. I think it's kind of showing in the camera. And then this one is like a manga, like a mini manga, very short number of chapters, but you guys can kind of see it on the camera. You know what? Let me undo the background removal temporarily so that you guys can see it a bit more clearly. I think that'll be good. Oh no, not the background being revealed. But yeah, anyway. Let me try to get that so you guys can see. Like, it's like basically manga. I didn't read it yet because, you know, I can't really read this, but I'm sure it's still nice to flip through. But they had these all over the place, like not just the flyers and booklets, but also just banners and advertisements like that. It's really awesome. I really wish that Vanguard would get that level of treatment in the US, but you know, what can we do? Okay, so we're still getting through these pictures. There's a couple more. We're almost done. This is Athena Nipponbashi's floor guide. Crane games, first, second floor. Some more gambling with the gashapon, third floor. And then we got the real stuff. We got the Gundam. They don't have a big Gundam floor, but they have the Gundam, which is mandatory, I guess, in Japan. Same floor as the smoke room, so I'm glad that, you know, I can kind of ignore it. I did play some Arsenal Base here for a little bit. Speaking of the smoke room, so I think my understanding in Japan right now, you can't smoke inside in arcades anymore. You used to be able to with some arcades, but you can't smoke inside arcades anymore except in smoke rooms. It's been implemented ever since COVID, as far as I understand. But I think it's a nice thing to have still, regardless, because you know, otherwise that smell is gonna pervade throughout the whole building, right? But even with the smoke rooms, you can still kind of smell it. So, you know, it's kind of rough, but I think it's a decent implementation. Decent compromise. All right, and then no compromises. They got some good stuff on floor 5, floor 6, some retro games. Fate Unlimited codes. You rarely see that anywhere. Nesca cabs. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. They had Neo Geo as well. And then they had KOF O2UM. I think that was on the last floor though. But anyway, and then Melty Blood, right? But they had a lot of good stuff. I have some photos, so we can just go there. There's the Gundam stuff. Here at Athena, they allow you, and actually shortly after I took this photo, someone asked to use the setup. But basically, they allow you to use this PC for streaming to your own personal channel. And that's what several people do for Athena Nipponbashi. They stream to their own channel from the stream setup here, and while they're playing like some matches against other people. It's really cool. And all you gotta do is just ask a staff member to use the PC. That's about it. Really nice. You don't even have to worry about needing to stream from your home or whatever. This was the last bit of Arsenal base I played, among the last bit at least. Some of the guys playing Extreme Versus on the cabs. Yeah, it's really dope. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Because again, you don't need to pay money for that. You just gotta ask them. Of course, you gotta pay money to play the Gundam, but if you're just streaming, you don't need to pay money at all. Okay. So, these are some posters. Seeing a UNIST poster is pretty rare. So I decided to take a picture of that. Okay. Okay, we're good. Just trying to make sure the time is fine. We're 3 hours and we still haven't even done the tier list. Okay. This is the schedule. I think they had O2M the day I went. So that was up on the TVs. We'll see in the photos here soon. There's SSF2. There's Third Strike. Funny game SSF2 is. A lot of Capcom games. They have Vampire Savior here too. A lot of great posters. Transcendental Orchestra from Melty Blood tournaments a long time ago. This is SBO. Wow, SBO posters. That's crazy. Super Battle Opera. Yep. Blaze Blue posters. Guilty Gear. Ew. But KO14 was pretty rare to see, so nice. This is an No, it's not O2M. This is a Hokuto no Ken. This is KOF11. Let's go. KOF11. Very rare. There's O2M. You guys see. A lot of O2M players at this arcade. And there's the O2M stream setup because they were doing a tournament today, so I think they got the stream set up beforehand. Really cool. And then there's some shmups there too. People were playing, and those were also being streamed, but I think they're being streamed on personal streams. Yeah, and then there's the TVs I was talking about. This is all Athena and Nipponbashi, all the same arcade, just different floors. Then okay, yeah, we're done with Athena. So yeah, great arcade. It's gonna be up there for sure. Namco. This is Namco Osaka Nipponbashi. That's what it's called. It's kind of the same as Nakano, to be honest. They did have a few that I didn't see at Namco Nakano, but otherwise it's mostly the same. Very nice theming though. The theming for this arcade is beautiful for the Gundam area. I mean, as we would expect for a Namco arcade, right? But this is the Mobile Suit Survival game. Rig Jace was the one that told me about this initially. It's like kind of you're simulating being inside a mobile suit as a pilot. Unfortunately, this game was taken offline, I believe. So you can still play it, but you won't be able to get the online features. I wasn't able to play it, and I have such a lame reason for it. I legit was not able to find where the coin insert was. And no one was around when I wanted to like ask where that was, so I was like, okay, I won't bother. Because I did want to play it. But yeah, oh well. Alright, and then yeah, G-Tune is like an esports store for esports gamer gear. Taito Station Namba. Yeah, oh no, yeah. I didn't find where the coin insert was, so I was just like, alright. The thing is, you can insert your card there. Like, you can just tap your card on it, but I didn't see where the actual coin credit slot was, so oh well. But yeah, Taito Station Namba. Very this arcade's okay. It's not great. It's very cramped. We'll talk about it again when we get there. But this is outside of the Nankai station. Nankai Namba, whatever it's called. This is a card shop called Clove Base, I think. This is the only card shop, or not only, maybe like 1 out of 3 card shops I saw in all the card shops I went into that had Flesh and Blood product. And this shop had the most for sure. Like they had, I mean, I don't think Flesh and Blood has a Japanese edition. Oh, by the way, you're asking if I was seeing any rare cards. This was the shop that had the rare cards, Galeman. Tons of rare stuff here, and you can see by the prices as well. Like very old editions for high rarity cards. Dark Magician for, how much is that? 32,800 yen. Old Blackluster Soldier ritual cards, 56,000 yen. Yeah, a lot of old cards. And oh, Stardust Dragon. Yeah, not that much, but you know, Stardust Dragon. Yeah, all the classics. I know, right? There's another photo. What else? I was trying to show the Exodia. There we go, Exodia. So these aren't that pricey, obviously, because Exodia has a billion reprints by now. But these are Starlight Rare editions from one of the newer sets that reprinted them. Yeah, again, there's like a ton of good stuff that they have. Karibo. Yeah, and then some modern staples like the hand traps. And then here's like the Flesh and Blood section. Again, their Flesh and Blood section was really clean. I actually should have picked up a few because I've not been like super active in this game lately, but I still occasionally go to locals and I haven't kept my deck up to date. And I could have bought some stuff here because again, these are all English edition. I don't think Flesh and Blood has a Japanese edition to begin with. Yeah, Starlight Rare Exodia, I know, right? Yeah. But yeah, they have Flesh and Blood product here that I could legitimately use in tournaments over here in the US. But and they're not like that badly priced either. I mean, these are like not really rare cards. These are just like staples for the respective class. But there's some higher rarity cards for sure. Up here for Illusionist, what am I looking at? There's not Soul Food, but what are we looking at? Soul Shield. Soul Shield is a good card. 2,000 yen. I don't know how it's priced right now in the US, but 2,000 yen is not expensive at all. It used to be higher. I think $15 was what I've seen that before. And then some of the generic staples that are in cold foil form. This card I need to sell. I didn't get a good view of it, darn. But I forgot what it's called, but I have this, and it's a cold foil. I need to sell it, because apparently it's still like really good and people use it, and it's pretty expensive, so... but yeah, 19,000 yen. I have this as well, but this price has gone way down ever since when I pulled it, so it's unfortunate. And then Fiendal's Spring Tunic is still ridiculously expensive. Oh my goodness. Arcanite Skull Cap is much cheaper than it used to be, but yeah. A lot of great stuff here. Clove Base. This is a shot, oh, this is a terrible shot, but it's from Taito Station Namba. The live photos actually look a little better, but yeah. And then there's a small card shop right outside of the McDonald's that's next to Taito Station Namba called Giraful. And they had some okay stuff. It's like Pokemon and Duel Masters mostly. A little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh too. And then this is a little bit better view of the station, or outside of the station in Namba. A lot of big shops here. There's the, what is that? I forgot how to read this, but it's like, you know, something Namba. Yeah. Namba Hills is terrible, trash, horrible. What have they done? They just massacred this place. I mean, you guys can see it for yourselves by the floor map, but crane game, photo booth, mahjong. Like, this place has got nothing anymore. You guys, this place used to be a fighting game mecca. Like, people would go here for some high-level Guilty Gear, high-level Under Night and Birth. But this place has got nothing anymore. And I think it happened in the matter of like a few years ago, because I remember seeing Majin Obama's video on Namba Hills, and that was not even that long ago. That was like 2 years ago, maybe 3. But now it's got nothing. I went down to where it says arcade game, and they've got like Mario Kart and like some basketball hoop game. Like, dude, they have nothing there. It's absurd, ridiculous. They sold out to the money because I guess the crane games make so much money, but this arcade is basically got nothing, unless you want to play Mahjong, I guess. And by the way, this is not just any Mahjong. This is like the adult Mahjong. Like, this is like the, you know, anyway, I don't want to go there anyway. The 20 plus Mahjong. Yeah, more of the walkways. This is a cheesecake spot a lot of people were at in Namba. Like, long line for it. Very crowded. This is oh yeah, okay. This is like one of the train platforms in the middle of Osaka. Okay, so we're still in Osaka, but we're now at a spot that's a little bit farther from Namba and Nipponbashi. It's called this game center is called Kohatsu. And Kohatsu, if you guys aren't familiar, they like have a lot of VODs for retro games. They used to stream a lot of Last Blade, which I used to watch a lot. They had what's it called? Oh, okay, I have to search it by Kana. But they had Last Blade 2, Blade Strangers, Yatagarasu. Like they play a lot of the niche retro fighting games. And I used to watch for Last Blade 2 and Blade Strangers. But the time I went there, they're actually playing a Blade Strangers tournament. Okay, it wasn't streamed live because I don't think they stream live on YouTube anymore. They stream on Twitch now, but they still upload VODs. And the time I went, they were holding a tournament. I got to capture a few photos from it. Very small space, but very beautiful. A lot of people were there when I was at it. Yeah, and again, I didn't take too many photos, but yeah, cool little market street as well, right outside of it. And this is the intersection that is near the station that's close to where Kohatsu is. All right, and then here is some, this photo won't make any sense, but if you know, you know. I'll say it that way. This is Esaka Underpass, like one of the underpasses near the Esaka station. If you guys aren't familiar with Esaka, it is near where SNK's old headquarters used to be. And SNK, in a lot of their fighting games, they've integrated like real-life locations as their stages. And one of those locations was this very underpass. So there are plenty of games like Fatal Fury, like KOF, that have references to this location as a stage. So I had to take a picture of this spot while I was there. Yeah. And I'm sure if you guys need that side by side, I can go ahead and give that to you. But we can just search Esaka KOF, and we should be able to find that spot. So you can see the KOF 13 version of the stage, but the 98 version is like the one that's easier to see, like the side by side. Or actually, this is not a bad spot to see it too, but there's that angle. It's not zoomed out enough, actually. Let me see 98. There we go. That's a good angle right there. Oh dear, that's not what I wanted. Open image in new tab. There we go. This right here. You guys can see. It's close enough. Close enough. But I didn't get the exact angle that's here, but you know, that's like the area. So really nice. SNK's headquarters are no longer there, but that's where it used to be. So yay. All right. Oh yeah. I don't remember where this is. Okay, it doesn't really matter. I saw a Steam Deck booth, I guess, and I just wanted to take a picture. I don't know. 551 Horai. This is like a popular chain in Hong Kong or something, and they have a number of these locations in Osaka as well. So I had to try out some of it. It was really good, really good. They had gyoza. They had butaman, which is these pork bun dumplings. Yeah, very tasty. Then so okay, this is now Nipponbashi Den Den. A lot of card shops here, a lot of arcades here. They had this Gundam card game I never heard of before. I don't know. Like, they had just too much stuff here. There's some more Union Arena with Bleach, Tekken 7. You know, you guys get it. This is like a night view of Nipponbashi Den Den, and you can see the Cardfet Vanguard ad. This is just one among many. They had several more later on. This is another set of ads here for Divine Z, the anime. One of the shops I went into had a bunch more Bleach figures than I would have ever expected, so I had to get a picture. And then this is outside at nighttime of Nipponbashi Den Den's main street. Not the Ota Road, but like kind of the main street for Nipponbashi proper. And there's a lot of like otaku stores still on that street. This is another great arcade. I think this is like best or second best arcade in Osaka, not in Osaka, in Nipponbashi. Taito Station, Osaka Nipponbashi. Really good arcade. And you can see by the floor guide itself how good it is. Crane games as usual in the first floors. They got some good stuff, decent stuff, third floor, but then where it's at is really the fourth and fifth floors. They got the fighting games. They got a great selection, both retro and modern. They've got a lot of great rhythm games, including the only time I saw 2 Gitadora setups for Drum Mania, specifically, right next to each other. They didn't really have that much Gundam Extreme Versus, actually. It's pretty funny. But they had, you know, they still had it, right? But they didn't have that many setups for it. But there it is, yep. This is, so I went to a retro game store. This is where I picked up some of the retro games that I got. But they had a, like, little section for Monkey Ball, and I just had to take a picture for a friend, because he likes Monkey Ball. Castlevania Lords of Shadow. These Vanguard games were the ones I picked up. They're no longer there. But this is what I ended up getting. You can see the prices for what I got. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the case for these two. I don't know. Sad. Oh well. But I got the case for this one. Yep. And this is the entrance of that retro game store that I got said games from. Golden Week sale. So yeah, at Taito Station, Osaka Nipponbashi, I saw the side-by-side Drum Mania setups for Gitadora, and I'm like, no way. Because I literally never seen like 2 next to each other. Gitadora is kind of waning from what I'm hearing in Japan. So even seeing like 2 of them is pretty rare. Like 1 is kind of like unusual. I mean, maybe 1 is like the maximum you'll see, but like 2 of Drum Mania alone is pretty astonishing. So I had to get a photo. And it's like a decent speaker setup for them too. Better than I had seen prior. Pop-in music, 3 of them here. Not the most number of pop-in musics I've seen, but more than normal. Out of Bemani games. Some more rhythm games. This is all at the same arcade, by the way. Same floor, for that matter. You see the floor guide for that very floor we just looked at. So that, you know, I mean, like, you know, I would have gotten more photos, but photography in Japan in public spaces is a bit more restrictive than it is in the US, so it's necessary to take cautions there. 5th floor with all the good stuff, including fighting games and other things, are all here. Here's the escalator ride up. I managed to get a shot of the Ultra Street Fighter 4 posters that they had, which is really cool. They also have some SF6 posters on the other side. Or on this side, I guess. But yeah, that's the escalator right up to the 5th floor. This is the shmup Toho game. Street Fighter 4. More shmups. It looks like Side Ojo. Metal Slug, let's go. Yeah, a lot of good retro games, including this one. I had not seen this one in any other arcade. I'm not sure what game it is, but it seems cool. Gundam Next, I guess. It's like, I guess, Extreme Versus predecessors. Yeah, some more shots of the final floor of Taito Station, Osaka Nipponbashi. Another good shot here. Then there's the Gitadora not drum freaks, oh my goodness, guitar freaks. Yes, with a nice speaker setup, really cool. I like this song, so I had to get a picture of it to remember for myself. And I like this song as well, and that song. Okay. And these are all kind of duplicate photos. Oh, they had Crimson Clover, so I took a picture for a friend, but forgot to send it to him, so I'm going to send it to him later. Yeah. But Crimson Clover was on this Nesca cab. 98 Ultimate Match, wow. Yeah, this is a great arcade. C-Labo had some more Vanguard ads plastered along their side. They're the Vanguard games I picked up. It's easier to see than what I showed on the camera, to be honest. But this is Ride to Victory, which you guys already saw. Also got Stride to Victory, which is the latest one that was released on 3DS. Again, all these are Japan only. All developed by Huryu. And then this one is Lock On to Victory, I think. Yeah. But basically the card pools are like, this is like kind of up to Limit Break. This one is like Link Joker / Break Ride. And this one is Early G. So All right, and then KGP itself. So a little bit about KGP. This is Osaka's premier major, or you can say like Kansai's premier major. Waka, oh, you got an account now, I see. What's up, man? Yeah, you came just before we're gonna get to the arcade tier list. I'm just about wrapping up talking about KGP and the rest of the Japan trip, and then we'll be on to that. But I hope you're doing well, dude. Thanks for coming through. Talked a bit about things that might have interested you. Finally for your online tag? Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, we talked about things that might have interested you. We talked a little bit about the retro games too. But again, like, you know, there's always the VOD, and then we'll talk some more as the photos come along here. But yeah, Hunter x Hunter and N Impact, you've been well? Nice to hear, nice to hear. Glad to hear it. Yeah, you saw the Poppin' Music. Yeah, Poppin' Music was in abundance at a lot of the arcades. Trust me, I got some good photos, and I'll remember, like, when we get to the arcade tier list, that's where you'll be able to see what I have my thoughts on, and which places you can go to for some Poppin' Music bills. At KGP, so the venue is a place called Misono Universe. Actually a very nice venue. I was very impressed. We can get that typed in here. But Misono Universe is located in the heart of Namba, and it's really close to where I was staying, so very short walk. Very nice venue. Large, spacious, got a lot of lights. Yes, please do. Yes, yes, we'll do indeed. Yeah, there'll be a lot to talk about in general, so hope you look forward to it. Yeah, Misono Universe is where the venue is located. Net Impact is the new fighting game being developed by Aiding and published by Bushiroad Games. It's being done for Hunter x Hunter series. It's okay, in my opinion. It's definitely trying to be Marvel 3, and it's very evident in the gameplay. Aiding, after all, was involved in the development of Marvel 3 way back when. But I am not sure if I'm a fan of the gameplay for now. The visuals, on the other hand, I'm not really among the rest of those that complain too much about the visuals. I think, like, it doesn't look amazing, but I don't think it matters that much as long as the gameplay's fine. But the gameplay I wasn't really too impressed with. Was it smooth? It was smooth, I'll admit it. It was smooth. Didn't feel bad to move in. So it contrasted quite deeply with DNF Duel. I think the movement is much better than DNF Duel, but I don't think it's a really fair comparison to do that, so I didn't mention it. But yeah, it feels smooth. It feels a little bit babyfied. Like, Marvel 3 is already pretty babyfied. It looks fun, the new Hunter x Hunter game, but you're not touching the game competitively. Yeah. Ever, not ever. Yeah. That's pretty definitive, but I can concur with that, Waka. It's not gonna be for me whatsoever. One second, guys. Let me get some drink. By the end of the stream, my voice is gonna be coarse. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so I think for the most part, what they're going for is going to be appreciated by Marvel 3 players, but I'm not a Marvel, like, I mean, I used to play Marvel 3 a while back, but I don't really consider myself a Marvel 3 player. And it appeals to them heavily, but not really to anyone else. And I think it kind of tries too hard to do it. It's noticeable when a game is, like, inspired versus, like, it's kind of being, like, blinded by pursuing, like, trying to implement those gameplay ideas. And that's not to say it's bad. I don't think it's bad, but again, not for me. But they had this at KGP. Yeah, you're a Metroidvania. Yeah, no, you're right. You got me there. Wow. Yep. So it's never gonna appeal for me. You're an OG gamer. Oh, no more. Yeah. You got me there. Yeah, so this is the venue. A lot of people on day 2. This is the uni setups. This is where my pool was. KGP went pretty well for me, actually. I performed a lot better than I did at EVO Japan. I think having the warm-up at Tatakai Tuesdays, as well as just the general fighting gameplay that I did up to that point, even in the Virtual Fighter, I think that helped quite a bit, just getting me in a better fighting game mind, because at EVO Japan it was very cold that I went into it. But by the time KGP came around, I was a bit more mentally prepared for it. and I performed, I think, the best I have performed at a tournament since like the days of UNIST. The record won't show it. It was 2-2, but you know, against Japanese players, I think that's still something to come away happy with. And I didn't mess around. I played Nonista the whole way through. I think it worked out really well. And if I had won like one more game, I would have fought Oshuhito. So that's not something to be disappointed with, I don't think. What if we make UMBC3 again? Yeah, exactly. I don't even know if it's instant monies though, because is the appeal still there? Like maybe the appeal is there for like using the Marvel IP, but I don't know if it's there for the Hunter x Hunter IP. I'm gonna admit that. Ew, is that BB tag? It sure is, mate. But it's okay. This was on the stage. I just wanted to capture what the stage looked like so that you guys can get the ambience. But yeah, this was BB tag with the Heart and Chia windscreen. A lot of games being played. Killer Instinct, man. Killer Instinct. This is a Kusoge known as Blade Arcs from Shining, which I actually have this game. It's JP exclusive Switch and PS4 game. Well, okay. You can play the previous version called Blade Arcs from Shining Battle Arena on Steam, as well as PS3, but it's way worse than the newer version. And the newest version is still kind of rough. It's pretty broken. And there's like a set of characters that people generally play. You're basically seeing two of them here. Forgot her name, but Ura Yukihime is one of them. And then there's Rage and Rosalind. And those are really like the viable characters, at least in competitive play. Yeah, KI in Japan. I know, right? That is crazy. Yeah. No, KGP is such a great event. Like, okay, I say it's a great event, like great concept, but in terms of my experience there, maybe not the best, but it was still a great event overall. We can go back. Yeah, KI is there. Blade Arcs from Shining. What's this one called? No, Blade Arc is Rebellion from Shining. That's what this one is called. Yeah. Rebellion from Shining. Dengeki Bunko Fighting Climax Ignition. This game is fun. I enjoyed the game when I was learning it. It's a French bred game after all, so they don't miss. But the IPs I'm not particularly interested in. So that's kind of the rough part in terms of enjoyment for me. I'm not really like a light novel enthusiast, but the gameplay is fun, at least. Yeah, Dengeki Bunko is really fun. Really, really fun. There is the Redacted. I'm sure you know about the Redacted, Waka. How you can play it. But it's also at arcades. I didn't play it at arcades, but you know, it's not hard to find a place to play it, pretty much. Shout out to all my extra Kusoges. Yeah. Another game you're not playing competitively. you know. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and then this is a tournament match, Rosalind versus Rage. Some top tier footsie enjoyers going at it. This is a casual match. One of the buddies from the US, Bryce, going up against I think another guy from the US as well. But yeah, they played some casuals. And this is outside the venue, Misono Universe. Very nice venue. I think it's mainly used for like concerts and events, but for fighting game tournaments, it's perfect too. Very nice and cozy. Okay, so KGP, other things I didn't mention, but was it Hitbox Central like in there like an EVO? Actually, that's a great question. We can actually see some of the photos. I mean, both of these guys are US players, but I think I saw fewer hitboxes at this event than at EVO Japan, interestingly. But I did see some number of hitboxes. Yeah, I know, right, Waka? Blasted Tempest OST Chef's Kiss? Yes. 100%. You already know, man. We're going to watch that soon, right? Let me know when you're down. I think next week would work best for me because this week I have the marathon, but let me know, man. Yeah, I saw fewer hitboxes here than at EVO Japan for sure. Uni, though, people were using hitboxes like a non-trivial number. Let's go. All right, sounds good. Yep. Yeah, like so KGP, so if you guys don't know, a lot of uni players that went to EVO Japan and also went to the after party that I mentioned earlier after EVO Japan got COVID after that. And a few of them I still saw at Tatakai Tuesday. I mean, obviously they didn't know that they were sick at the time, but they also went to Tatakai Tuesdays, and I went there as well. And yeah, a lot of them came away with COVID. So unfortunately, a lot of those players overlapped with the ones that were going to go to KGP. So KGP had like some obscene number of DQs. This is ridiculous. I have the screenshots somewhere, but okay, 1 second. I'm going to find the screenshots. But there was actually just a ridiculous amount of DQs. And it's unfortunate because I think that tournament was set to be some of the most stacked we've seen in Japan. Not including EVO Japan, obviously. But it's just, it didn't go over because of so many people catching COVID. Yeah, and because of the number of DQs, it kind of soured the sentiment around it. But, you know, what can you do about it? But yeah, this is a screenshot. So I have like just 4 consecutive screenshots of the DQs. DQ, Notes DQ, DQ, Michelle DQ, Roy DQ, Beeman DQ, Makochin DQ, or Makoden, sorry. Miyagi Muteki DQ, Toby Kange DQ. That's just one photo, by the way. And then we got JOK DQ, Tsumo DQ, DQ, Alpaca Man Kaji DQ, Trista, Rawl DQ, Sonaru DQ. Like, guys, this was just brutal. And most of these people caught COVID. It's not because they couldn't make it, like, because of travel or whatever. A lot of these guys caught COVID. Futoshiki, Gutsugutsu, Rusei. We see, like, all these good players. Muon, DQ. Muon hasn't been at tournaments in a long time. DQ'd. And he's in the area, by the way. Crow. Not familiar with this player. Thomas, DQ, Duniru, who also went to EVO Japan. Nanashio went to EVO Japan, DQ. Maru went to EVO Japan, DQ. Nekosongi. Like, man, this tournament could have been so good. But it ended up just being just an absurd amount of DQs. Sorry, I think I missed a few of these. Oh, you're learning stick? Yeah. No, don't worry. Stick is completely fine. You can work with whatever you've got. Stick is... I still use stick for uni in pretty much every fighting game I play. You want to learn levelist or stick for fun? Oh, yeah, right. You use the DS5. Yeah, the DQs are crazy. But, you know, it's like... That's what's going to happen when everyone gets COVID. It's just unfortunate, you know, because this tournament was about to be the sickest thing. I think it was going to be more stacked than EVO Japan for uni, at least. It's a pain to lug around, though. Also, you're surprised more players didn't have face masks over there. Yeah. I think there have been fewer face masks I spotted in Osaka than in Tokyo, to be honest. But you're right. I am surprised about that, too. Yeah, arcade sticks are a pain to lug around. Totally agree. That's actually the issue. I took the Chamba drone, too, and it was still kind of painful to take in my bag. It wasn't, like, heavy, but it's bulky. And that's, like, considered a small portable arcade stick. This was my player badge for KGP. Really nice design. Had to write my name on it, but yeah. That's pretty much it. I mean, from KGP. I mean, other than the DQs that we saw in the previous screenshots, in terms of the event itself, again, I went 2-2. The tournament was much better run than EVO Japan. Casuals were allowed. They told you, they explicitly said after like some pool matches were done, like casuals you can do here, like Nojiai. I forgot how they said, but anyway, like you can play casuals, right? And people were playing casuals. Unfortunately, the downtime was quite a bit because of so many DQs. I think they had more setups than they were prepared for and more downtime than prepared for. So also all those scheduled blocks just made it pretty difficult to account for, and I think they were in a difficult position. On the bright side, they're really cool and full of personality, those arcades. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay, yeah, no worries, Waka, no worries. We'll be here. We'll be here a long time. Yeah, so I think there was a lot of downtime because so many DQs they didn't expect, right? And then the other thing that just made it so bad, like this was the one thing that just made the event way worse than it needed to be. Re-entry fee. Like why? 6,000 yen re-entry fee. And there's also no food in the venue. No food or drinks allowed from outside. And inside the venue itself, there's no food. There's only drinks. Thankfully, you get a drink for free if you participate in the tournament. But like the re-entry fee was just the killer. So if you're in this tournament, you basically had to pay the re-entry fee because like otherwise you're stuck there the whole day, right? You got to get some food. Yeah. No, it's way better than EVO Japan, but the re-entry fee just killed everything that was good about this event. Like for me personally, after I lost my second match, I was kind of relieved because I was like, yes, okay, I can finally leave and do whatever I want, and I don't have to pay the re-entry fee. If I had won and then would have had to face Oshuhito, I probably would have had to pay the re-entry fee and come like get some lunch and come back, and then would have waited a long time just to probably lose again, you know. And again, part of that is the DQs, but part of that again is also the scheduling block wasn't able to be adjusted, and then the re-entry fee exists. I think they should highly consider removing the re-entry fee, and that would make this event like just the bomb. It would be so good because I didn't really have big problems otherwise. Yeah, that was KGP. I probably will go back, but I don't know if I would highly recommend it to other people. Again, re-entry fee is kind of a deal breaker for a lot of people, and it's an all-day affair for a lot of the events, so hard sell. But if I can have an excuse to go back to Osaka, this would be my excuse still. So I'll probably go back. But if anything, it's more so for like the community and the players rather than like the nature of the event itself. And then of course the fact that it's in Osaka is nice. So those are my reasons. Wait, they don't somehow waive that for people advancing the brackets, right? You would think they would do that. You would think they would do that, right? But they don't. They don't. So the people that made it far basically had to pay the re-entry fee, otherwise you had to starve because you're not allowed to bring food inside. And I doubt people stuffed themselves before 10 o'clock a.m. in the morning. So, yeah, it's just like the one thing that had to be bad about this event to ruin everything, unfortunately. But I think it was still better than EVO Japan, for sure. It was 100% better than EVO Japan. Just a better vibe in general because it's community driven, so. Yeah, the Hunger Games. Yeah, so true. Yeah, that was KGP. I think we can ignore that photo. I don't remember why I took that one. Okay, so one moment, guys. I'll be right back like in a minute. Just need to quickly get some water, take a quick bathroom break. I'm back. Thanks for waiting. All right, so continuing on. So this is the day. No, this is the same day of the Uni 2 KGP tournament. And by the way, guys, KGP was streamed, but the archives were temporarily unavailable after the stream, because I think they forgot to like unprivate the archives. But if you want to find them, I think they're on Twitch. KGP, I want to say KGP 03. Darn, I gotta find the, okay, I just gotta find the format for it. So that's from 2023, obviously, but KGP VH03 I think has the archives for up to the top 24, and then like, or not up to, like through the top 24. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, if you want to find the VODs, I'll try to link them. But this is like some of the stuff that was streamed for Uni 2. And then the top 8 was on the KGP main channel. So I'll go ahead and link those in the description later. But yeah, they were previously privated, thankfully made available as soon as that was spotted. So we're all good. Okay. But yeah, anyway, after I got eliminated, shortly after I left, but I made sure to thank the organizers for the event. And then, so yeah, I walked throughout the rest of Nipponbashi Den Den Town and saw this Bushiroad card shop. This is insane. The fact that they have this, like, you'll never see this in the US. A Bushiroad dedicated card shop. So they had Schwartz, they had Rebirth for You, Vanguard, obviously. What else is Bushiroad run? I think that's all they've got, actually. No, not that's all. Shadowverse Evolve, that's right. That's the last one. Shadowverse Evolve. But yeah, inside the shop was great too. Like, they had a Deer Day setup you could play, just mess around on the Switch. Advertising Deer Days, some overdressed card sleeves. They also are selling Deer Days itself. Some more Vanguard gear, some advertisements, some posters. Yu and Donji. Then this was really cool. This is like Blaster Dark and Blaster Blade, their respective swords. Don't see this anywhere else, that's for sure. This, I don't remember what it was. These, that is, oh, okay, these were cutout posters, I think. Yeah. Like, you can pose next to it, I think. Some card sleeves for various other Bushiroad games. Yeah. This shop was sick. This was awesome. And then on the second floor of this card shop, they have an event space, and it's really huge. Like, normally event spaces in Japan aren't that big because there's just not a lot of building space in general. But no, the event space was pretty big in this card shop. And again, it's dedicated to Bushiroad games. So they were holding events. I think at the time I went, they had an event for Vanguard. But obviously they have events for Schwartz and Shadowverse Evolve. I don't know if I think Rebirth for You is not very popular, to be honest. Buddy Fight is another Bushiroad. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't think they really have stuff anymore. From the entire time I was in Japan, I did not see a single thing for Buddy Fight, to be honest. Unless there was something in the pictures and I just didn't spot it. But I didn't see anything that stuck out for Buddy Fight. Which is unfortunate, because it did get shut down, right? But yeah, I don't think Rebirth for You is really popular in Japan. I mean, it's like not really popular in the US either, but you know, Schwartz is definitely the number one. And then maybe Vanguard is after that. Vanguard, Shadowverse Evolve or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. And then this was another store that had some Bleach merchandise. Or not merchandise, figures. Yeah. Thousand Year Blood War edition. This one was cool too. An Uryu figure. I hadn't seen this one in any other store. So yeah, that was cool. They also had a lot of Rurouni Kenshin, because I think Rurouni Kenshin got a lot of like it got like a new, like, I guess, like, not like a remaster, but like, I guess it is a remaster. Like, it basically got a new anime. And I heard the new anime is like a lot higher quality than the original one, and it's more faithful to the original manga. So I might check that out later. I haven't gotten a chance to watch all of it. Some more ads, this time for Yu-Gi-Oh! And then you can see some of the buildings at Nipponbashi Den Den. Afterimage, let's go. Let's go. This was another one I spotted at a retro game store. Much cheaper. Or was it? Maybe not. Maybe it's the same price. I can't remember the other price I saw. But this is still like not a bad price, to be honest. This is pretty fair. For a Switch physical copy, I think it's pretty solid. Then this is the retro game store. So I think this area has better retro game stores than Akihabara, actually. But they had a lot of good stuff at this store. These are some of the Neo Geo collections that they have. Highly expensive, obviously. Very hard to come across these, no doubt about it. Look at that. KOF 2003 for 195,000 yen. That's that's a lot of money. Yeah. KOF 95, Fatal Fury Special. Yeah. Oh, and that's even like O2 right there. KOF 2002. How much is that? It's not even that bad, actually. 66k yen is not as bad as I thought it would be. This is at the very end of Nipponbashi Den Den Town. It takes you to Shinsekai, which is like another neighborhood. They have like, so Osaka has like the like Chuo, Kita, and Minami, which is like basically central, north, and south. And Shinsekai is part of like definitely Minami, which is south. Pretty cool to collect. You wouldn't mind O2 on a shelf? Yeah, absolutely. Like O2, I think that's a reasonable price for it, given, you know, given the other stuff it's among, and given that's for the literal Neo Geo. The Neo Geo, I think AES. Which honestly, that console aged pretty well, I'd say. Still got a lot of great games on it. This is the retro store that I took some of those photos from. Some of the stuff they've got, it's okay. The Switch games and PS4 games. Some of them obviously only find in Japan. Yeah, PS3 games, PSP, PS Vita, even. PS1. I didn't see Soten there, unfortunately. Guess that's too rare. But they had some 3DS games as well. Planet Robobot. How much was that? That's okay. Nothing missing out there. You keep forgetting Showdown is the Samurai Spirits. Yeah. Oh, spin-off. No, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it is Sam Show. But yeah, they localize it as Sam Show here, and then it's like Samuspi in Japan. I need to take care of my voice. Talking a lot. Okay, I know Twitch has like a, you know, you can redeem like drink water streamer. YouTube doesn't have anything like that, but you guys don't be afraid to remind me to take a sip of the tea or whatever. Okay, so PS2 games. This is the good stuff. This is what you love to see. And it's a good price. And this price sounds like it's like, well, why is it so cheap, right? But it's the PS2 version. It's not the what's it called? The Naomi, the Sega, whatever that thing is called. The Sega thing. I don't remember. But that one, the other one is the more expensive one. And then this one is like much cheaper. Oh, Atomic Wave. There we go. Atomic Wave, I think is what it's called. Okay, you're gonna use that for now on. Thanks. Yeah. That's actually a nice emote for it. Thanks for the reminder. You're back. What's up? Welcome back, Waka. Yeah, you had the JP version of the PS2 game, KOF 11. Yeah. This one I think is less rare than the Atomic Wave version, or the Naomi whatever thing I'm trying to think of. Let's go. Thank you. I'll take another sip. But yeah, a lot of good stuff here. Yeah, 11 is the tag one. I need to play it more. This is actually one of the KOF games I've played the least. And I heard it's like one of the best. Yeah. It's like so unique, and I think it seems like it aged really well. Because a lot of people in Japan, there's certain arcades you'll go to where people are playing this game. Like a ton. I didn't go to one of them. There's one in Nagoya called Port 24 Yagoto. and they play this game there a lot. KOF 11 is a lot of fun, trust you. Oh, definitely, yeah. No, absolutely. I fully believe it. They've also got some of the 2000s KOFs. They're probably cheaper because KOF 2000 is kind of a little rougher. Oh, they have KOF Maximum Impact. I didn't even notice this. Should have taken a peek. Because there's actually a version of KOF Maximum Impact that was only released in Japan. I mean, it's not like I would be able to play it anyway. I don't have a PS2, but there's one version that was released only in Japan. So yeah. Yep. Some Game Boy games, GBA specifically. We can see which one is this? The Japanese names are very different from the English ones, so I don't actually know which one this is. Surely this one's Harmony, right? 3D KOF mentioned, I know, right? Also, DBZ Tenkaichi 3. It's not balanced well at all, but super fun playing with friends. You see it there. Was that in the PS2 photo, Waka? Red one is Aria. Oh, I see. So this is Aria. This one is Harmony. Got it. Okay. Yeah, these were expensive. There's no way I would get these. I don't know. I actually think because I have a retro game store close to me, I think it's cheaper at the retro game store close to me. And there's a boxed version of this there. Actually, I should probably get that, but I'm not really in a hurry. I have the advanced collection already, so like that's already my legal ownership of the game. But you know, Aria being here too is great. Yeah, I think these are too expensive. I mean, it makes sense. It's Japan. Japan Castlevania goes crazy. But thank you, game collectors. Yeah. For real. And Waka, you were telling me earlier Gacha Force is here. That's pretty sick. For the GameCube. Sonic Riders. Metroid Prime 2. Hype. Some old Zelda games. Some good stuff. I'd recommend Gacha Force. Yeah, you know what? Actually, Norse was actually telling... I think it was Norse who was telling me Gacha Force is pretty sick. I think there was definitely someone at the FGC CLA locals who was telling me about it. I think it was Norse. But yeah, I'll check it out then. Yep. And then... yeah, I think it was Norse. And then there's some Pokemon DS games. These are priced. I wouldn't say they're badly priced or well priced. These ones are priced. You know, some very obscure stuff. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I mean, we're playing fighting games for crying out loud, so. Yeah, definitely. These are... I'd say these are about the same in the US, the way they're priced. The DS games, Gen 5 and Gen 4. One of the few other people you know that knew about Monster Rancher. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, yeah. They're lower? Really? Really? Oh, okay, I see. Because... maybe... okay, so... oh, the Gen 5. Oh, okay, the Gen 5. Got it. That makes sense, I guess. Yeah, no, I was unsure because... I had seen some of the, like, okay, I shouldn't be looking at like $30, but I had seen $30 unboxed for Pokemon White at the retro game store near me. And I'm like, okay, that's like fair. And Gen 4, I see. I'm honestly surprised Platinum is so much higher than Pearl Diamond, but I guess Pearl Diamond are so common by comparison. When I got Platinum, it was just about when it released. And I don't think anyone was going super crazy over it. Yeah. I mean, unboxed though. Like, I think all of these... I can't tell which ones are boxed here, because some of the games, like, you ask them and then they say, oh, we don't have a box for it. Platinum is considered a lot better now. Oh, I see. Okay. I guess because it fixed the bugs, right? Because there was a ton of bugs in Diamond and Pearl that I was watching videos about. But I didn't know Platinum was like that significant of changes. Because yeah, at the time I bought it, I was like you know, literal kid. Yeah, your void glitch, that the what's it called, tweaking. Yeah. Yep. They got rid of that in Platinum for the most part, or pretty much they did, right? But yeah, yeah, I didn't play Black and White 2 at all, so no clue about those games. Yeah, people using that glitch to get rare Pokemon when they were younger. Let's go. This price makes sense. I'll say that. This makes a ton of sense. It's literally in-box Heart Gold. And Heart Gold, Soul Silver are like some of the most beloved of the DS games. So yeah, this makes sense. Boxed Heart Gold is crazy. Yeah. And then, oh, here we go. The DS Vanias. Still cheaper in Japan, yeah, definitely. I mean, you wouldn't find boxed Heart Gold for like under $100 in the US. But here we go. This is where we're like, yeah, all right, yeah, Japan. Okay, we get it. Like, look at that. Portrait of Ruin, 20,000 yen. Order of Ecclesia, 29,000 yen. Dawn, noticeable, distinct price, 9,300 yen, but that's still a lot. I think I got my Dawn copy for cheaper than this. It wasn't in the box, but it was still cheaper. And definitely I got Order of Ecclesia for cheaper than this. Oh, this is so ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Time for you to take out a loan? Yeah. I mean, it would have been cool to get these, I guess, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Like, these are definitely like overpriced compared to what they are in the US. But I guess it's just the rarity of finding them. Like in the US, you'll rarely find Order of Ecclesia in general. Like, I mean, I have one, but it was like crazy to find that in the first place. And then same with Portrait. Dawn, I feel like is just more common in general. Because it's like one of the most beloved DS games like ever, right? If it's brand new, you pay for it. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not like 20,000 is like insane. You'd only get a physical copy game you love. Yeah, for sure. I still feel like because of the currency rate being favorable for the US, like these are still fine to pick up, but they're definitely more expensive than they are in the US. That being said, it's just finding them at all is like, okay, maybe I'll get that, you know. And since it's Castlevania after all, it doesn't really matter where you play English or Japanese. There's not really much important stuff you're missing out on by playing it in Japanese. So I guess randomizer only works with the English version. That's about it though. But if you're getting the physical copy, like I doubt you'd care that much about playing randomized ROM. But yeah, that was the store I was at, Surungaya specialty store. There's another retro game store. This is the one I also recommend. If any of you go to Nipponbashi Den Den Town, this store is called Super Potato. I think it's literally Super Potato. But it's a great store. They got a lot of cool stuff. A brand new sealed Portrait of Ruin copy is about that price on eBay. US version. Oh, I see. Brand new. That's interesting. Actually. You'll go to that store to buy JP Gotcha Force? Oh yeah, absolutely. Highly worth. If you end up going to Osaka, definitely check out these stores, Waka. Like, this would be the dream. It's called Super Potato. I can try to... Sorry, let me try to type it. I'll type the kana and then type the romaji. Oops. Oh, that's where your dad's from. Oh, perfect. Yeah, easy. Actually, that might not be right. I don't think this is the right kana, but whatever. I think the typing mixed mixed hiragana and katakana, but it doesn't matter. You'll get it. Yeah. It's easy to find on the internet anyway. It's pretty popular. But they got some good stuff. There it is anyway. You can see it here. Yeah, I completely watched that, but it's fine. There it is. Didn't really take photos inside, I'm noticing, but again, their stuff was good. You can see already from the front that they might have good stuff. They had a lot of Neo Geo games. I was really impressed with it. They had a lot of Neo Geo games, a lot of PS3 games, a lot of GameCube games, a lot of Wii games. The DS collection I wasn't that impressed with, neither 3DS nor DS, but a lot of the other retro consoles they had good stuff in. Did you just see a US GBA Pokemon game? You're talking about Sapphire? Sapphire? Unopened? Mm-hmm. 305k yen is not even that bad for unopened Sapphire. And this is the very highly regarded version of Pokemon. Yeah. And it's unopened, 305k yen. Like, I'd say that's not even that bad. No one's picked it up. Man, is it me or is everyone playing on the DS again? No. Everyone's playing on the DS again. I think part of it is the whole Yuzu controversy, which turned into Citra controversy, right? But in general, a lot of people are starting to play some DS retro games. I myself am. I'm getting back into it. So that's why I was looking for Bleach Dark Souls, which I ended up getting, thankfully. Actually, it's still in the cartridge. Let's go. I can try to show it. Did you check out any console prices at the stores you visited? Apparently 3DS prices are going up. So I saw a few 3DSs and DSs. I didn't take note of the price that much, but it was definitely under 10k yen for most of the DSs. I don't know about 3DS though, but darn, hold up. Let's get rid of the background remover. Here we go. We got JP Bleach Dark Souls finally. So now we are ultra gaming. I don't know if it's visible very well. You know what? I have something better than that. There we go. We get the full camera screen. You guys can hear the music probably, but Bleach Dark Souls. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, that glare is really bad, but anyway, it's the JP Bleach Dark Souls, so now we can like play it and game on, you know? That'd be sick. But yeah, let me turn this off. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot. When you play like when you play NDS games on the 3DS, it kind of takes forever to power off because it's doing some stuff. Anyway, it's been such a vibe, man. Good to find on DS. You kind of want it now. Yeah. I found it only one place. I don't even remember which place it was, but it wasn't this store. I think it was I want to say it was Surungaya, which is the this store. I think it was this store that I found Bleach Dark Souls at. And this is also the store I found Cardfight Vanguard EX at, I think. Yeah, I think it was. But yeah, there's a lot of great retro stores. You just gotta kind of look at each of them. Like, you know, one of them is bound to have what you're looking for, I'd say. That was what I noticed, at least, because I totally did not expect to find Bleach Dark Souls, but that was the only Bleach DS game I found, and I found it at only one place, and no case for it, but it's fine. We found it, and it was very cheap, under 500 yen, which is very strange. I don't know how it's only under 500 yen. Like, it's real, because I thought that game was pretty rare nowadays. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, this one, Surungaya, I think are great ones to go to in Nipponbashi, Osaka. Okay, moving on. This was like one of the last arcades I went to. Oh, I forgot to turn off the background again. My goodness. Here we go. Okay, this is one of the last arcades I went to. You thought the same for Gacha Force? Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. Oh, I think I was answering Frau's question. Kind of trailed off. Yeah. I think the DS Lite prices were fine because they were. I think they were under 5,000 yen. In fact, the 3DS ones were probably the ones that were above 10,000 yen. But yeah. I don't know if I got any pictures of it, unfortunately. Yeah, the OG Bleach Dark Souls. Let's go. You thought the same for Gacha Force? The game could go like $600 just the disc in the US. To see it at normal price in Japan is just shocking. Used ones though, right? Oh, I think they were used. But I mean, it's most likely to be used at a retro game store, you know. Yeah, both these are used. It says 6,800. I wonder if the condition is worse. But this one is 7,000 yen. Yep. I'm sure it'll still be there if you were to go, even if you were there, like waited a long time, because I mean, there's still a lot of copies there, and I doubt anyone's really picking them up. I think what I've noticed, like a lot. Tourists are a lot more enthused about retro game stores in Japan than the locals are. Pretty interesting. So I'm sure you have a solid shot at it. Maybe not the case for like Pokemon retro games, but for like most retro games, like I don't think people are really buying these. Mind you, if you look at these with respect to like the yen, and if you were living there, then yeah, these would be probably pricey. But for tourists, it's pretty cheap. Like tourists from the US especially. Yeah, but okay. Anyway, one of the last arcades I went to, GiGO Namba Avion. Very decent arcade. Well, again, we'll transition to the arcade tier list soon. I don't want to talk too much about this arcade yet, but it was nice and big. Had a cool Bemani, I guess, like, I don't know how to call it, but you know, they celebrated their esports, Bemani esports team, rhythm game players, basically, pro rhythm game players. 2DX popping off. Was that use price for the 3DS consoles you saw? I think 3DS used was probably over 10,000 yen, but not like by that much, which is not that bad. But that's for like vanilla 3DS. It's not for new 3DS. That's like for vanilla 3DS and vanilla 3DS XL. I didn't actually see any new 3DS there, from what I can recall. But I didn't really like look hard for that, to be honest. Yeah, Beatmania indeed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. One of the last photos I took of Osaka Nipponbashi Den Den, and yeah, the what's it called? The Shinkansen ticket back to Tokyo. And that is all, folks. Oh yeah, what is this, right? So I took so on the plane ride back, I left from Tokyo, or specifically Narita, like around the afternoon/evening, basically when the sun was starting to set, right? And during the plane ride back, the sun was doing some interesting things in the Pacific. Let's put it this way. This was a red horizon, very, very deep red. The camera doesn't do it justice really, but when I saw it, it was very deep red, and I actually saw like orange and what I believe had to have been green. Unfortunately, I didn't get a picture of either of those either, but those are the colors I observed throughout the plane ride back. And I do hope those were reflections across the water, not the actual sun color, because obviously the sun is not green, but regardless, that was amusing. And the world ending soon, I know, right? The bad omen. You want to get a Beatmania controller someday? You want to learn the game? 2 hard on gamepad? Oh, dude, you're a warrior. Oh my goodness. for playing rhythm games on gamepad. I didn't really say much about Pop Music yet, but I guess we'll get to it when we talk about these arcades. Anyway, that is my last photo, guys. Wow. It took us 4 hours, over 4 hours to get through all my photos. And we're not even done yet here because we got to do the arcade tier list. But let's transition to that right now. So throughout my adventures in Japan, I went to several arcades. I went to almost 30 arcades, I think. And some of them I didn't really take too many notes on, so they're not even going to be in this tier list. But we've got in this tier list template, custom made for this very stream, we've got all the arcades I went to. You can see how many Taito stations I visited, as well as some GiGO arcades and various other arcades. How we're going to rank these arcades, it's going to be mostly arbitrary, although there is going to be a set ideal that will center around, which is going to be, does the arcade have a good selection of video games? So that's going to be like rhythm games, fighting games, various other video games, right? Is the selection good? Is the variety good? Is the quantity of each of those options good? Is the floor space generally like open and doesn't feel cramped? Are the crane games not overwhelming with respect to the rest of the things that they have? Because obviously the crane games play still a vital role at Japanese arcades because they kind of do a lot of the funding. A lot of people use crane games, right? But if there are too many, then it just feels like the arcade is kind of generic because every arcade's got the crane games, right? So those are the things I'm centering around. And then of course, does the arcade have anything that gives itself like a claim to fame that makes it memorable, makes it stand out? Is there pop music? Is there BlazBlue? Those are some hardened questions. Exactly. I see you, Waka. But yeah, we're gonna be taking a look at these like that. We're not gonna go in order of the things that were here. We're gonna go in order of what I visited. So the first arcade I visited was Tokyo Leisureland Akihabara, which is this right here. This is a very mid arcade. Once one of the golden childs of Akihabara, for lots of great fighting games and players visited, like lots of great fighting game matches took place. This place has sold out to the corporations. Not literally, but like it's very much like dry and not very memorable. It's got some good crane games, I guess. It's got a fair bit of rhythm games. They're okay, but nothing much else. It's not really got a lot of fighting games. Not really got anything that stands out in terms of variety. They're definitely a sellout, 100%. That one arcade that had the cabinets that you can plug in your own stick sounds super cool. Yeah, oh yeah. And you can do that at a lot of cabinets, actually. I think APM, for sure, you can plug in your Street Fighter 6 type arcade, you can definitely do it. Because I actually saw Jabali at Taito Hei, one of the nights, and there's a lot of people playing Street Fighter 6 that day. I think it was actually Friday night, the day before EVO Japan. But yeah, there are people that plugged in their very own controllers. Yeah, you can plug in your own stick, Waka, and use it. Stick, controller, pad, you can plug them in. Mostly for the modern ones, though. Okay, so yeah, Tokyo Legion Akihabara. This is even like a generous placement, honestly. Like, we'll probably move this lower later, but for now, I'm going to put it in B. I don't even know. I don't really have many good things to say about Tokyo Legion and Akihabara anymore. All right, then the second one I visited. It had to have been GiGO, I think. Oh no, it was Taito Station, actually, I think I went to before that. No, GiGO. Okay. GiGO Akihabara 1. This is an A-tier arcade. It's not the most amazing arcade, but for a GiGO arcade, I think it's pretty good. Some notable things about it. I mean, we can pull up some of the images and refresh our memories. Oh dear. That's not the image. So, okay, yeah, this is Tokyo Legion Akihabara, just so you guys remember. Let's get back the image of GiGO Akihabara. Oh dear, come on now. Please get me there. Pretty please. Apologies, guys. I don't have a good way of sorting these images, so we're just gonna have to scroll through them manually till we find our way. That's how it goes. Oh, okay, actually, no, it wasn't. Well, this image helped me remember that. This was not the second arcade I went to. Blah, let's talk about it later. Taito Station Shibuya. Where are we? There we are. Pretty good arcade, actually. Pretty good. You need to review this VOD sometime? Yeah, no worries, Waka. This VOD will always be here. We'll talk about them. Took a lot of pictures, so feel free to rewind at your leisure. Yeah, so Taito Station Shibuya. Basically just one floor, but the one floor that they have, they make great uses of the space. I mean, I shouldn't say one floor. One floor with the relevant things we care about. They have a crane game floor too, but the basement floor is with all the good stuff. The fighting games, the Gundam, the rhythm games, all the good stuff. They make great use of the space. It's a bit cramped, to be honest, because they pack so many things in one floor. But it's got a decent selection. They got several Gundam cabinets. They've got several rhythm games. They've got Gitadora that I played there as well. Fighting games, obviously. So it's decent. It's like mid-A tier. We'll be moving it down later on, but for now, it's nice and cozy there. And it's got a good location too. It's close enough to the JR Shibuya station. Where do we get the photo? There we go. It's close enough to the JR Shibuya station right here that it's not hard to get to. I don't know if it's visible in this photo, but it's like around the corner right there. So nice location. Okay. Then I visited Taito Station Akihabara. This one is okay. So the thing about this arcade is that a lot of people on the Google reviews hate this arcade because they say like it's like got the most unfair crane games, which I cannot comment on. I have no idea about that. I didn't play the crane games. But what I will say for sure is that their quantity is pretty limited. No matter what you try to play there, they don't have that much of whatever they've got. However, I will say that because they don't have that much of what they've got, it's a great arcade to go to when you don't want to be bothered by there being so many people at an arcade. So I frequently went there to get some Arsenal-based games in, knowing that no one else would play Arsenal-based games at this arcade. Aren't crane games supposed to feel rigged? I know, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand. Like, people get mad at, like, they can't win the crane games, but, like, isn't that the whole point? Like, it's supposed to be the money sink for that. But I guess at other arcades in Japan, the arcade, because there would be, like, the arcade managers and, like, the workers there, they would, like, you know, they would, like, place the, I guess if you grab something, then they would place the thing that you grabbed in a certain spot to keep your progress. But I guess at the Taito Akihabara, they wouldn't do that or something. I don't know. So it's so funny. Less people means more games for you. Exactly. You see, that's what I'm saying. And that's the only reason it's even A tier, but it's definitely going to be low A tier. Their quantity is very poor. The selection variety is okay. It's pretty small. Each floor is pretty small. It doesn't have a lot of stuff. But it's like, all things considered, they do have all the necessities. They have the fighting games. They have okay a number of rhythm games. They have the Gundam. They have the FGO arcade. They have the JoJo thing. Wonderland Wars. They have all the bare necessities. It's just they don't have a lot of quantity of each one. But because of that, a lot of people don't really go here. So you're pretty much bound to get something. Another special thing about this arcade, this was one of the few arcades that had this special... Oh, kind of hard to see, but this is one of the few arcades that had this special edition Gundam Arsenal-based Bamco passport. I could not actually find this at a lot of arcades I went to because the vending machines that carried them would carry not the special edition one for Arsenal-based, but they would carry like the regular Bamco passport card. So I'll give it that. The other thing about this arcade, and just give me a moment for this one because I do need to demonstrate it. So the other thing about this arcade, and this is like a special story behind this, because this was the first arcade that I played Arsenal base at, and part of it was because they carry the sleeves, they carry the official Arsenal base sleeves at this arcade, and more arcades that I went to don't have these than not. Oh dear, it's doing the thing again. Okay, let's get rid of the background temporarily. Bear with me, thank you. There we go. Okay, we're not fading into the nether anymore. But yeah, anyway, we get that Gundam Arsenal based official card sleeves. So now we feel like a Mega Pro, right? And I could not get this at most arcades because the vending machines that they had didn't have them. So I'll give it that. That's like that, and like the fact that there's not really many people there, so you're bound to get some games. That's like the main reason why it's A tier. But it's gonna be low A tier for sure. It's not gonna be higher than that. We might even put it high B tier. But I feel like Tokyo Leisureland is much worse than Taito Station Akihabara. They're being keyed out, but you think it should be cool. Less people means more games. But do they have the Poppin' if they got it? Instant S tier. No, you're right. You're right. If they got Poppin', I'm gonna give high regard to that because that's a hard game to find nowadays in Japan. That's considered a retro game right now. But yeah, I hear you're out there. Okay, so what's next? I think GiGO Akihabara 1 had to have been next now. Yeah, I think so. Okay, this one is definitely better than both of these. So this arcade, super clean, but coming from a Yu-Gi-Oh, a good chunk of players make their own sleeves. Yeah, no, you're definitely right. And I think Arsenal base, people didn't end up using the official sleeve. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. I think coming from like Yu-Gi-Oh, that would make sense. But a lot of people were using like other sleeves. They weren't using the official sleeve necessarily. But it was still nice to see. Okay, GiGO Akihabara 1, great arcade. It's not like a high tier arcade, but it's certainly better than the previous two I discussed. And in terms of GiGOs, I think it's one of the best GiGO arcades that I went to at least. They've got a great selection, several crane games on the early floors, but the basement floor is just Gundam Extreme Versus 2. It's great. Gundam Extreme Versus having its own floor with 3 stream setups, by the way, 3 stream setups for that floor. Several arcade cabinets there, a lot of people going. I can get the pictures back for that one. I think it's worth it. I didn't take a ton of pictures of it, but oh, PlaySpot Big One was before GiGO pictures. I think I went to GiGO before this though. That's for sure. Okay. So yeah, GiGO pictured here. This is like with some of the fighting games. The fighting games were all in the center on the top floor of GiGO Building 1. So these are all APM cabinets, 3 this side, 3 on the other side, surrounded by some Wonderland Wars cabs. I think there's some Nesca on the other end, and then some another game. And then on the same floor at the other end, they have the Arsenal base stuff. And I think this is one of the best places to play like high-level Arsenal base, GiGO Akihabara Building 1. So I have to give it credit for that as well. And it's well organized, well set up, well decorated for Arsenal base. So let me just try to find the pictures for the Arsenal base part of GiGO Akihabara 1. You forget all the time there are Strive cards. Yeah. In Weiss Schwartz, they have Strive cards now illustrated by the one and only Hungry Clicker. Shout outs to him. Also, wow, I took so many photos. Oh my goodness. But we'll eventually get back to the GiGO Akihabara 1. There we go. Okay. So that's when I started taking photos. Again, just to remind you guys, this is what it looks like, right? So basement floor, Extreme Versus, Gundam Extreme Versus. Then we got some crane games for a lot of floors. It's fine. It's got crane games, fair enough. But it's also got the other good stuff. Got some rhythm games, video games. Top floor, we've got the other good stuff in the arcades. So it's a good arcade. I think it's a high A tier arcade. And 3 stream setups for Gundam Extreme Versus is no joke. People are using those all the time. I never saw them unoccupied. And in general, people are always here playing some good old Gundam. And one of the reasons I knew about this arcade in the first place, not just because of Uni, by the way, but because of the fact that they're almost always streaming on their main channel. Not Sega, oh my goodness. GiGO Akihabara Building 1 is almost always streaming. Now, they're not streaming right now because in Japan it's the ungodly hours, right? But we can check the stream archives and they have some Gundam right there. Right here, you can see 12-hour stream. They're literally hitting like the YouTube maximum baud limit with almost all of these streams. 12-hour streams of just Gundam. Basically the opening hours. You've always wanted to try the game? Dual Masters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dual Masters, dude, people play that at my middle school. That's where I remember first seeing that game. And I didn't know what it was, but I knew it looked cool. Unfortunately, it's not even in English proper. Or maybe it used to be, but I don't think it is anymore. Regardless though, yeah. Dual Masters. Yeah, 12-hour streams, man. Yeah. You know the channel for that arcade with the O2M tourney? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. I mentioned I would talk about it. It is Athena Nipponbashi, but it's not going to be that channel. Remind me again when we get to Athena, and then I'll mention that, if that's okay. It used to be in English, but never caught on. Yeah, I remember that then. Yeah. But yeah, GiGO Akihabara Building 1. Decent arcade. I would say it's high A tier. That's recommended to go to if you're in Akihabara for sure. Okay, so then we saw Play Spot Big 1 Second. I'd say high A tier. I was gonna put it S, but that's a hard one. It's a great arcade. It's just only retro games. They've got some modern fighting game cabs. Ah, man, that's so hard. I mean, I don't think it's as good as what we're gonna be putting in S later on. So I'm gonna put a high A. This is a great arcade. We saw the photos earlier throughout my adventures, but this arcade is a must go to. Even though it's in Saitama, it's not even in Tokyo. It's worth the trip out there. It's not even that far anyway, but it's worth the trip to make it up there. They've got some great games out there. They've got Darkstalkers, Third Strike, CVS2. Think of most of the retro fighting games, they've got them. They used to be a BlazBlue mecca, but not as much these days. As I've already told you guys, BlazBlue players don't really come out to stuff anymore. But they've got a great selection. Oh my goodness, when are we gonna get to Play Spot? There we are. Or nope, bait. There we go. Yes, this is Play Spot Big 1 Second. Great place. Several retro fighting games that I wish I could recognize, but can't recognize all of them. But if you go to their arcade stream, I'm sure you'll find the various ones I'm discussing. Oops. Here we go. I'm subscribed to all of their ones anyway. But I remember one of the ones that I was super, like, I just loved watching. There was a first to 100 between two BlazBlue players, I think Izanami and Hakumen player, and it took like literally 12 hours to finish this first to 100. This is just some good stuff right there. I remember watching that. That was good. But yeah, we can see. Is that Neo Geo Coliseum? No way. No way. That is Neo Geo Coliseum. That's so sick. Oh, they streamed that 2 days ago. Fate Unlimited Codes, Vexel, Melty Blood, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, or not Turbo, but oh, sorry, I think I missed these. You blame Yu-Gi-Oh for being out first, and many saw it as in the US as a Yu-Gi-Oh ripoff. Oh yeah, no problem. You love that these arcades stream. Yeah, absolutely. This is what allows for the word of mouth to spread very easily. You know. The arcade streams. I mean, that's how I found out about a lot of these arcades myself. The animated, the dub was so bad. Ah, yeah. Sounds about a bridge series edit. Oh my goodness. Yep, all the classics, first to 100 with BlazBlue. This was highly recommend watching. I could send it to you, Waka. You don't have to watch the whole thing, obviously, but it's like nice for background noise. And this set was really good in general. But the players, I think they might have taken a short break for like a quick snack, but they didn't really like take a long break. BlazBlue players are fiends. Yeah, I know, right? The fighting on the moon. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, but Neo Geo Coliseum, Vexel, Street Fighter 4, of course, they play it. And you can go on their other channels because they've got 4 other channels where they also stream the other games that they hold things for. Like, they've got a billion different games. Obviously, part of it's Nesca, part of it's APM, but they've got all the other retro caps too that you can probably think of. Nice small space. I thought it was small at first, but when I went to other retro arcades that are small like this, they weren't as like big as this. So this was actually pretty big. But yeah, high A tier. It'll probably be the top of A. Depends on what we talk about next. But yeah, Play Spot Big 1 Second in Saitama. Highly recommend going. Especially if you play Third Strike. If you play Third Strike and you don't go here, what are you doing? Yeah, Vexel mentioned. Yes. I know, right? But Japan loves Vexel a lot more than we do in the US, that's for sure. Okay, so what's next? Play Spot Big 1. Ooh, okay, I think Shinjuku Sportsland is next. Yeah, okay. Let's just do that next. Because I went to this before I went to the other Shinjuku arcades. But did I go to Taitohei before that? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. Okay, whatever. All right, so good to hear EX Later was fun when you could find matches. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a cool game. It's not for me 100%, but the fact that they had the rollback netcode, you know, that's the good stuff. That's how you know these other companies are slacking. Math Waka is so good for background music. Yes, let's go Waka. Let's go. That I'm gonna give you a virtual high five for that one. Virtual high five. And where are we? Let me see. Clap. There you go. You get a clap. Oh dear. No. Oh no. No. Get out of here. Accidentally opened NVIDIA control panel. Okay, we're good. Anyway. I think I went to Shinjuku Sportsland as the next arcade. We'll see. We gotta get through all these card shop picks though. But I mean, you guys already saw. It's not spoiling anything, but I put Shinjuku Sportsland in S tier. That is going to be the top of S tier, guys. That is my favorite arcade out of all the ones I went to in Japan. Such an amazing place. I mean, they've got the fighting games, they've got the rhythm games, they've got the crane games. They've got something for everybody. And if you're a fighting game player, you're going to enjoy it no matter what. There's so much to love there. Oh yeah, okay. I was going to mention the Arsenal base space, right? For GiGO Akihabara 1. But yeah. All right. All right. That was still GiGO Akihabara 1. Yeah, we're chilling now. Okay, yeah. Shinjuku Sportsland. I was right. So yeah, if you guys haven't been to this place, go. Please go. If you're a fighting game player, which I know all of you, or most of you are that watch this channel, please go. They have shmups. Shinjuku Sportsland, they do have shmups. They do. They don't have as much as Taitohei, but they still got a fair amount. And they've got other retro games that you might not find elsewhere, but they definitely got shmups. I think they have Donpachi and some Toho games. Yeah. But Shinjuku Sportsland is amazing. This place is the best. And even if you're a Gundam lover, they've got some good stuff. I know a lot of arcades that support fighting games and like retro fighting games especially don't end up having as much of the Gundam. Like PlaySpot Big 1 Second doesn't have any Gundam whatsoever. This place still has all the Gundam Extreme Versus you could ever love to have. And people are super active there. People go crazy there. I was trying to look for the stream, but I believe it's Nakao because they don't really have an official stream. It's the players that are mostly the ones that run the stuff. But if you go to Nakao's channel, you can find all the Extreme Versus tournaments that they do. And it's just, you know, standard offline matches. They had a tournament actually not long ago the other day. But yeah, this is the best arcade. This is my, or I shouldn't say the best. This is my favorite arcade that I went to. Amazing. You have to go. You gotta go. Get a look at this lovely place. It's unfortunate that the BlazBlue players don't go that much anymore, but again, the selection they've got at this arcade is unmatched. The space is great. They've got the rhythm games. They didn't neglect those. They've got basically everything that they need to stay afloat. Ultra Street Fighter 4, KOF 11. We saw the old Gundam game. They got APM, which is what this is. It's either full Gundam or no Gundam. Yeah, exactly. This is like JV Arcade at its finest, dude. This is the must-go arcade. It's so good, so good. It's my favorite. Okay, and then after Shinjuku Sportsland, where did I go? Shortly after that was EVO, but okay, I think Taitohei must have been after that. Yeah, I think I went to Taitohei before going to the Shinjuku Taito stations. Okay, so no, it's not C. Taitohei is the top of S as well. Like it's like, dare I say this is better than Shinjuku Sportsland, but I'm a little biased because Shinjuku Sportsland has some great BlazBlue stuff still there, like the relics that they've maintained. But Taitohei is another arcade that you have to go to. This photo is from Taitohei, by the way, Waka. Taitohei has 3 pop and music cabs. And you were asking which version of pop music they have. If you can recognize it from this, then you're a genius. But yes, this is Taitohei. They have 3 pop music cabs. The rhythm game floor is excellent. They have this. They have Yutadora. They have there's this game that you like shoot like rings to your opponent, like along with the rhythm that Zenroku was playing. They have that. They have Denshade, I think, whatever it's called, the train thing, whatever. They have Beatmania. They have the piano sliding game. I can't remember what it's called. They have a few washing machines. They have taiko drums. And then on the same floor, on the other side, they have shmups galore. It's amazing. Okay, so yeah, this is Gitadora. This is you think it's one of the newer ones? You think it's the second latest one? Nice. Yeah, this is the song that I played. I already told you about it, but I like this song a lot. Trico, yay. Okay, here we go. The floor guide. I'm glad I took this. On the same floor as the rhythm games, guys. The rhythm games here, on the same floor, they have all of the retro games. This includes like shmups, random beat 'em ups that you won't find in a lot of places. There was another game that Zenroku recognized that he played a long time ago that they had. Yeah. Very good song indeed. I agree. Yeah, okay, we can see the 2DX and this piano game I was talking about, as well as the Denshade. Okay, here's like a view of the shmups, partially. Side-Ioge, I already talked about these in the pictures. Mushihime as well. They had the other version of Donpachi Daiojo. They had the Toho games. They had a lot of stuff at the section, and this is all on the same floor as the rhythm games. On the other side of the floor, though. We can go back to the floor guide. But yeah, that was on the same floor. And then top it on on top of that, on the third floor, they have all of the fighting games right here. Fighting games. These are also fighting games here, but I think this is like APM. These are all like APM, and then there's like some JoJo stuff here. And then here's some other games that we don't really care about. But it's just amazing. Plus they have Gundam here, right? They have Gundam as well. Not just Extreme Versus, but they also have some of the older Gundam games that I guess preceded Extreme Versus. Yeah, old school games as well, absolutely. This arcade is really good. Like, probably, if you're looking at it objectively, they have a wider selection and quantity than Shinjuku Sportsland. But I just love Shinjuku Sportsland a lot, so. But this arcade is just phenomenal. Arsenal Base top floor, they have some other games like Bomber Girl, some Mahjong in the corner, this Kamen Rider game, as well as the other Dragon Ball card game thing. Yeah, FGO arcade, which no one was at when I was there. Wonderland Wars. It's awesome. It's just phenomenal. Holy trinity of arcade game genres, fighting rhythm, shmups. Yeah, absolutely. That's how you know an arcade is good, when they got all three of those. So, I mean, I think suffice to say, this is a top tier arcade. Okay, I think both of these, honestly, let's just leave them unranked. Like, they're both equal, I think, in being the top tiers. And if you want to see their channel, because they do stream SF6. SF6 is very active at this arcade. This is probably the best place to pay SF6 in all of Akihabara for sure. And they're streaming right now, actually. They're not streaming SF6, but they're streaming something. But if you want to play some SF6 high level, look, they got 12-hour streams. SF6. Get hype. It's so good. Yep. Okay, so enough with that. I think after this is the Shinjuku arcades. So where do we start? I think I went to Shinjuku Game World first, which would be this Shinjuku Minamiguchi Game World. Pretty good. Yeah, the card arcade games look dope too. Yeah, they're good. I have better photos of them at the Namco arcade, but yeah, I agree. So Shinjuku Game World, okay arcade, okay Taito Station. They have too many crane games in my opinion. However, the redeeming factor of this arcade is that they've got basically the best rhythm game floor I've seen ever. Like maybe aside from round one, because there was a round one I went to that had the same rhythm game floor. But this is like the best rhythm game floor that I've seen. They have, I counted, I think they have 6 pop and music cabinets. Beatmania was all over the place. two Gitadora, not like two literally, but like, you know, a pair of Drum Mania and Guitar Freaks. They had what else? I didn't take pictures, Walk. I'm pretty sad about it. I'm sorry, but I definitely remember it distinctly. Those previous pictures are still from Taitohei, by the way. But let me not fast forward, but like, let me skip to Taito Station, Shinjuku Game World. Oh, apparently I went to GiGO before that. No, that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? I guess it does. Okay, let's just finish talking about Taito Station, Shinjuku East Exit Game World, or South Exit Game World. So yeah, these pictures are on the way there. This is the picture right outside of South Exit Game World. So yeah, this arcade is fine. Like, I think the only redeeming factor is the rhythm games floor. Everything else is a little meh. Too many crane games. But I think it's still higher than these two. Because if you want to play some rhythm games, this is a great place to go to. Yeah. But yeah, still really good. Okay, and then let's do GiGO Shinjuku West Exit. So I've already talked about this earlier, but this is such a shadow of its former self. The Battle Arena used to be such a famous place for Street Fighter 4, for Under Night and Birth, and so many other fighting games. Now no longer. It's basically, I mean, it even used to have Gundam, right? But like now the Battle Arena floor is basically just Gundam. It's quite a disappointment, and we can rewind back. I did play Arsenal Base at this arcade for a bit, but it's just such a shell of its former self. There's not really much of a reason to go to West Exit anymore, compared to other arcades, I'd say. GiGO Akihabara Building 1 is definitely better than GiGO Shinjuku West Exit now, I would say. Because if you want to play Gundam, it's better. If you want to play any other game, it's better. It's just like a no-brainer. The only reason to go here is if you're in Shinjuku already. So I'd say it's like, I mean, it's better than Tokyo Leisureland. It's not like that bad. I'd say it's worse than Shibuya, but not better than Taito Station Akihabara, or not worse than that. You already have your full crane games playing Grand Blue Rising. So true. Yeah, so true. It's just the husk of what it used to be. Yeah, it's just like, man, this place used to be so pure and raw, but now it's just like kind of dead. Like, it's just not the most appealing place to go to anymore for what it used to be. And I'm still putting in A tier for that matter, so that says a lot, doesn't it? Because it's still like passable, I guess. Anyway, let's see. So, okay, now the other Taito stations in Shinjuku. So Shinjuku East Exit. This arcade sucks. It's pretty bad. Awful garbage. I think, man, is it worse than Tokyo Leisureland? Let me try to jog my memory a little bit. I don't think I have photos though. I did take a photo outside of it. This by the way, Waka, is Shinjuku South Exit Game World. So this is where the rhythm game floor is, like a really good rhythm game floor. But anyway, yeah. I didn't even take a picture of East Exit. That's how ridiculous it was. Okay. Yeah, B is still good for something that's trash. You're right. It's definitely, I think actually, yeah, nah, it's worse than Tokyo Leisureland. The issue with this store is like, okay, first of all, cramped. There's a nice arrangement of the escalators and stairs, but it's really cramped on each individual floor. Secondly, there's like hardly any variety, and the quantity is not even there either. Third, the smoke smell is quite like it's hard to avoid, unfortunately. Like it's just so present, you know. Yeah, I think it's worse than Tokyo Leisureland. And I mean, yeah, there's not really a reason to go there. They have an okay amount of Gundam cabinets, but fighting games in general, it's not really that good. Rhythm games, not that good. Mahjong is, yeah, it's all right. You can go there and play Mahjong. You can go there and play your crane games, but it's not going to be for anything else. Yeah. The smoke smell is quite present there. think it's because they have the way the stairs and escalators are set up is kind of open each floor. I mean, obviously, right? But it's like not closed off compared to like some other arcades. And the smoke room is in one of the middle floors. So if you're up top, you're going to smell it. If you're at the bottom, you might smell it a little bit. But it's situated in a very awkward spot in the arcade. So yeah, east exit's not good. Okay. So we still got some more arcades left in Tokyo. I guess we can do I think Game Newton Oyama. I mean, I think I went to Takadano about it before that. Okay, whatever. Let's do Ikebukuro. Oh no, actually though, okay, the order is a little fuzzy for the last ones. Never mind. Let's do this first. Game Panic. So this is another spot I would say is great to go for rhythm games. In fact, it's probably better than Shinjuku South Exit Game World. The thing about this place, they have 3 floors of rhythm games, and all 3 have like wide variety of the modern rhythm games. Unfortunately, if I remember correctly, they don't really have pop-in music, but they have like it's close enough in rank to South Exit, but they have like a lot more like quantity, even if they don't have that exact retro variety. And the fact that they have 3 floors of rhythm games alone is like quite a number more than most arcades you'll find. The one downside about Game Panic is that because it's 9 floors and there's only 1 elevator, it's hard to get between the floors unless you want to take the stairs, which the stairs are a pain there. But you're rewarded with a nice top floor where most people don't go because it's so up there, and that's where all the Gundam is. The top floor is the Gundam Extreme Versus and the Arsenal base. And I went there frequently because there weren't really many people there, even for the Gundam Extreme Versus. So it's like nice and quiet. You can probably get a lot of games there. Overall, fairly nice mid-tier. And this is a high placement for a non-chain, non-retro game arcade. Like, trust me, guys. Like, this is much higher than it would be ordinarily, but it's pretty good. And it's close to the Akihabara JR station. Yeah, 9 floors. Yeah. You feel like the downside is they don't have a variety of game genres? Yeah, exactly. That's right. There's crane games for like 2 floors or something. 3 floors, I don't remember. And then there's like 3 floors of rhythm games. It's great. You spend a lot of time there for rhythm games, but then for like most fighting games, you won't really find that much for, you know, yeah. So this is like a high placement, but because you'll rarely find 3 floors of just rhythm games, you know, and it's like a good quantity. Okay, let's do Ikebukuro Mikado. You think a good arcade needs to have variety? Yeah, agreed. That's how you spend a long time there. You love fighters and rhythm games? Yeah, I think those are the ones that are like the most fun to play, like as a proper game. Like the crane games are just nonsensical. Like it's just gambling. Okay, you can win cool prizes, which is nice. I guess like the equivalent in the US is like the ticket games, right? I'm sure you guys have been to like Dave and Buster's, or you know, like even, I mean, Round One has these still, but like, you know, the ticket games where you win tickets and then you gotta turn them in for cruddy prizes, right? Like that kind of thing. Okay, Ikebukuro Mikado. Yeah, let's go. This is the best place to play VF right now, in my opinion. If you want to play just consistent Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown on any given evening, this is the best place to go to. And beyond the Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown, they've got a number of other good retro games. They've got Third Strike. They've got Super Street Fighter 2. They've got Shmups. They've got a bunch of other old Capcom fighting games. They've got old SNK fighting games. Floor 1 is not as interesting. They tried to have some other variety, like a few claw machines, a few like mainstream games, a couple rhythm games, but honestly where it's at is the retro games and fighting games on floor 2. And especially the Virtua Fighter. The Virtua Fighter here goes insane, and that's one of the main reasons why it's up there. Because you're literally not going to find Virtua Fighter 5 Final Showdown most places. And for it to be that active here, like that's definitely a thumb up. Downside, The basement floor is like all the mahjong and stuff. I guess that's one of the money makers, right? But sadly, it smells terrible at the bottom floor. That's why it's not like here. It like you don't want to go to the bottom. I mean, thankfully the floor doesn't like persist up the floors. The smell doesn't persist up the floors, but still like that's where the bathroom is as well, and it's pretty rough. And they have a smoke room on the upper floor, but weirdly enough, it doesn't really smell that bad on the third floor where all the fighting games is. So I don't know. Yeah, you know those tickets. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're hilarious. Did Pachinko die out, or is that it's its own thing? You remember the Dark Ages of SK? They were messing with that. No, Pachinko is still quite flourishing, I would say, from what I observed in Japan. There's literally stores dedicated to Pachinko and slot machines. So many of them in Osaka. A lot of them in Akihabara, although not as many as I expected. But a ton of them were in Osaka, by the way. Like, it's ridiculous. Rakuten. I got baited by one of them, actually, because I thought, like, it said, like, I think eSpace. I'm trying to find a picture. It's next to Radio Kaikon. If I can find it quickly enough. But there was like a spot near Radio Kaikon, and I'm like, oh, esports, you know? But no, it said eSpace, and apparently it was just slots, and I'm like, bruh. And it like smelled like smoke in there too. So that was a humongous bait. Yeah, Pachinko has their own stores, exactly, yeah. And for good reason. That's why Namba is going so low. Like, D tier is basically going to be just for Namba, pretty much, when we get there. But anyway. Okay, let me not get carried away. But yeah, Ikebukuro Mikado. I actually like this arcade more than Takadanobao Mikado, which is the more famous one. But that's like just a personal bias there. We can rank Takadanobao Mikado next. This is probably here. Really good spot for just so many fighting. They have so many fighting games here. It's crazy. Like, so many fighting games, so many retro games. So much. They have a ton. There's a reason why this arcade is really famous. However, it doesn't seem like people gather there anymore for like gatherings or locals or tournaments, really. Because, you know, as you guys might have heard, like, Jonio-san is not really he's not really running Guilty Gear stuff anymore because he retired. I'm not sure you guys remember the time around which he announced that, but since then it doesn't seem to be the same. It's still a good spot, mind you, and if you want to play Third Strike or Guilty Gear, then you can still go there and fight high level players, but it's not the same. And again, there's a little bit of bias why I'm ranking Ikebukuro higher. Like, you can go to VF any given day and get some high-level matches. I don't know about this one, but that being said, if you go to their channels, they're still streaming a lot of stuff. It's not like Mikado's dead. It's not like Takadanobao is dead. They still run a lot of stuff. They got 4 channels. You can see this is. I mean, I already showed you guys the stream where I played Virtua Fighter at Ikebukuro Mikado. But they still run a lot of events. A lot of people watch these. Oh wow, I didn't even see this. Yeah, awesome. But yeah, yeah, there's still a lot of people that go to these arcades. Like that much is clear, you know. So I'm still really happy that Mikado's around and they're supporting stuff. Now that being said, you guys, they actually literally like. Oh yeah, I missed these two. Let's see. You didn't know it's a thing, but they're DJ Max cabs. I think there were. I can't remember for sure though. But yeah, eSpace. Yeah, I got completely baited. I don't know if I have a picture. I wish I did. It is such a bait though. Like they also have like, you know, the whole anime branding on those stores too. So it's like, man, like if you don't know, then you just get like blasted in the face, and it's like, man, okay, I gotta get out of here. But yeah, yeah, I'm obviously biased, right? But I still think this is a nice place to go, and this is still one of the GOATs, obviously, but I wouldn't put it up in S tier. Okay. Game Newton Oyama. I'm gonna put it here. Third Strike. Anytime, it's great. Virtua Fighter when they run tournaments, it's great. Any other time, it's not super. What's the word? It's not super like lively. it's not that it's like no one's there, but it's like not the most lively, and they don't have a wide variety like some of these other retro arcades do, like Mikado and Big 1 Second. So I think, but they're still higher than Akihabara 1 for sure. And you know, if you want to really say like, okay, this is like an arcade where you can do a lot, yeah, maybe that would be higher. But you are not going to get like high level third strike higher than Game Newton Oyama at any spot in Japan. So I do think it's fine, like other than like Big 1 Second, right? So it's debatable, I think. The location of Game Newton Oyama is a little out there. Like there's not much going on in Itabashi. Like for me personally, I went there just for this arcade to visit it. The neighboring area is pretty nice, but it's like it's hard, man. I think the day I went was not the most convincing day. That's the problem. We'll leave it like this for now. It's not like it's bad anyway. There's probably a big gap between Game Newton Oyama and Game Panic, if I'm being honest, though. Like maybe we should make a. Oh, okay. I see. I see what's going on here. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking our B tier is gonna be like this for now. Let's do this. And we might rename this A minus tier later, because I think there is a gap between like Game Newton Oyama and Game Panic, but I don't know if it's worth calling it B. That's the problem. So we can just rename it right now. A minus and B and C. Yeah, you think it's a smart choice? Yeah. I think we got to do this for now because there is a gap. But I think for now this is okay. Nakano TRF. Okay, no, actually before that, let's do Takadano Baba. Big box Takadano Baba. So this arcade is not bad. Not bad. It's basically set up like a round one would be set up. It's inside of a mall, so obviously the space is limited. For what it's worth, I do think they make a decent use of the space. That being said, though, there's not really anything spectacular about this arcade. And because they have the smoke box on the one floor arcade as well, I was playing Arsenal Base right next to where the smoke box was, and I could not handle it for that long. So yeah, I think it's like not bad. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna put it here. Like there's not really a big reason to go here unless you're at the big box mall itself. We can show that to you guys quickly here. Big box Takadano Baba. It's inside this mall basically, and the mall is nice. It's really cozy and small, but I don't think there's a reason to go to this arcade unless you're exactly at this mall. So I'm gonna put it in the same tier as Tokyo Leisureland. Yeah. Unfortunate. The selection is good though. They do have pop and music there, Waka, by the way. Takatano Baba Big Box, they have pop and music there. You're talking about Japan, you realize more and more you need to visit the country sometime soon. Yeah, oh yeah, I know you'll love it, and it's a great place. Hope you get a chance to go there. Yeah, they have pop in there, but again, I don't know if, like, I'm not super impressed by it. It's not a place I would go unless I'm pretty much like going to that mall, right? And let me think, is there any like Shinjuku, right? No, yeah, I mean, if you're in Shinjuku, not far from Takadano Baba, because Takadano Baba is in Shinjuku, you can just go to Shinjuku South Exit Game World and you'll find pop in there, and there's more pop and music cabs there, so like I don't think the opportunity cost makes sense. Yeah, I think it's a B tier. Okay, and then okay, those are Osaka. Okay, Nakano. Yeah, let's do Nakano. Actually, I went to GiGO before Big Box though, so let's do GiGO. GiGO Takadano Baba, not bad, not bad. I think it's here. It's not bad. I played a little bit there. It's pretty small, but small is not bad in this case. It's small and cozy. The trouble is not that. Oh, those are some other photos, by the way, from Taito Hei. Had a good time. But yeah, Small is not even bad necessarily, but GiGO Takadano Baba, you're not really gonna like. If you're in Takadano Baba, you're not going to that. You're going to Mikado. You're going like this is Ikebukuro, but you're going to Mikado if you're going to Takadano Baba. So I don't think the GiGO arcade is really like anything super spectacular. Also, it looks like I didn't take a picture of it, so it's okay. You want to visit family, sightseeing, go to arcades, go shop, go to some museums. You like Japanese history a lot, go to some restaurants. Oh yeah, for a month? Dude, 2 weeks and I wanted to stay longer. And now that I'm back, it almost feels weird that I have to go to work tomorrow, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm definitely in agreement with you there. Yeah. If you want to play some pop music, go to if you're in Shinjuku and you want to play pop music, just go to Shinjuku South Exit Game World. Yeah. Yeah. So I think GiGO Takadano Bob, it's like not bad. I don't think it's as bad as this. I think it's fine. This is like low A minus. Maybe it's better than Nishiguchi though. Oh, that's hard. Wow. I think it's better than West Exit. Yeah. I don't remember what I was mentioning about West Exit that made me rank it that high. Yeah, let me do this. I think this is more accurate. Okay. Nakano. Bada boom. Bada bing. It's a really good arcade. I didn't go when there were a lot of people there, but no, that arcade is really good. Man, this A tier is so stacked. Like, I don't think I can move it. I don't think I could put it above Big 1 Second. But this is just like so close. Like all of these are like really good arcades. This is an arcade inside of the mall called Nakano Broadway, which is a tourist spot. Highly recommend going if you go to Tokyo. Might as well go to Nakano for this. And you're going to Nakano Broadway for Nakano TRF. Yes, you are. You're not going. It's not like, oh, I'm going to Nakano Broadway and then, you know, I might as well go to Nakano TRF. No, you're like, if you're a fighting game fan, you are going to Nakano TRF. Especially if you're a Guilty Gear fan or if you're like just a retro fighting game fan. Great arcade. Very nice and cozy. Very small. But it's got a lot of good stuff in there. Did I take pictures at this point? Was this the same day? I don't remember. Let's see. Okay, this is GiGO Takadano Baba, yeah. You can see, I mean, there's like not much going on in GiGO Takadano Baba. I mean, like, you can play some video games at the basement floor. It's not that like their selection is bad, but they're clearly focused on prize games and stuff. This was at Taito Station Big Box Takadano Baba for sure. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nakano Broadway. This is Nakano Broadway. Inside this mall is where Nakano TRF is, and I took some photos. Great arcade, lovely arcade. Got a big selection. Not a big space whatsoever, but they make great use of it. And people do come here and play some games. They always run events. They've got their calendar here, and they've got several stream setups as well. Overall, great place. So I'd say it's just below Play Spot Big One, but like I think these are just so close. Like it's not really, yeah. It's not really like an easy one to divide. Okay, and then Namco Nakano. This is it's a good arcade, yeah. But I think the Namco arcade in Osaka Nipponbashi is better. This arcade has a lot of like white space, but it doesn't feel like it's well utilized the space. They have some Gundam. They have some Gundam Arsenal base. The second floor looks pretty nice. I'd say there's not really much of a sell to go to this arcade unless you're specifically going for like the Dragon Ball card arcade game or the Pokemon card arcade game. The Gundam is not really like super poppin' here. Maybe right here. It's like it's not an arcade that stands out. It's like one of those. It's like, hey, it's an arcade in Nakano Broadway. Might as well go here. That kind of thing. Let me go to the photos for it. There's Namco Nakano Broadway. That's what it looks like at the front. The nice front. There's actually some bike parking at the front. Tons of bikes were parked when I was there. Like more than this, way more than this. But yeah, here's the Dragon Ball card arcade game, the Kamen Rider one, Pokemon one. The second floor, they got a decent selection. It's not the most insane or anything. Got some fighting games. I got Gundam Arsenal Base, Gundam Extreme Versus, Tekken posters, but I didn't really see much Tekken there. I was surprised they didn't have that much Tekken at all. But they had some other, like, you know, the RTS game right there, Fate Grand Order, JoJo. It's not really that amazing. Like, they have a lot of white space, and what I mean by that is like empty space where to make it feel like it's not crowded, but it actually just makes it feel empty in this case. So not much. And considering that it's a literal Namco arcade, they did not have that much Gundam. So yeah, I'm putting it like mid A minus. Also, another friend who streams went to Japan as well. Did a stream talking about his stay in Japan. Both of you make you want to go in Japan. Yeah, dude, you gotta go. You gotta go when you have the chance. Being a diehard Arsenal-based player has its perks. You could take 3 steps and find a setup. Dude, yeah, no, legit. Every single arcade I went to, like, except for, let me think. I think except for the Mikado arcades, PlaySpot Big One, TRF, and Game Newton, all of these arcades that I've listed here have Arsenal base, all of them. I think except for those exact ones, which are clearly like retro-oriented arcades. And literally, okay, not Kohatsu. Kohatsu did not have it either. Namba Hills doesn't have anything, so that doesn't count either. But yeah, everything else had Arsenal base. Yeah, you find that literally everywhere. It's pretty popular in Japan. They have tournaments for crying out loud at GiGO Akihabara 1 pretty consistently. Clean cut. Oh yeah. 5 hours? What? We're nowhere near done, by the way, guys. But don't worry, I've fully prepared my mind for a long stream like this. Okay. Yeah, I think it's somewhere there. It's better than Shibuya. Better than Akihabara, probably. Yeah, it's already been 5 hours, I know. Not for you. Like, you came like maybe 2 hours or 3 hours into the stream, but or not 3 hours, like the 3 hour mark or something. I don't remember. But yeah, it doesn't feel like 5 hours for sure. But I've got a lot to say. I don't know how else to put it. I've got a lot to say. Okay, are we already done with Tokyo? No, there's one more. All the rest that are left are from Osaka. You came in like 3 hours. Yeah, I think so as well. Okay, so this is Diversity, Diversity Tokyo. It's in Koto. It's where that Gundam statue is that I was showing in the pictures earlier. It's a round 1, so obviously round 1 is very commercialized. They're not like super special in what they've got, except for like the bowling and, you know, the dartboards, the other amusements that they've got. They're not solely an arcade. That being said, this was an okay one. They've got multiple floors, I think 2 floors to be exact. Very cramped. Oh my goodness. It was Golden Week, so maybe that's part of it. But it was very cramped there. Didn't feel like there's enough walking space. They had too many crane games instead of walking space. They had Arsenal Base. They had Mario Kart. They had some gambling games, rhythm games. The rhythm games were cool, but not the greatest selection ever. I mean, for a round 1, I think, especially given what I saw at Senichimaya and Osaka, I think this round 1 is not that good. It's in a mall, yeah, but it's not like the most impressive round 1. Hard to rank it. I mean, it's definitely, I don't think it's A minus. Probably B. I think it's better than Taito Station Big Box Takadano Baba, so let's put it there. Okay. All right, that is all for the Tokyo arcades that I went into. So now let's talk about the Osaka ones. We'll save the worst for the first. The worst. I think it gets its own tier. What the Shinjuku East exit, right? I think it's worse than Shinjuku East exit. This arcade literally just has nothing anymore. Unless you're into Mahjong or something, I guess. Even for crane game, there's no reason to go here. It's just ridiculous. What do we color this? Like, oh, oops. Oh, no. Ah, darn. This is supposed to be C tier. And this is supposed to be D. Give it that color, I guess. Or, I don't know. Let's do that. Namba Hills, not even worth your time. Like, this arcade is just garbage. The only reason I, like, of course, like, I know it makes it weird that I went there, but I went there because I heard about it being, like, a great spot for Guilty Gear, because, you know, Majin Obama's video, right? And I myself watched the uni that took place there. But no, this arcade is nothing anymore. Is it weird you think DDR is overrated? I think DDR is cool, but I definitely think Beatmania, Pop Music, and Gitador are better. I agree. I can agree with that. And I didn't even see people playing as much DDR as they did Dance Rush. Dance Rush seems more popular than DDR in Japan. Dance Rush, people were going hard at Diver City. We were watching them for a while. Yeah. Namba Hills is garbage. Like that, it's probably gonna be the only D tier. Yeah, Dance Rush is cool. I think Zenryoku was trying to get me to try it, but I'm good. yeah, Weave Trash is a legend at that game, I think. There was also this other game where it had like some K-pop dances. I don't know what it was called, but like people were like kind of going insane on it. Like, I mean, I don't know how to describe the game because I have no idea what the game looks like. But like, it like reads like your hand and leg movements, and does that to determine whether you did the song right or something. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Okay, let's talk about Athena Nipponbashi. Bada boom. All right, let me scroll back up and oh yeah, O2M. Yes, I'm glad I remembered. This is this is one of the best arcades in Osaka. This is one of the best arcades in Japan in general, and for good reason. I mean, this was the legendary hub for BlazBlue for a long time. And if you look at their channel right now, their official channel, it might make it look like they don't stream anymore, but no. They changed the way that they do streams now. They don't stream through the official channel as much because basically they have stream setups where the players, I already showed this earlier, but the players are allowed to, oh yeah, this is Game Newton. Sorry about that. Forgot to mention. This is Acho. We can talk about that soon. Actually, let's do Acho next. Let's do Acho because this is also an S tier. We had a lot of bangers in the last part in Osaka. So let's hold on Athena. Acho is right here. Acho is amazing. I mean, is it even fair to like rank these like in order? I feel like all these are just so good. It's crazy, guys. I mean, if I were to like sincerely try to rank them, it would probably be like this. But trust me, like it's not like Acho is that much worse than any of these other two. Like Acho is so good. Yeah, they have such a great logo. It's such a great spot. This is a reason to go to Kyoto if you're a fighting game fan. Just if you're an arcade fan in general. This is a reason to go to Kyoto. I literally went to Kyoto just for this. And it's a great place. They got 2 floors and they make great use of the space. A lot of retro Neo Geo games, as you guys know. The channels, you'll check them out. They got all the KOF 98 play happen here. Last Blade, as you can see. Garo. Third Strike takes place. They still have Gundam. It's not like they neglect that. And people were playing on it too. Ketsui, Shmup, as well as which one is this? Which one is this? Diojo. There we go. Jub is gonna pop off from that. Side Diojo. 2DX, which was being used as a monitor at the time, but it is a game there. And Waka, you can guess what game that is. You love those bears, yeah. But no need to guess what game that is, actually. You can see it clearly. Yes. Poppin' music. Oh, yeah. Exa Cabinet, Tetris, some other shmups. Acho's insane, guys. Arsenal Base is here. Nesca Cabs. They also have Street Fighter 6 Type Arcade with the stream setup. But this is another Nesca Cab. They have APM cabs. They have Crane. They still have Crane games, by the way, guys. But the Crane games are like so inoffensive. Like they're like kind of set aside. Like you can walk through the Crane games within a few seconds, and boom, you're at the main attractions. It's great. This arcade's amazing. So good. It's a newer one. Yeah, I'm not sure, but they definitely had some different like casing around it, so I'm not sure. But yeah, Acho, gotta go. That's a great arcade right there, and they're legendary for a reason, guys. I mean, their channel, a lot of history in holding fighting game tournaments for Melty Blood. It looks like they even held a tournament for Arsenal Base. I didn't even know about this. It was yesterday. Wow. They had the Melty Blood tournament, Street Fighter 6 Type Arcade, some more Arsenal Base tournament. Oh, I gotta catch these. Wow. Mind you guys, Arsenal Base is still a relatively new game. I think it's been around for 1.5 years or 2 years by now. But this game is definitely very popular in Japan. And I didn't even know that Acho had tournaments for it. But yeah, there's always been some great Melty Blood tournaments that have happened at Acho. And then if you go to their other channel, that's where they have the casual matches streamed. Or like recorded at least. But yeah, Garo, Third Strike, EX2, Melty Blood, KOF 98. Yeah, it's so lovely. It's awesome. Definitely one of my favorites. It's gonna be so hard here because there's just so many good ones. Athena Nipponbashi. I mean, it's just okay. I'm gonna just say this right now. For S tier, unranked. I mean, all of these are just so good in their own way. There's no way I can say they're better than each other. They're all so good. They're highly worth going to. Okay, Athena Nipponbashi. Let's get to those photos. This arcade is legit. It is so good. This is a round 1 Senichimaya, so we'll get to that soon. But Athena Nipponbashi, right? Where are the photos? Didn't I take? Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. There we are. Weak ranked. No, Retro, I refuse, man. Okay, if I had to rank them, I would say Shinjuku Sportsland, Taito Hei, gap, small gap. Acho, Athena Nipponbashi, small gap. Ikebukuro Mikado, and round 1 Senichimaya. That would be like my rank if I put Senichimaya there. Or sorry, not Senichimaya. Osaka Nipponbashi. Safe opinions. Nothing safe about that, dude. I just love them all, you know. Still cracks me up that Sans isn't popping now. Yeah, there are. I saw that. That was hilarious. I kind of ignored it, but I did see those. Athena Nipponbashi, they have their own building. That's how you know they're the spot in Tokyo now. Or not Tokyo, in Osaka now. This is a great arcade. They've got crane games, yeah, and they're kind of occupy the first 3 floors. But then as you go up, then you get to the real good stuff. You got the rhythm games, you got the fighting games. Great selection too, because you'll rarely see O2M and KOF 11 at a lot of these arcades, and they have both. Again, I showed their official channel earlier, but they have other channels that I subscribed to recently that I need to find here. The way I found them was through Twitter. I don't want to have to go to Twitter if I don't need to. If I can find them again. You know what? I think 98. There we go. Yeah, it's this guy, I think. So I think this guy streams 98 and O2UM whenever it happens at Athena Nipponbashi. There was a tournament that happened while I was there. Maybe not this channel. It wasn't this channel then. But this is one of the channels that has some tournament stream to it. And then the other guy, I don't remember their tags. Let me just look for the Twitter. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Send the clip. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. Honestly, you tend to try have safe opinions, but Retro's right. Gotta have some out there takes too. Keeps things interesting. Nah, you guys are right. You guys are right. Safety is... I mean, I'm already making this tier list, so I'm kind of already throwing myself out there, aren't I? But yeah. Okay, so... Oh yeah, they had a BBCF tournament after KGP as well at Athena Nipponbashi. So that was great. I missed it unfortunately, but it was there. Okay, here's the O2M guy. I subscribed to him already. Yeah. This guy streams the O2M brackets. I might have been in the stream. I don't know if they had started streaming when I was there, but I might have been in the stream if I can find the day that they did it. Maybe not, because again, I think they started streaming after I left. But I saw like the capture. But yeah, regardless, this is an awesome arcade. Link, please. Oh yeah. We're gonna get all of Japan on you. Yeah. Yep, they're gonna come after me. Cancel. Link, please. Let me give you the link, bud. Because yeah, I would not have found this without seeing the Twitter, to be honest. But Athena these days, they stream like they have the community streams instead of the people stream to the main channel. There we go. All right, but yeah, this arcade is so good. And basically the way it works, I can show the floor guide photo. And it's at a great spot, very easy to get to here from the station. The station is literally down the street, like down in this direction. That way. And we go inside. Crane Games, obviously, they got the Vanguard ads, which is hilarious. It's everywhere in Osaka, honestly. Or at least in Nipponbashi. Yeah, no problem, Gale, man. Hope you enjoy those KOF tournaments. I'm sure they got great players because I saw a lot of O2 cabinets there. But basically, all the nonsense in the first 3 floors. Then the good stuff like Gundam. They have a Gundam floor, and a lot of people were in there. But it's not the best Gundam floor in Osaka, but it's still solid enough. And they've got some Zaft too as well. Sea Destiny. Okay, and then they have Street Fighter, Third Strike, and 2. They have Vampire Savior, Bay Unlimited Codes, APM, Nessica. I forgot what this is, but it's like some RTS, I think. And then of course they have I already mentioned O2M. They have O2M. The next floor, Melty Blood. It's just so good. It's so good. I took pictures, but there's the Gundam floor. You can see the stream setup there. There's another stream setup there. I played some Arsenal base there. And then there's the guys playing Gundam. All the setups here occupied on this side for Extreme Versus. All the setups on the other side occupied. A couple of the setups were vacant on the parallel side or the perpendicular side, but still tons of people playing. You can see the live photo. Posters, lovely. The next floor where they had the good stuff that I mentioned. And then the posters from SBO Transcendental Orchestra as well. Blaze Blue, yo. This is still a Blaze Blue spot, but not as much again as it used to be because the Blaze Blue is like the people play on Steam. But they had the after KGP event there, so that was really good. KOF 11, Hokuto no Ken, and O2M. O2M stream setup was right there. See, like that's why I wasn't sure if they were streaming, but I don't think the stream was. I don't think it was running at the time. It was just like they had the stream stuff ready, but it wasn't running. But I know another guy was probably streaming Toho to his own channel, because that was on the monitor as well. Glad you got a Duo Maxwell. Oh, dude, I I got a ton of Gundam stuff. Wait, the funny basketball game? Yeah, they have Hokuto no Ken. They sure do. They sure do. Acho had it as well. Yeah, there's a better view of the... This is the... For all intents and purposes, this is the uppermost floor of Athena Nipponbashi. I think the upper floor is staff only. But yeah, some great stuff at this arcade. And they've got a great space. Like, mind you, this is an independently run arcade. It's not a chain. And this is a big space for a big, like, building. Having their own building and their own space for this arcade is amazing. Because a lot of the small arcades I went to were really small. But yeah, this is the Toho streamer. Yeah, absolutely, Waka. It certainly is. One of your favorite Gundam Wing characters. Oh, got it. Yeah. Got it. When you first saw the cards, yeah. Yeah, for an independently run arcade, absolutely it is. Yep, so that's Athena Nipponbashi. I think I've sold you guys on that one. S tier, 100%. Namco Osaka Nipponbashi. Definitely better than the other Namco arcade. I think it's the top of A tier, or top of A- tier. Selection is good. This is a great spot for Gundam. Gundam here, they have a lot of cabinets, and it's very well decorated and themed around Gundam. And then the other stuff on that same floor is really good too. So I think it's a good arcade. It's better. It's definitely better than the other Namco arcade in Nakano, Tokyo. They have this mobile suit survival game where you're like, it's similar to being like a pilot. I didn't take many other photos, but trust me, they had a good number of Gundam Extreme Versus cabinets too. So, yeah, I'm pretty confident on this ranking. I don't think it would go up here, but it's a good arcade. Right down the street from Athena Nipponbashi. Okay. We can do round 1 Senichimaya next. This is the best round 1 I went to. Not even close. So good. Oh my goodness. I think it's right here. Senichimaya is like a general walking neighborhood within Namba, kind of, where there's a lot of markets, a lot of food, a lot of streets, and they have this massive round 1 dead in the middle of like where there's a river. It's not on this side. I guess we should talk about... Okay, fine. Let's talk about... Did we already talk about this? Namba, Taito Station Namba? I don't think so. Let's just talk about that first. Taito Station Namba. It's not good. It's not good. It's not the worst, but it's like maybe here. I mean, maybe it's the top of B. I think it's better than the other ones here. The issue is that it's very, very cramped. Yeah, Taito Station Namba, not good. It's very cramped. Too many crane games that occupy some of the early floors. The upper floors, you would think they have a good variety, but The nice thing about Taito Station Namba, and I did take some notes about this one. Let me try to pull it out. So let me see. 3 floors of crane games. 4th floor is amusement e-games. 5th floor has 4 SF6 type arcade cabs. All of them were in use when I went there. There's some rhythm games. There's 6 Extreme Versus 2 cabs. 2 Arsenal-based cabs. The floors are small. They have 6. They have photo booths on the 6th floor. It's very chainy though. Yeah, 3 floors of crane games, dude. That's all they do at arcades nowadays. I think it's B tier. Putting it at the top of B feels criminal, to be honest. I think it's definitely better than Big Box Takadama Baba, but not better than Diver City. Yeah, so Taito Station Namba, you can pass on it. I know it looks big and inviting when you look at the picture, but it's really because it's right next to the station. It's literally right there. The station is right there. That's the station right there. So there's a reason why it's big and in your face, but it's not really worth going. You mean you like crane games, but that's absurd. No, that's pretty typical Waka of the chain arcades. Yeah, I mean, you kind of need crane games again for arcades to survive. That's the sense I'm getting, because crane games make a lot of money. But nah, yeah, I agree. This is kind of a waste of space for going there. Better than Namba though. Better than Namba Hills. Yeah. Well, there's the station. That's a card shop next to Taito Namba. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Oh, right. I went to Senichi Maya before that. Oh, and by the way, Namba Hills. I talked about it earlier, but I didn't show it. There's Namba Hills. You guys, this arcade is terrible. Like, please just take a look at for yourselves and see how just little they have based on even their floor guide. And trust me, when I went down here, they're like, oh yeah, arcade game, right? And then just have like Mario Kart and this basketball arcade game, and that's like pretty much it. They have some other stuff. They have one rhythm game there, but they cleared out some stuff for sure. Such a dead arcade, unless you just want to play crane games, I guess. Photo booth, and then there's literally like they said 20 plus for this floor, by the way. So that's, you know, there's definitely something going on there. Yeah, it's so barren, dude. For what it once was, that's why I'm giving it a harder time, because they made it worse. No, it was DDR. It was DDR. The one rhythm game. Yep. Just DDR. Yeah, F tier. I think it's too harsh. I'll put a D tier. F tier would be fitting, but I think D tier suffices. I mean, okay. You know, I mean, it's literally nothing else is gonna be here. Boom. There we go. F tier. No reason to go here. So you're right. You're definitely right. F tier, it belongs. Okay. Before I forget, round 1 Senichi Maya. Goated. So good. So good. I think this is the best round 1 I went to. They have, I think, 3 floors. The first floor when you enter is crane games, and you can just skip it. But then the basement floor, basically they have floors going down instead of up, I think, at least. But the basement floor underneath is literally all rhythm games. It's all rhythm games. Just a number of them too. Like the quantity and variety is there. I was trying to look for pop music. I couldn't find it, but I honestly didn't spend too much time on the rhythm games floor. I didn't play anything there. But they had Gitadora, obviously. They had DDR, Dance Rush, the other dance game where you do the moves. Beat Mania, 2DX, right? Yeah, I mean, you could probably think of a rhythm game, and they probably had it. Other than like pop music, I don't think they had pop music. Yeah, this was an amazing round 1. And then below that floor, like I wrote it down because I was trying to count how many Gundam Extreme Versus cabs they have. It's just crazy. They have what is it? 44, 22, 6, 28. Yeah, they have 44 Extreme Versus 2 cabinets. Gundam Extreme Versus 2. Overboost. 44 cabinets and 2 stream setups for them. No one was using the stream setups because I don't know why, but they literally have the capture card slots there. Let me go back a little bit for that. But they had the capture card setups there, but no one was using them. But plenty of people were playing, that's for sure. Plenty of people were playing on it. I think it was before Athena, the pictures for round 1. Yeah, here we go. There we go, yeah. Here's the round 1. This is round 1 Senichi Maya. I didn't take a picture outside of it because I didn't know how sick it would be until I went inside. But this is a glimpse. They have a ton of like every game. Every game that they have a bunch of them. And it's just so much space. Look at all this, man. Arsenal base ahead. They have tournaments for Arsenal base here as well, by the way. Gundam Extreme Versus. Did they have sound Voltex? They should have. Pretty sure they did. Pretty confident that they did. Yep, clean and not cramped. Exactly. I mean, they just have so much space. That's what it's possible with so much space, you know? Yeah, round one, that was the best round one I went to. It's gonna go above the GiGO Akihabara for sure. Man. Now this is where we start getting into the tough territory. Round one doesn't really have retro games. So I'm gonna put it above TRF though, because I think the fact that it's just so big and they have so much of each that they have, like selection and the quantity and selection are both great. It's above average even for a chain. Yeah, maybe not above Big 1 Second, but above TRF probably. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this. It's definitely an upper echelon arcade. Okay, we got some good ones left somewhat. Maybe not Namba GiGO, but Kohatsu is good. Let's talk about Kohatsu. Kohatsu is like here. It's a good, nice and cozy retro arcade for like basically a very specific, like, you know, set of people that live around the area and want to play these specific games. If you want to play Blade Strangers in Osaka, you're not going anywhere but Kohatsu. That's what I'm saying. If you want to play Yatagarasu Enter the Eastward in Osaka, you're not going anywhere but Kohatsu. If you want to play X-Men versus Street Fighter in Osaka, you're not going anywhere but Kohatsu. So they've got that for them. Very nice, very cozy. They were running a Blade Strangers tournament while I was there. And the guy with the guy who was doing the commentary was literally right behind me when I was taking the picture. I wanted to talk more with him, but I didn't feel comfortable enough in Japanese to do so. I'll be back here for sure. I wanna hop on Blade Strangers with them. But yeah, you can see the X-Men, Street Fighter, whatever that game is called. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but yeah. To the other side, like this way, there are people playing Yatagarasu, and then Blade Strangers was being done on the APM cabs. This is like the only place I even saw Blade Strangers being played. So that says a lot by itself, that they had enough for a tournament. That's how you know. And this was grand finals. Summer Kawase versus Curly. Curly's definitely a top tier. I don't know about Summer Kawase, but regardless, it's a balanced game, so. Yeah, this is a great spot. It's very small, very, very narrow as well. It's very narrow, small. And it's a lot of clutter, but again, some of the stuff you'll find here and the types of things that people play here, it's gonna be one of a kind. And the environment was so nice. It's so raw. Yeah, they got retro games. Blade Strangers looks dope, but it's another fighter you're not playing competitively. Yeah, totally fair. I mean, Blade Strangers is fine though. I think that's actually Studio Seizen-sen's best fighting game in my opinion. It's the most polished. It's the most refined. Which might not say much, but you know, in Japan, it's got its following. And I have to admit, Blade Strangers was how I found out about Umihara Kawase. So I have Blade Strangers to thank for that. And you want to know how I found out about Blade Strangers? Going right to their channel right now. I found out about Blade Strangers through this legendary channel. That was the origin story for this channel. Watching all of the uni streams, and then learned about Blade Strangers because they also used to have Blade Strangers here. Let me try to scroll down. It's going to be quite a bit. Oh, there we go. We found it. They used to have Blade Strangers tournaments here as well, and that's how I found out about this game. So if not for uni, I would not have found out about Umihara Kawase. That's basically the conclusion. Never gonna forget Isaac is in that game. I know, right? It's so funny. It's hilarious, but it's awesome. And yeah, Waka, Isaac is in that game. I didn't really know much about The Binding of Isaac, the game, before that, but I like seeing Isaac in the game. I was like, oh yeah, Isaac's in that game. And yeah, he's a cool character too. He's funny. Isaac is in that game, and he's in there because, by the way, Galeman, he's in there because Nicholas did the publishing in this region, I think. In the West, it was Nicholas. or however you pronounce it. But yeah, Kohatsu is great. I think it belongs there. Maybe, nah, okay, it's not above Newton, though. I think it's right there. Game Newton no Yama is legendary. Kohatsu is, it's a great arcade, but it's not like that, up to that part. They had an in for Isaac to be in that game. Yeah, definitely. Okay, GiGO Namba. GiGO Namba. This is GiGO Namba Abion. This is actually one of the last arcades I went to, so let's do that last. Taito Station, Osaka Nipponbashi. Legendary. This arcade is so good. It's insane. Like, I was pleasant. This is going to be the only Taito Station that's an S tier. I was so surprised that this arcade was this good. Like, I went inside and I'm like, oh my goodness, like, let's go. I was nodding. And then I went further up and I was nodding even more. I'm like, you know, like, this is sick. And then I went to the top floor. I'm like, oh my goodness. Like, this arcade is really, really good. It's not like with the rest of these legends, but it is, for the fact that we have a Taito Station chain arcade in S tier, I'm telling you guys, this arcade is so good. Let me get to the pictures for it, but it's well organized each floor. They have a large space. It's much larger than it would appear from the outside. That's for sure. Okay, here we go. So I didn't get a picture right outside of it, I don't think. Because again, I didn't know what I was getting into. Like, you see the floor map and it's like, okay, all right. But no, when you go up these floors, like, they've got good stuff at this arcade. This arcade is a long walk from where my hotel was. I'll pull out the map for reference. But my hotel was Appa Namba. Appa Namba Eki Higashi. And if we want to walk to Taito Station Osaka Namba, or Osaka Nipponbashi, non-trivial walk. I mean, 8 minutes is not that long, but considering Athena is like basically right there. Like, where is Athena? Athena's right here. So it's like the opportunity cost, right? Like, it's like Athena's right there and it's better. But no, this arcade was still worth going to make that walk. And also, it's right in the heart of Nipponbashi Den Den Town, which you're not going to run out of things to do there if you're an otaku, right? So, this arcade was excellent. This is the one Taito Station arcade I can say confidently is S tier. So, what do they have? They have the standard junk that we don't care about. But the third floor and onward are the good stuff. Okay, I did take a picture outside. Let's go. This is different places. Because I came back and I didn't know how good it was going to be, right? But I came back. Boom. Okay, I'm pointing, but you don't see it. But 2 Drum Mania setups. This is the only arcade I've seen that had 2 Drum Mania setups for Gitadora. Oh yeah, Walker, you're here. Yeah. This was at a separate place, but this is at Surungaya Specialty Shop, the retro game store that I told you about. Surungaya had this monkey ball thing. Yeah. No, Waka, this was insane. I had never seen before 2 Drum Mania setups in one arcade. In the first place, Gitadora has like kind of fallen off in Japan from what I've heard. But no, this place has not 1 Drum Mania, but 2. And they still also have the Guitar Freaks next to it. That being said, only one of these can pair with the Guitar Freaks. I think it's this one. This one can't pair with it, but it doesn't matter. Drum Mania is what I'm there for. I love drumming. You guys know I love math rock, so I'm gonna get my fill on Drum Mania all the time when I see it. And yep, I already kind of spoiled it, but Waka, take a look. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Last time you saw Monkey Ball. Yeah, so many popping, right? Look at this, man. By the way, just one floor. There's one floor. This is the third floor. If we go back to the floor map, this is just this third floor, where they also have Mario Kart and shmups and other stuff. Oh, no, this is not shmups. This is like arcade games. Taiko. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I think this arcade has the most Denshade Go setups too. I didn't take a picture, but this arcade has the most Denshade Go machines out of all the arcades in Osaka, and probably in Tokyo too. I don't know if Tokyo has any like that, but yeah, apparently this is like something that's notable. You recognize the song playing Is That Cab? Yeah, Drum Mania. Let's go, Waka. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, man, this is the legend. And you can see the other stuff they have. Groove Coaster, Jubeat, Ongeki. Look at all this peak right here. And then Gundam is here too. But Gundam is such an afterthought on this floor. Like, you're not thinking about Gundam when you enter this floor, which is crazy to say. You're thinking about the good stuff, you guys, you know? The good stuff. I actually think this Gundam placement is a little odd. Like, maybe they added this in a bit later. Because they're like, where do we have space? But yeah, the next floor, fighting games. Look at all those good music games. Exactly. Yep. It's so good. And then the fighting games. This is not up to date. These Street Fighter 5 ones. They're Street Fighter 6 in actuality. And then Tekken 7, APM. Retro games here. Not just video games. They have Nessica, retro games, some other stuff. Arsenal base. Yep. But yeah, this arcade's great. It's so good. Way better than most people would expect. Osaka, Taito Station, Osaka, Nipponbashi. Waka, they have Blaze Blue. Nessica is Blaze Blue. This is a Nessica right here. Blaze Blue, Street Fighter 4, Crimson Clover, KOF 13. I can't remember everything that's on Nessica, but you get the point. Nessica has a bunch. It's like APM, where it's like a multi-game cabinet. Yeah. And not just Central Fiction, they have old Blaze Blues on Nessica as well. Yep. Shmups. Dude, like, this arcade, man, this arcade. I can't believe I'm putting it at the bottom of S. Like, it's just so good. I cannot believe a chain is this good. Like, a chain arcade store. Oh, man. It doesn't feel right to put it at the bottom of S, but that's what I gotta do. S is packed. Yeah, S is packed. Oh my goodness. Okay, alright, we're just gonna have to leave it there. I'll have to be content with it. But it's so good. You could legitimately just... If you need only one arcade to go to in Osaka, or sorry, in specifically the Nipponbashi neighborhood, this would be it. Like, you could be completely content with just going to this one arcade. Unless you really wanted to play, like, some other fighting games that are not here, but are at Athena. If there's another fighting game you want to play that's at Athena, then fine, go to Athena. But if you're in Osaka, you gotta go here. This is like, in my opinion, this is like the most balanced arcade in Osaka. Yeah, exactly. Yes, 100% agree. This location has to stay. I cannot think of a better Taito Station arcade I've been to than this one. It's legitimately just so good. And of course, I know that you guys are probably thinking, oh, but isn't Hey Arcade a Taito arcade? Yes, it is Taito, but it's not branded as a Taito Station. This arcade was meant to be unique. So like, it's obviously going to be managed differently. But this is literally a chain. This is part of their Taito Station brand. Like, the fact that this arcade stands out so much is crazy. There's the Guitar Freaks with the speaker setup. Very elaborate, very flashy. This is what will get people to hop on the the Guitar Freak setup. This sort of lighting. Oh, you did not know that bit? Yeah. Hey Arcade Hirose Entertainment Yard is managed by Taito. I call it Taito Hey just to like make it clear, but I think officially it's called Hey Akihabara by Taito. Sans is in Guitar Freaks too. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. Both Guitar Freaks and Drum Mania. Some of the songs I enjoy the most on Gitsadora. But yeah, like if I wanted to play Gitsadora, I would come here because I had a higher chance of getting on the Drum Mania setup. And actually, a lot of people would come to play here. So even with that fact, I still had to wait a few times. But I had a good time. So good. I actually saw, I think, might have been a content creator. She was playing on the Drum Mania setups and going crazy on the drums. Like, it was sick. And she was recording herself. So awesome stuff. Yeah, this picture was for Jub and Zenryoku, but they had Crimson Clover on the Nesca setup. Aquapazza, KOF13, you guys already know. Space Invaders, yo. 98 UM. Yeah, okay. That is all for Taito Station Osaka Nipponbashi. I think you guys get the point. That is the arcade to go to in Japan, or in Osaka, that is. And man, is it crazy that I'm saying that about a chain arcade, but I'm dead serious. I'm trying to skip forward to Namba Avion, but it's a little bit far. I think it's the last couple of photos. There we go. Yeah. Right, yeah. Deserves S placement. This chain location looks sick. Oh, 100% it is. 100%. Free. The good stuff, indeed. KK, okay, is what I meant to say. GiGO Namba Avion. Okay. I have some notes about this one, so let's get those out before we place it. Oh dear, it's not C. Not that bad. It's not F either. Just give me a moment. Oh, one small detail I forgot to mention about Namco Osaka Nipponbashi. They have no fighting games. That was an important detail. Okay, that's going down. I'm so sorry. No fighting games. How could I have missed that point? I know Retrorage somewhere is saying no fighting games based. But no, yeah, we gotta move it down. I forgot. I mean, Game Panic? No, Game Panic has fighting games. It has APM. Yeah, I think that's going right there. I don't think it's B. It's still a good arcade, but the fact that I forgot it has no fighting games is pretty crazy. Give me a Retrorage. Retrorage Poggin. You know, dude, it doesn't have Tekken. Exactly, right? It's just crazy. It doesn't have Tekken. It has Gundam, but no Tekken. It's hilarious. I hope I remember that correctly. But I mean, as you can see, the Arsenal base is literally the branding. Like, if you go outside, I took the picture outside of it, but Arsenal base is literally slap on the front of the building. So that's how you know. Okay, here we go. GiGO Namba Avion. Okay, so I wrote in my notes, decent low A tier arcade, good quantity of the rhythm games on the second floor that they have, but not the best variety and selection, and a little cramped. Okay. Third floor video games are decent, only slightly above average selection of the current popular stuff. They have Wonderland Wars, Extreme vs. 2 Overboost, FGO, APM, Nessica, Street Fighter 6 type arcade, Arsenal base, the Gundam survival game they have as well. But not enough retro stuff to make a high A or S. Seems about right. Okay, so it's a decent arcade. Probably above Nakano Broadway, or sorry, Namco Nakano. I think right here is a good spot. Gundam greater than Tekken. Agreed. Agreed. Let's go. High five. Yeah. Yeah. I would put it there. I mean, Namco Nakano has fighting games. Oh no, but GiGO has too. Okay, let me not get it mixed up. Yeah. GiGO Namba Avian. This is the spot where it's located. It's at the corner of the street that's just south of where Athena and Namco Osaka Nipponbashi are. See the floors. 2 floors of Crane Games, Rhythm Games, the video games. It's a decent arcade. They're clearly oriented with Rhythm Games a little bit because of this. But it's not like it's not an arcade that stands out, and I think that's generally the case for GiGO arcades. GiGO chain arcades aren't trying to do anything special. They're trying to be good enough to serve the area. So it's like if you're nearby, you'll go to one, but you won't really go to it like out of your way. GiGO Akihabara 1 is like the one where I would go to out of my way, especially for Arsenal Base, and perhaps for some other games like Extreme Versus 2 Overboost, but not for like maybe rhythm games or fighting games. But it's still a good arcade. This one it's fine. Similar thing. If you're nearby the area, it's fine, but it's like not like the bestest arcade in the planet or anything. Yeah, guys, I think I am content with this ranking. I think this looks about right. We can go through them quickly, though. So we've got S tier. I think all of these are... I cannot break this up. I mean... Okay, yeah, sorry. Honestly, you would probably vibe with Gundam more, but you think Tekken is probably the better fighting game emo. The 3D fighters you like a lot are Dead or Alive, Soul Calibur, and those are pretty different than Tekken. You like Dead or Alive, but not Virtual Fighter? How? Dead or Alive is Virtual Fighter, but... And then fill in the blank, right? Come on, Waka. Okay, yeah, you do like VF, okay. Let's go. But you never got to the point where you were great at the game. Oh yeah, totally fair. I mean, I think you can still get to that point. I don't think it takes very long to get a like very surface level grasp of the game to take you far. If you put this in a Japan itinerary guide, you'll probably save some vacations. You know what? True. I mean, again, these are just the arcades I visited. There's several arcades that I did not go to, even in the ones like I can already say right now, the one I wanted to visit that I couldn't get to because it was in Kobe was U-Space Magical. Oops, let me type the Japanese actually, because I think that'll make it easier to find. Oh darn. Ooh. This. There we go. So this arcade, I wanted to go here. They have a lot of great stuff here from what I've heard, and I watched the streams a lot, especially when they were streaming Uni back in UNIST. But right now they just play like retro games and stuff. They stream a ton of Fatal Fury. You can see the Fatal Fury stream right there. Like just a ton of Fatal Fury. I have that a lot. I don't know what they stream nowadays, to be honest. Let's go. Let's check it out. Bomber Girl, Fatal Fury, Bomber Girl, Wonderland Wars, this thing, Fatal Fury, Gundam. Okay, Garo. All right, they still play some good stuff. I'll try to go there next time. Maybe you'll pick it out, VF. Funny enough, DOA, VF are really similar games. They definitely are. Yeah, I think DOA is definitely like a baby version of VF, gameplay wise. You digging this song? Oh, definitely. This is a Waka song for sure. It's prog rock. Glesher. The reason I actually started listening to Glesher, the guitarist for Sleeping People. I think Waka, you've heard of Sleeping People before, but the guitarist that used to be with Sleeping People, Glesher is basically her solo project, and she brings in some guest bassist and guest drummers to do the drum portions that she writes, I believe. She probably doesn't write entirely those portions, but she like brings them in to like perform the song along with her guitar. But yeah, I think her name is what's her name? Joy Leia Concepcion. You can find, like, she doesn't really have like a page of her own, but if you search her, you can already find Sleeping People and her band Gletscher. Great band. Yeah, you like offshoot projects? Yeah, they're great. Like, people get to experience or experiment with some of their ideas a little more. Oh, interesting. You've heard of Sleeping People? Yeah, probably from me, right? But yeah, you'll like them. Gletscher. They're on Bandcamp, so it should be easy to find. I just mirrored it on YouTube so I can use it in my playlist. Yeah, okay. So what was I talking about earlier? Yeah, so you guys are saying like, yeah, someone could put this in our itinerary to know where to visit. And to be fair, I didn't get to visit all the arcades I wanted to. I wanted to go to U-Space Magical in Kobe, couldn't go there. Number of arcades I saw that I was going to go into, but then I got sidetracked and didn't end up going to them. But to be honest, the chain arcades, as you can see, a lot of them are a little bit below average. And I still think that chain arcades have value. Like, it's still fine to check them out so that you get the perspective. But it's clear that the winners here are the specialty arcades. The retro ones, as well as the ones that carry just a bunch of stuff. So, Shinjuku Sportsland, number one in my heart. Let's go. We got Hey Arcade and Taito, by Taito and Akihabara. Neo Amusement Space Acho, lovely, amazing. This is a reason to go to Kyoto if you're a fighting game lover or anything like adjacent. Athena Nipponbashi, same idea, a great arcade. It's amazing. Ikebukuro Mikado, love this place for Virtua Fighter, among other things. You can play a lot of stuff here, but Virtua Fighter, this is the spot. If you don't go here and you're a Virtua Fighter player, then you're doing something wrong. Taito Station Osaka Nipponbashi, like the catch-all game center for just being a great game center all around. It's awesome. Similar to Taito Hei, but the fact that this is a chain is even more impressive. Okay. Like, this is literally comparable to Taito Hei, and it's a chain, so that says a lot. Alright, and then A tier, Takadano Baba Mikado. I would put this here, but the events they run, it's not standing out anymore because the Guilty Gear events aren't as frequent. And then they have the other stuff too, but Ikebukuro Mikado's got the VF to like stand out, you know. So I would put Takadano Baba slightly lower, but they're both good. Both Ikebukuro and Takadano Baba are both amazing. And you gotta go here for the history. If you know fighting games, you love Guilty Gear, you gotta go here to say that you've been there. Big One Second, excellent arcade, not in Tokyo, not in Osaka, but still worth the trip to make it out there, play some retro fighting games, get beaten up by the legends. And maybe you'll be a part of a moment where some guy will be browsing Twitter while beating you up. That's some good content, you know? Round 1 Senichimaya is a sleeper hit arcade. It's so good. If you love rhythm games, that's great. If you love Gundam, you're guaranteed to have a great spot playing against some other players that are active. And, you know, it's a round 1, so there'll be plenty to do. If you get bored of the arcade games, you can go bowl, you can play some darts, you can do whatever you want. Karaoke, I think they have karaoke there too. Yeah, that's a great round 1 location. Nakano TRF. If you want to play some specialized fighting games like Guilty Gear, BlazBlue, at a high level like Dengeki, some other fighting games, like basically very particular fighting games, you can play against these guys. Similar thing with Kohatsu, but I think Nakano TRF is a little better than Kohatsu. GiGO Akihabara 1, Building 1. Very surprisingly good chain arcade from the GiGO side. Got a good selection. They host consistently Arsenal-based tournaments. They've got a lot of Arsenal-based setups for that matter. I think they have the most out of the ones I've seen at arcades. So that's a claim to fame right there. They still got a good number of APM cabs, 6 to be exact, which is not bad. They have a Gundam floor with 58 seats, which is amazing. 3 stream setups at that floor too, the Extreme Versus floor. So This is a great spot for Gundam Extreme vs. 2 Overboost. This is a great spot for a lot of other things too. Overall, great arcade. Game Newton Oyama. Third Strike. Third Strike. Third Strike. Third Strike. Virtua Fighter when they have the tournaments, but they don't have tournaments except for like monthly, I think. So if you're not going exact for the tournament, it might not be good for Virtua Fighter. But then for Third Strike, you can always go there. Someone's playing. Kohatsu. If you play the random games that they play, then it's great. It's a great environment too, but you know, it's not among the rest of those that are in A. Okay, A-, Game Panic Akihabara. Rhythm games. Pretty good rhythm games there. Sad part, it's like a medium point. I wouldn't call it a downside. If you want to get exercise, sure. But the climb up the stairs is a little brutal, and then having only one elevator for 9 floors is a little messed up, but like it is what it is. You just realized something very weird. Doa is more of a baby easy fighting game, while 3D Ninja Gaiden names are more super hard hack and slash series. Both were directed by the same guy originally. Yeah, I heard about that. Koei Tecmo, yeah. Team Ninja, is that related anyway to that? But yeah, that is interesting. But I mean, Doa is very clearly marketed at a certain audience. Let's be real about that. I see. Yeah, makes sense. Yep, and then Shinjuku South Exit Game Worlds. Great arcade for rhythm games as well. The rhythm game floor is excellent. The most pop music cabs I've ever seen at one arcade. 6 pop music cabs. Really good. And they have other good rhythm games there. Fighting games too. Not bad. Let me try to see if I have any other notes about that store. Nope, yeah, okay. That was it. So, yeah, pretty good Taito Station for what it's worth. They have something to claim to fame there. GiGO Namba Avion, pretty decent. It's all right. Namco Nakano. Namco Nakano. Yeah, pretty good arcade. It's got a good variety. It's not like the most quantity or anything, and honestly, it should be better than what it is. But given that it's at Broadway Mall, Nakano Broadway Mall, you know, it's not a bad spot to go to. Dang, your mind hard for you to keep up with arcades. You should. I mean, don't worry about it, dude. Like, it was hard for me to keep up with it. That's why I had to do the tier list stream like as soon as I could, and I still had a day break just to make sure I was resting. Probably ask you sometime to make a tier list of the ones you probably would dig. Oh, for sure. Yeah, no worries. I didn't even visit all the ones I wanted to again. I had a large list and I didn't get to all of them. But a lot of them were chains, so it's like kind of redundant to go to all of them anyway. Taito Station Shibuya, one of the first ones I went to. It's all right, but you know, it covers all the bases, and it's near the station, so it's pretty good. It's near the Shibuya JR station. Taito Station Akihabara. Yeah, it's interesting to find this at the spot it's at, now that I think about it. Maybe I should put this lower? It's hard to say though, because yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I think the reason I gave is some of the exclusive stuff I found, like the Arsenal-based themed Bamco passport card, as well as the Gundam sleeves I found there. And the fact that, you know, generally they have the selection that covers the bases. Is not a high quantity, but they have just enough where it's like, you know, you'll go there, you might not find a lot of people there, but you'll be able to find something that you want to play. I think it's fine to leave it where it is, but there's definitely a bit of a gap between Shibuya and Akihabara. GiGO Takadano Baba. Yeah, it's okay. It's not really much to say about it. GiGO Shinjuku West Exit. A shell of its former self. At least they still have a dedicated basement floor with the Battle Arena letters written on it. That's about the best thing I can say about it. Covers its bases, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, not really much of a reason to go there as it used to be. And then Namco Osaka Nipponbashi. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have fighting games, I'm now realizing, so that's a problem. But it's not a bad arcade. Okay. B tier Diver City in Tokyo. This is in Koto City in Tokyo. Basically inside of the Diver City Plaza Mall. 2 floors. Got a good selection, to be honest. But it's also just very cramped for a round 1. That's a little disappointing. So it's a B tier. Taito Station Namba. So yeah, we talked about this already. This is not a great Taito station. Also cramped, but it's just not really got anything. Like it's like cramped Diver City, round one, but like less has less stuff and too many crane games. Taito Station Big Box Takadano Baba. Maybe I was too harsh on this one. Maybe it's a little better than Namba. I mean, it's only one floor and it's in a mall. You're not really going there other than if you're at the mall already, so maybe not. I think I can leave it where it is. There's a lot of mahjong there, unfortunately, too, so it's not really too attractive. But they do have pop and music. They don't really have many fighting games there. They have fighting games, but not many. Tokyo Leisureland Akihabara. Crane game have infested this place, so too bad. They have some rhythm games still left, but fighting games are almost no more. But I don't think it's bad enough to put it in C tier. Poppin' always a plus? Aw, yeah. You know it. You know it. Okay, C tier, we've got Shinjuku East Exit. Yeah, deserved. Terrible arcade. Not as bad as Namba Hills, but it's not good. It's not worth going. If you're in Shinjuku, you should go to South Exit Game World, or you should go to or you should just go to Takadano Baba, which is not far. Not far from this. Okay. And then F tier, Namba Hills. Nothing else to say about that one. Okay. This is my arcade tier list, guys, for my trip to Japan. And this is only ranking the ones that I visited. Unfortunately, I couldn't go to all the ones that I wanted to. In fact, I can name the ones that I still had left to visit and just didn't go. But most of them are chains, so we didn't really miss out on too much. But U-Space Magical I already mentioned. That's one of them for sure. I also missed out on Joypolis Sega. I missed out on, let's see, Taito Station Asakusa, Taito Station Ueno Ameyoko, Taito Station Ikebukuro Rosa, Taito Station Ikebukuro West Exit, Taito Station Tachikawa North Exit. That's so far though. I'm not surprised I missed that one. Taito Station Tama Center, and GiGO Jiugaoka, GiGO Tachikawa, and a couple of Game Chariot arcades, which are in Chiba. Game Chariot, they do a lot of retro games. I'm not sure if they're still active as much. Let me see. Worth checking just quickly. But yeah, I didn't go to Game Chariot. It's not in Tokyo. Do they even? Yeah, I don't know if they actively do stuff anymore. Yeah, I haven't seen. There's no videos from them since a year ago, so I'm not sure. But yeah, regardless, that is my tier list, guys. I hope you all found an informative perspective from this. I had a lot of fun making this. I had a lot of fun visiting all these arcades. I had a lot of fun in Japan in general. I mean, you guys can probably tell. And I hope you guys had the same level of fun hearing my thoughts on these. So if you need any arcades to check out, these will suffice, honestly. All the ones in S tier will suffice. If you need a good level of extra perspective from some of the additional retro arcades, the ones in A tier are also great to go to. I think if you go to the ones in S tier, go to the ones in A tier, you're covered. You're good to go. It was very informative. Nice. Yeah, excellent to hear. Thanks, Waka. So yeah, guys, that's my tier list. I'll be taking a quick break. I said quick, but maybe it's going to be like 10 minutes. Let me get the switching scene ready. 10 minutes, and then we'll play some Afterimage, and then we'll be done for today. Be right back. Hey guys, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. So Afterimage, woo! GDQ, here we come, guys. I think that was some of the most exciting stuff that I had the pleasure of learning about during my trip, because the games list was released while still in Japan, but it was still like really exciting to see that we got the run in there. For those of you that don't know, the run that I'll be doing at GDQ is going to be of the essential. We can pull up, let's see. We can temporarily pull up the games list. Just give me a moment here. It's going to look ugly because I basically dismantled the previous scene we were using, but apologies in advance. Let's see. There we go. I had to go through like 2 links to get there. It's all good. Appreciate the understanding. Okay, there we go. Oh dear, come on, zoom in. There we go. Okay, yeah, but the run I'm going to be doing is the essential. Basically what we've been practicing all this time, because this is why I submitted initially, right? And it's going to be the restricted category, of course. The plan is to add an incentive for the bonus ending for the wall to this category. I haven't submitted it yet, though, so I'm going to go ahead and do that after the stream is done. But in terms of the other marathon that I was going to be entering in, ARPGME, we also made it in that one, fortunately, so making it in both is like really exciting. I'm really hyped for it. However, for ARPGME, the wall bonus ending didn't get approved, so it's just going to be the essential at ARPGME. And that run is going to be happening this Friday, 6:55 Pacific time. It's going to be literally the same run that we've been practicing all this time. So if you guys are interested in catching that one, this is an online marathon, ARPGME is. And it's actually still actively running right now on Twitch. The current run is Simi of the Night run. Actually, no, it looks like that finished. Right now it's Relink. But regardless, this is the marathon. It looks like Simi of the Night just finished not too long ago. But I'll be doing my run on Friday this week. So look forward to it. If you'd like to show your support, the donations are being done for the organization called Princess Margaret Cancer Foundation. So all the donations will be towards that. And feel free to take a look into the charity before you donate if you want to make sure that you're comfortable putting your money to that. But otherwise, yeah, if it'd really like mean a lot if you're comfortable with it to have a donation be done for my run, because if we hit the incentive, then you guys get to vote on the costume color that I use. So exciting stuff there. If you're interested in catching it, you'll be sticking around just a little bit longer. You putting off working on something for stream tomorrow. Oh yeah, no worries, dude. Yeah. No worries at all. I know, I really appreciate that you stuck around, Waka. This has been a long stream, but I hope you enjoyed hanging out. I've enjoyed having your company, likewise. But yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that we're all up to date on that, you guys, because those are the runs we have yet to prepare for. And in terms of what I'm going to be focused on, since the marathon this week is going to just be for the essential, that's what I'll focus on for the rest of the week. But we'll go back to practicing the wall bonus ending after the ARPGME marathon run finishes. You'll be streaming Halo Reach with a friend tomorrow night. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, also, yeah, that reminds me. So the next blind race, we're trying to figure out when to do it. It's going to be CE. Are you okay with participating in that? You don't have to say like in the stream chat. If you want, I can DM you, but just wanted to at least plant the question here. So yeah, there's that. And then also make sure to let Aris know that you're playing Halo Reach, because I think he was not sure on how to arrange the teams based on this, but if you let him know, I think it'll help out a little bit for him. Okay, yeah, for sure. Sounds good. But yeah, enjoy the Halo Reach. That sounds like fun. I'll probably be there. I don't think we're doing Reach as a blind race game, so we should be fine. It's about half and half. Yeah, no worries, no worries. But make sure to keep him up to date, because I think he's been still trying to figure out when we're getting started on that. Yeah, but the practice for today, we're not going to do a very like intense serious run. In fact, for the rest of this week, I think we'll just focus on one thing that I need to practice more of for GDQ for sure, which is talking while playing. So, and I'm not trying to like say that in a facetious way. Like, I actually do need to practice that, because GDQ, you have to be able to do that, because you know, you can't just do the run and not explain anything. And I'm not 100% sure if I'm gonna have commentators, so I just need to practice just talking while running. It wouldn't matter if it wouldn't really matter what I'm talking about. I could explain the stuff while I'm here right now, but like, I don't feel like uncomfortable being able to explain the stuff. Is more so just the idea of talking while playing, while still doing the speedrun properly. Would you have commentators or people on the couch for your GDQ run? Do they just let runners invite whoever? Basically, the runners invite the commentators, and the runners choose which commentators they want to have. So yeah, I have to determine which commentators I'm able to have for my run. But also, they say this year that the commentators have to be in person. So that's the issue. Oh, this is going to be too far in. Oh, nice. It was perfect. Okay. So I have to have the commentators there in person with me. And I have two potential ones that are not sure if they're going to be there. But if they do end up going, then I'm going to have them for sure. So that's a good part. But the other thing too is that I reached out to another person. I won't say who they are right now, just to, you know, just in case they aren't able to do it. But I reached out to them, and they said based on the schedule, they might be able to do it. So if they are able to do it, that'll be really hype, because this person I think is a great person to have for commentary. So I'm excited for it. Yeah, right as you're explaining, I know, right? Yeah. Yep. This boat is a time killer, I know. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty funny getting to that part, explaining the boat, but you know, I'm sure people would get a good laugh out of it. It's like, this is the run killer? Well, sure. That looks like funny. But as you can see, I got hit a lot there, but since it's GDQ, it won't really matter. All it really matters at GDQ is finishing the run under the estimate. And I've given myself a lot of time for the estimate so that I can, you know, there's like a little bit larger room for mistakes. And this run is not easy at all. And unfortunately, it's not optimized enough where I have comfortable marathon safe strats yet. So, you know, I still have to play pretty carefully using the route that we've been doing all this time. And things will go well. But I'm not really worried about like these are all minor mistakes so far. Nothing is major. It's like time cost, but it's not a big deal at all. I think it's actually harder to read chat while playing than to just talk about the run while playing, to be honest. Like, reading chat while playing, I have to shift my attention briefly, and I have to read and then interpret what's being written in the chat, because I have no idea what the chat's going to say, right? So that's all difficult, right? And then I also got to practice crouch canceling while not having like a ton of attention dedicated to it, because crouch canceling is not easy either. Got to keep talking so those Karushi Drive donations won't get exposed. I know, right? That's so funny. Oh my goodness. The leaked incentive donations. That would be great though. I mean, you guys, you know, obviously don't go crazy about it. It's GDQ, right? So, but now that would be funny. Wow, I've glitched on accident almost twice already. I mean, I haven't done runs in a while. Like, it's still been 2 weeks, but I think I'm still feeling fine. Again, it's like, this week is a marathon, but this is a more chill marathon than GDQ. But I still want to, like, practice properly for it so that I don't take it for granted, that kind of thing. And I am going to do safety measures like this because I think they're necessary. This is probably a dumb question, but are marathon safe strats kind of like tourney safe combos in fighting games? They're not as good under pressure. They're not as good under pressure, able to do them easier. Yeah, kind of like that. Basically, they are exactly like that. You want to have something that you know will get the run to finish. Oh, what was that? Okay, this is still fine, but I actually got lucky. Oh my goodness, I'm surprised she got looped still. Wow. Please do pillars. Please do pillars. Thank you. Yeah, able to do them easier. Nice, nice. Yeah, they're the same as tournament save combos basically. I died next to it, so let me be careful here. There we go. We're good. See, not so bad. Well, I said not so bad. I did make mistakes there, but honestly, all things considered, like, we didn't die, so that was nice. And we had the tree still as safety, but yeah, we want to do all the marathon safe strats so that, you know, the run gets completed. And I've given myself plenty of time for the estimate. You guys saw on the screen earlier that I put 1 hour, 15 minutes for the estimate, which we should be fine under, like, unless there's like some major game-breaking thing that's hard to recover from, which, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen, but it's doubtful that it'll happen. There's been nothing of the such for this game, so we'll be fine. You're de-rusting, it's all good. Exactly. Yep. You know it. And again, it's like, reading chat, I think, is harder than explaining the run while doing the run. Reading chat while doing the run is actually insane. Like, that's like next level difficult. So that one is like, you know, if I can do that, then I feel perfectly fine about talking about the run while doing it. And again, I have this Friday as like a practice for it because I'll be doing the run. Literally the same run as I'm doing at GDQ. So it's nice to be able to catch any mistakes and that way fix them for the big stage, you know? You had a taste of that with your Monkey Ball stream Monday. Oh yeah, yeah. No, that's I think that I don't know. I mean, I can't say for sure because I'm not a Monkey Ball player, but yeah, I can imagine that's hard too, right? And there I got like hit a couple times. Like, it's fine though. Like, I just used the glyph, stop for a second. I'm not timing myself regardless, so you know, it's chill. You're still shocked you went for some of the better goals? Yeah, yeah. Dude, that's the pro Waka strats, I'm telling you. The pro Waka strats. You gotta embrace it, man. You gotta take some bold moves. It's content after all. No one really cares if you mess up. They just want to see the content, you know? You were still stressed and know you could not do them as well off stream? Nah, it's all good, dude. It's all good. People don't, like, trust me, man, people just enjoy chill streams and having a good time. Like, I just enjoy having a good time, you know? I mean, obviously, I'm doing speedruns, so yeah, there's some degree of skill and competition, but at the end of the day, just, you know, be a little bit relaxed about it, you know? Take it easy and things will be fine. Things will come naturally for you after a couple of streams. Okay, weird. Thankfully, we get the level up there. It's true, it's more content. That makes sense. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You just got to have a relaxed mindset, and things will be fine. Like, we're chilling here, dude. Like, I've made so many mistakes right now that I wouldn't make, but we're chilling, man. I know it's for a marathon, and again, all that matters for a marathon is that you get the run completed, which we should be able to do. So, even though this is advanced, I don't feel any like issues with being able to complete the run. You got this? Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, we do got this. Look, that first part of the gauntlet was terrible, but it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter because the second guy is the only guy that matters, and we got the second guy cleanly. So, but yeah, now we get dash slide, and now we're schmoovin'. Now, the one thing I am a little worried about, not so much at ARPGME, but more so at GDQ, is that GDQ you got to use their computers. And because of some things we found for some of the parts I'm using for the speedrun, I wonder if they will work the same on their computers. I'm not going to worry about it too much right now, but it is something to consider, perhaps. Yeah, for now I'm not going to worry about it though. Yeah, it's still weird, man. Like, I don't know why they did that. Like, changing the name of the difficulties the way they did it. It would have been fine if they just did like a easy and normal instead of normal and advanced. Like, normal and advanced doesn't make any sense the way they did it, especially. The way they did it, it just speaks like, oh yeah, we just want to deceive unknowing gamers or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, we need to use their setups because this is a PC game. It's not a console game. So for PC games, you use their PCs. They said you can bring your own PC, but dude, I'm not bringing my streaming PC to Minnesota. That's ridiculous. So I'm using their PC. I just gotta make sure that beforehand I just practice enough so that I'm comfortable with their setup and make sure that everything I do works on their PC. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, that knife thrower acted much sooner than I expected. Oh, I've been missing the long jump. Man. There we go. See, I think actually the more impressive part about doing this speedrun is recovering from mistakes rather than like doing everything perfectly. Doing everything perfectly is overrated. All you gotta do is just recover from mistakes. And if you recover from them elegantly, then I think that's a lot cooler than doing everything perfectly. Because then people will be like, yo, this guy is able to improvise, you know? Yeah, don't bring your desktop out of state. Yeah, exactly. TSA is gonna look at me like, what are you doing? Mm-hmm. Now, okay, I will say some of these boss fights, it's very hard to talk while playing, even when I'm like not looking at chat. So I do have to get better at that, but I think we'll be fine at the end of the day. We have plenty of time to get better. I think I'm doing okay right now, though. Like, no major mistakes yet, so. Okay, that wasn't the best, but hey, look, we recovered. Doesn't need to be perfect, but that was still really good, and no one will notice any mistakes if I don't say anything, right? So, I could just say like, hey, we have a really optimized version of the lost fight, and I wasn't able to do it there, but, you know, that just means it's an opportunity for improvement later, right? So. Sorry, one sec, Frau. I'll go ahead and give my response soon. These dragons, I don't want to mess around with. Okay, there we go. What's my estimated runtime currently? When do you have to submit the estimation? I've actually already submitted it. Go to the GDQ game submission list and you'll be able to see my estimated time. I gave a 1 hour 15 estimate and I'm consistently able to finish in 50 minutes. Oh my goodness, really? I'm able to consistently finish in 50 minutes. So we'll be fine. And this 50 minutes is with all the strats we've been doing so far, some of which we can't really consider marathon safe, but again, the run is finishing consistently. It's not like I'm not able to finish the run or anything. And even if I'm like in a really weird spot where I lose so much time, we still like end up doing it under an hour, right? So I'll be fine. The 1 hour 15 is to account for all the nonsense that this game might throw at me at some random point. You still need to get better with time management and being more productive still. Yeah, I had to apply with estimation in mind, correct. Yeah, that's right. You know, it can be a pretty decent sized streamer easily. I believe it too. Waka, you gotta have more confidence, you know? I fully believe it. Just sit down and do it? Yeah, exactly. Oh, actually, let me go ahead and get this tree as well, because I need to do the safety strat in a marathon too. This tree. Especially at GDQ, I'm gonna do this. Because Oust still 2 shots. It's not like Oust has gotten any freer. He's still 2 shots, so I'm not gonna mess around in a marathon. Maybe save a PB run up your sleeve or something. Yeah, something like that, you know? That would be cool. I mean, I'm not going to be like, oh, world record, because literally I'm the only person running this category right now. But, you know, it would be nice to get something like that. At the same time, though, like, I'm like, again, like, I know that I haven't optimized this route fully, or I haven't fully gotten like a clean run that does everything I want it to do because, you know, the boat, right? But at the same time, it's like, yeah, that would be cool. But I know for sure that like I can do better. So it's not a big deal. PB in a live event would be hype. Yeah. I mean, again, it's not something I'm shooting for because I'm going to go for a lot of marathon safety strats, which makes it unlikely to PB. But if it does happen, then it happens and it's cool. You're still down for Portrait of Ruin blind race? Yeah, of course. Yeah. We'll be doing that down the line. Not for now, but you know, we're gonna do it eventually. Requires a good time commitment for a number of days. I think RS is going a little bit weary for not having done Halo yet, so we gotta do Halo soon. See what happened, no worries. Yeah, exactly. Yep. We have the time now. Before it was because we were all traveling and stuff. But now we have the time. Yeah, also nice thing about marathon safety strats, I don't have to worry about crouch canceling the fastest. I can just go calmly. Same for dash sliding, but even for dash sliding, I feel like it's just, at this point, I'm not, oop, that was not good. At this point, I'm not, like, too worried about dash sliding either. Dash sliding is one of the things where you can just do it, and it's fine. Also, you hit up your streamer friend, but he might be down to do for commentary. For CE, you're talking about? For CE? Or for Portrait of Ruin? He's a nice guy, knows the game very well too. Let's go. See, okay, got it. I think RS and Retro Age are going to commentate, but having 3 commentators sounds like fun. Make it like a CS Summit style. Yeah. Yep. It would be like a couch style commentary. Trash talking any of us that makes any major mistakes. Oh dear. That was almost bad. That thing almost killed me actually. Like no joke. That got really close. Hey, but hey, we didn't die. You also have to make sure this DS4 doesn't give up on me. Up to the point of the GDQ run. I mean, I could get just a new DS4 or repair this one, but I don't want any issues to happen just like before the event because that would be a little stressful. Thankfully, it's just a DS4, so I can probably borrow someone's DS4 or something, worst case. Oh my goodness. That's never happened before. I'm gonna glyph up soon, don't worry guys, don't worry yourselves. Yeah, that was cheap, right? Oh, no. Okay, that's not good. We have to use this dragonfly, I think, actually. I'm glad it followed me down. See, recovery. Oh, come on. Okay, that was ridiculous. Come on now. Oh, oops. Okay. Oh, there we go. See, recovery. I burned 2 potions, but still. We didn't die. Actually, it would be worth using a 3rd potion here because that way I don't get 2 shot by the knights, or 1 shot by the knights. They're not going to do it right now. There we go. I don't have any glyphs left anyway. There we go. Nice. Ooh, that was close. That was almost really bad. Yay, let's go. We made it through. You're thinking to stream Grand Blue Rising, Poppin' Music, Monkey Ball, Monster Rancher 2 next week? Let's go, man. Those should all be fun. Like, if you could just get a comfortable rotation that you can do consistently, then you'll be good. The comfort games are the games that you have the most fun playing and that people enjoy the most watching. When you have fun, the viewers have fun. Looking forward to all of those. Maybe the least Grand Blue Rising, but you know, that what can I say? I'm not a fighting game player anymore. I guess. Nah, I'll still enjoy it though, of course. Yep, you're very comfortable with those games. Let's go. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, the comfort level is the most important. If you're crying, I hate this game while you're playing it, then no one's gonna really like that, you know. Grand Blue Rising is fun. No, I refuse to believe it. A fighting game being fun? You never cry, you hate this game? Alright, of course, yeah. That one I would not expect from you. In fact, you always knew it's probably a skill issue. Yeah, exactly. Correct. Yep. That's like the natural feeling with fighting games. But you know, like instead of saying I hate this game, I'm saying fighting games are trash because the package is just bad. The justification is not really there, you know? You need to change your mindset. Yeah, exactly. Oh, second try. Let's go. Let's go. Now that's gonna be like the applause moment. Second try. You see this sequence break here, and then, you know, before finishing explaining it, I ended up getting it, and it's like, oh, okay, nice. That's fine. Chillin'. You agree modern fighters are poor as a full package, and they need more mods to play, more mods and offline options, offline play modes. Yeah, agreed. Nice, we got this. No, you're good, Waka. It takes me just a bit longer to like read and interpret it, but this is like the exercise for talking while playing, or like, you know, having something else potentially occupy my attention while playing, that kind of thing. The same purpose is achieved, I think. Oh my goodness. I thought for a second that I got hit there, but no, it was a crit. What am I forgetting? I know I'm forgetting something here. Armor. Oh, that was it. Actually, that was it. Because I'm going to need to go to the menu again anyway. It's Waka language for sure sometimes. Yeah, no worries, no worries. We're all working on that kind of thing, you know? Oh, look at this. Oh, the spacing was good, though. I refuse to agree with that. Maybe I was too close in the beginning. That would make sense, I think. That's fine. Nice. Dang, that was odd. Yeah, I mean, she does the ice rain sometimes, and, you know, it messes up the manipulation, because we're trying to do a manipulation to get her to not do the ice rain. But at the end of the day, I guess you just gotta kill her fast or something, I don't know. Which is pretty hard to do on advanced, admittedly. But, you know, we try our best. At the end of the day, it's like not a big deal. Dang, the cancel in this game, you love those kinds of stuff. You just have to say it each time. Dude, it's awesome. This game is such a great speed game. There's so much tech. And it all just flows together so freely because you can basically do whatever you want. And the animation cancels are very sick. Yeah, 100%. This game is a fighting game, but better. And a lot of the movement, once you like learn it, it's so easy to integrate together because, again, everything just flows so smoothly and freely. It's great. Yeah. Oh, nice. You'll probably love this game. Oh, you will love this game. I can assure you that. You did buy it so you can try it out sometime? Right, I remember that. Yeah, whenever you get the chance, you'll definitely like it. Alright, so here comes the worst part of the run, which I shall explain for those of you unknowing. There's something called the boat. And for the boat to work, we need a cutscene. And sometimes that cutscene just doesn't load and we don't know why. So let's hope that it works as we go up Silent Coast here. We have some hypotheses, but none of them have really led to anything substantial. So we just gotta kind of just play the hope game. Oh, the infamous boat part. You've heard the horror stories? Yeah. The horror stories are indeed true. Many a run have died at this point. Many a run that have been at world record pace, I should say. Oh, that was actually a good Runic Guardian. Oh my goodness. Those Kratz cancels, I don't think I missed a single one there. And that was not even a bad speed. But yeah, then we gotta talk to this broom who gives us the golden card. We need the golden card for the cutscene, but the cutscene just doesn't show up sometimes still, even with the golden card. So, you know, we can't really do much else at this point except for see how it goes. Oh, nice. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it. I did pick up the... Oh, boats worked. Come on. What's going on here? I did pick up the Runic Guardian swords. This is something that I proposed to Robbo. I don't think Robbo's here anymore. He's probably asleep. But I'm not sure how Robbo, it's been faring for him lately. So I'll ask him probably tomorrow. But I haven't watched his recent runs yet either. So, but yeah, the boat working when I'm not doing a timed run. But you know, if it works in a marathon, then that's nice. That means we don't have to deal with the troubles that come with that. Yeah, I think I gotta ask him. But I'm sure he had some boated runs even with getting Guardian Swords. Because he hasn't said anything. So that would mean that it's like a no-go. Probably. But yeah, some more cutscenes. Yeah, baby. Cutscenes are my favorites. Have you thought about getting this game on a Switch version to play? I actually did. I should have done it in Japan. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have done it while I was in Japan. The next time I go back there, if I still see it there, then I'll get it. Oh no, you're good. Yeah. I did think about it, but for some reason didn't do it while I was in Japan, where I saw Afterimage physical copy for Switch twice and didn't bother buying it. I was more focused on the picture than actually buying it for some reason. But you know, it's okay. Twice, yeah, I know. Twice is crazy. That's more than the number of times I've seen it in the US at a game store, which is 0 times. Yeah. You saw it once at a Best Buy? No way. Wow, that's surprising. Best Buy of all places, huh? That's incredibly surprising. Let's enhance this thing. Let's do we talent points here? I think we can, strictly speaking. Oh yeah, we do. Yeah, we definitely do. Let me get the oh, I can't get the other thing, but I can get Rondo. Come on. Oh my goodness. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I should talent points there because it looks like it's opportune. And that way I get Rondo. So far, so good. Nice. Wow. Hitless. Let's go. Yeah. That's a really big surprise. You don't think there will be enough people for the stream for this, but you'll take song requests for the pop-in stream you plan to do? No, that's fine. Yeah, I'll definitely have the one song I know to recommend. The what's it called? The least 100 sec. Oh, come on. That was ridiculous. Yep. The best section in video games. The best enemies in video games, honestly. Nothing has peaked past the mages and grimoires. You can't remember the name, but you know it when you see it. Yeah, you'll definitely know it. I had the picture that I took from playing it at the Pop Music. The least 100 sec. It's a very English song name, but it'd be easy to find. Yeah, that's the name. Yeah, that's the name. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, literally the least 100 sec. Yeah. Yep. Yep, indeed. It's great though. Yep, least 100 sec. There you go. You got it. Oh dear. Are you a free player? What do you mean by that? You're talking. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember that. Yeah, the way you send in FGC memes. Yes. Yeah. Also, let's go hitless Valo. Oh, there's a longer version of the song called Least 333 Seconds. Oh, I see. That's so funny. I need to hear that because actually I like that song enough to like want to hear more, but it's like, oh man, it's a pop music song, so of course it's going to be short, right? And that was the only place I found it, so it was in that game. Just found out about this on the wiki. Oh, no wonder. Okay. Is it on a Japanese wiki or is it an English wiki for the game? Oh, English wiki, wow. Surprising. Really? Wow. Oh, what a cycle. Let's go. Thankfully, for the more popular songs, there are longer versions are made. Oh, nice. Okay. So I guess that's a popular song then. It's really cool. These glyphs don't matter, but it's for fun. Let's have some fun, right? So it became a full long song. I see. Yeah, you think it is popular? Nice. Yeah, I liked it when I first heard it. You already know. You can probably guess why. but I'm surprised it's popular. Hades 2's, this is kind of switching topics a little bit, but Hades 2's original soundtrack has a lot of odd time signatures, and that kind of stuff is not popular with the mainstream people. And that's what that song is, right? It has some a little tricky time signatures, so I'm surprised it's popular. But maybe Japan knows what's up. It's definitely a Karushi song. Yeah. I'm easy to guess there. Mm-hmm. We'll finish out this run, and then that'll be all for today, folks, for the stream. 7-hour stream. Wait, welcome back. I'm back from Japan. 7-hour stream. I'm glad I didn't have work today. Otherwise, yeah, that would be so brutal. Hades 2, Sketcherdot is playing the game right now on stream, and he thinks both the and we both think the OST is good. So many bangers. Oh yeah, I listened to a little bit of it myself because I saw odd time signatures being mentioned on the r/game subreddit, and I'm like, yo. But yeah, Darren Korb, I think Nightspeed was mentioning this to me on a stream some time ago. But basically, Darren Korb stuff is always going to be up my alley, so I'm not surprised that I liked what I heard already of Hades 2 soundtrack, even though I probably won't play it. And that's not to say I don't like the game or something, or I think the game will be bad, but I don't think I'll play it. Oh my goodness, yikes. Oh, come on, really? It did the worst attack pattern known to man. Oh no. That's bad. Oh, okay, yeah, I could have died there. Let me just not get cocky here. We can face tank the rest, but I should not get cocky. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention this, guys, but I'm sorry I started late the stream. I had a lot of alarms set up for waking up before 10 a.m. to get the stream started, but one of them I missed, and then the other one was a little bit after the fact, so it was kind of too late to start at 10, so I had to change the timing a little bit, but I think this worked out anyway, because it was around midday, so I had time to get resettled and like waking up in Pacific Coast time, or like rather West Coast of United States time. I should say it like that, because Japan is also Pacific Coast. Oh come on! Honestly, you think Japanese music tastes tend to be better than American music tastes? Oh man, you're gonna anger some people with that statement. Although I'm inclined to agree, to be honest. The stuff people like here is honestly the bottom of the barrel kind of music. Like, I don't even know if you can call it music at this point. American pop is just absolute trash, garbage, terrible. It's been that way for a long time. American rap has problems. I think rap is not a bad genre, but the way it's, I mean, just if you look at the lyrics, man, it's just ridiculous. That kind of thing. Same with American pop. I think some American rock bands are fine. I don't know what they're up to these days. Rock was kind of built on being counterculture, right? But I don't like really listen to music with lyrics, rock music with lyrics, really anyway. So I don't know what's going on. But anytime I listen to like Japanese rock music, it's so different than American rock music, night and day. Oh, what? Come on, I didn't get a wall jump. 1 second, Waka. This is Albedo Tower. I'll read what you have to say in a sec. Albedo Tower is kind of garbage. I'm sure you can understand why. You're gonna say it. You're not surprised. Oh dear, I almost missed that cycle. Okay, hold up. I have some more things, right? Yeah, there we go. Might as well get this and this. Thank you for hitting me. Yeah. Albedo Tower is just kind of ridiculous. So, oh no, I didn't get a dive kick. Oh no! Oh, that hit! Wow. I'm surprised that hit. The Blade's hitbox is huge. Then, I'll start adapting that if that's consistent. Also, J-Rock is so... Okay, let me read the first part. I can just read it right now. You're not surprised the least 100 seconds of popular over Japan for the music games. You're going to say your own Japan music tastes are better than us Americans. Come at me, I dare you. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree. J-Rock is so different from US rock. Yeah, 100%. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. Albedo. Ah, darn. It's actually fine. That might mess up the cycle next, though. We'll see. Okay, it did, but not in an unfavorable way. Oh, no, it did. Ah, darn. It's fine. It's fine. Like how the genres evolve to become like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like whenever I hear like, you know, stuff being used for like anime, it's like, man, this music is pretty sick for like an anime, right? So I don't know. Like the lyrics actually have some like meaning that you're not like uncomfortable with, you know? Ow, that was a straight shot to the face. We're fine though. Die, monster. US rock is good though, don't get me wrong. Oh, definitely. There are some good bands. Don't get me wrong either. But what I mean is like, it's so different, as you were saying too. It's so different than rock music in Japan. Come on. Oh, no. No, the cycle. No, the cycle. Okay, actually, the cycle's fine. Oh, no. Darn. No. Okay, it's okay. We missed the legend cycle, but it's all good. That cycle is really hard to hit. And I've tried to go for it pretty aggressively, but it's just so difficult. Oh, come on, you're kidding me. Wow, I gotta wait twice. That's ridiculous, to be honest. Just wondering why that is the case. Is that what you mean? But current US pop and rap, no thank you. Oh, definitely, yeah. Dude, it's ridiculous. Okay, I think Albedo Tower is gonna be very hard to talk while playing. I'm starting to realize that now. You mainly hear rock used in AMVs, but but feel it tends to always sound good. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's like I don't understand. I feel like well, okay, I say this, right? Obviously, I love math rock, but even like prog rock has kind of been, I don't know. Every band is so different in prog, and just like in general, in all the artistic-oriented rock genres, like every band is just so completely different. so it's kind of hard to evaluate on something. Oh wow, wait, did that hit multiple times? The GiGO carapace? I heard that like literally hit like multi-hit. That's pretty crazy. I need to investigate that later. See, that one hit only once. Those Naruto AMV Foo Fighter songs. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. Yeah. Like watching like, you know, Gaara versus Naruto on YouTube and hearing the song that would be used for those. That was kind of good times on YouTube. I don't know about you guys, but I used to watch like random Bleach fights sometimes on YouTube. And they use like the most weird random songs sometimes. I'm not saying all of them are bad, but you know, it's kind of funny to think back to that. Foo Fighters. Stop backdashing. Oh my goodness. Bruh. Please stop backdashing. There you go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, okay. Let's calm down here. Oh, I'm glad I dashed that way, because I would have gotten hit otherwise. Oh, that was close. Almost got basically trapped. This fight is ridiculous. I still think so, even after all this practice. But GG's. That was a good run, to be honest, with all considering the talking. I'm actually very curious on what the in-game time is going to be. Because this could have been probably a PV if I had timed it. I mean, I could technically submit it, so it's not like I did anything illegal. At least if I remember correctly, but we'll see the time. You don't name a single song though, you just remember liking some of the songs. Oh, for sure. Why aren't there any AMV rings in? That would be sick, honestly, that would be really sick. Get some of those vamped notes inside a Bleach main character fight. That'd be awesome. There's another band. I can't remember what genre they are. I was listening to some of their stuff not long ago. It's not King Crimson, but they're like a post-hardcore adjacent band. Okay, this wasn't PB anyway, but this is a good time for how much I was yapping. GG's. But you like progressive rock? Of course, yeah. You're at the place where we love some good art rock style music. Yeah, of course, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to have where's the math rock AMB? We need to have Don Cavallero being played in the background of Naruto studying for his exam. But okay, yeah guys, that's gonna do it for me today. Wow, what a long stream, 7.5 hours for the first stream back. But I mean, I didn't feel exhausted. Maybe I'll feel it tomorrow at work, but we'll be fine. Tomorrow there might not be a stream in the evening because I have I'm going to a screening of Gundam Seed Freedom, so there probably won't be a stream tomorrow. If there will be, there'll be a very short one. But if I don't stream tomorrow, then I'll see you guys on Thursday. Have a good one, all of you. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, Frau, have a good one. Thanks for coming through. Okay, I'll catch you guys next time. Later, Waka. Thanks, you too.